Talk Show.
Recorded live.
Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 45, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
We're talking about episode 408, Meet Kevin Johnson, who's a quite interesting man, if I do say so myself.
Indeed.
He got his start at the English School of Deckhanding, where he quickly rose to the ranks. He did very well in swabbing the deck class. He can also help in the kitchen. He makes very good gruel, and or I should say the what do they call the kitchen on a boat?
Mess hall?
No, that's where they eat.
Damn.
The galley.
Oh, yeah.
The galley, yeah. So yeah, Kevin Johnson. I say hire him if you need any deckhands. He might blow up your ship, but that's only because you're bad people. That was a little promo for Kevin Johnson.
Very nice.
I work for a job employment agency now, apparently.
It's so is it just coincidence that that you're advertising for this person whose name is in the title?
Oh no, I advertise for for whoever needs a job in whichever episode.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, after Sun had their baby, I helped her get a job. I was like, Sun, known internationally as part of the Oceanic Six. She's very thoughtful, and she's also I don't know what else to say about Sun. Never mind. So yeah, I didn't get her a job. I had to pass that one off to one of my associates. It just didn't work. I wasn't invested in the client. It happens.
I see.
All right, let's put that long, tired joke to bed. So Kevin Johnson, a la, or I should say, it's obviously Michael. The thing about this episode,
I was getting into that idea.
What?
It's like, the idea that the lost episodes are sort of commercials for one of the people in it, like.
Oh yeah.
Like they show up and like that's just their commercial for themselves, and then
exactly.
And then we're doing the back selling.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I had the idea. You press a button. You're looking for somebody. You press a button, and it. Kevin Johnson, applicant number 45283. He did this and this and this and this and this and this. Press *4 if you want to hire Kevin Johnson.
I don't know. I like the idea that they wrote the whole last episode just to market themselves. It was like, I don't know, fancy new age marketing or something. Like, I'll just be this weird kid. Anyway, I'm sorry. Please continue. I got slightly.
Yeah, we're trying to do a podcast over here. Why don't you come join us? All right, so this is obviously Michael. What I was going to say is what was weird about this episode is how they were very forthcoming with answers once we already knew the answers.
Yeah.
A couple times, there were times, when people had to say, what an answer was, and usually they don't say, but it's like, oh, no, I'll tell you. Because the world already knows.
That seems to be a trend this season. There's much less milling about, not talking to anybody.
They're definitely talking more this season, and it might take a little bit of time, but they'll get around to it.
Yeah.
So we know what the title is. We don't really need to talk about that. Although I thought, it's very like, the jig is up. Everyone knows about Michael. Now here it is. Here's an episode about it. There wasn't any sort of trick about what the episode was going to be about. They didn't title it something else, or we weren't sure what it was going to be about, before we saw it. And it was it's kind of interesting that they were just like, all right, here it is.
Yeah.
Here's your episode about Michael.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Normally after, the big Michael reveal, the way things usually play out like that, would have been like 2 or 3 episodes before they continued that story.
Oh yeah, exactly. And it would have been. And what makes this whole Michael's revelation I think there's two factors that makes it really lackluster. I mean, the biggest one is that everyone kind of knew he was coming back since, last some Comic-Con when he announced he was coming back. And then, with all the hype and speculation, we knew someone was aboard the ship. It was just a matter, it was obviously Michael.
Yeah.
Some people were kind of hoping it was someone else. I was one of those people, but whatever. And anyway, so that is a big factor that made the big reveal last episode really lackluster. And then the other I think is this episode, which is about him, which is really more of an episode that's a long time coming in terms of the flashback, in terms of what happened to Michael and Walt. And it's just like, okay, here's your episode you guys have been wanting for a year or whatever, since they left last season, season before last, I should say. So anyway, that's what I felt about this episode.
I see.
What did you? And in general, I thought it was pretty good. There's a couple parts that I thought were interesting. I put it on par with. I guess I liked it a little bit better than last week's episode than Ji-yeon. What is it? Ji-yeon? Is that it?
I think it's just Ji-yeon.
Oh, Ji-yeon. Okay.
Yeah.
Ji-yeon. Okay. Anyway, so what do you think?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I managed to read the title shortly before it came on and sort of instantly imagined what the episode might be like, and what they actually, as is rarely the case, what they actually showed was similar to what I had in mind. So,
oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I was like, okay, what's the story? And I just came up with, well, he's back, and maybe they're under names, and it was just sort of the vague, and then I imagined one of the others would show up, and
yeah. Oh yeah, when he's in New York, you're just waiting for one of the others to show up. You just know. When he got in the car, I'm like, okay, someone's in the car with them. I'm just waiting for one of them to show up.
Yeah, it has to be, and then they're gonna say, you got to do this, and he'll say, and then eventually he'll agree, and it was a little bit predictable, but and also the other thing was, I guess, since to me that version of the story, the one I was thinking it would be, it's just kind of, I don't know, it's not terribly interesting in a lot of ways. It's mostly very straightforward.
Yeah.
It's just like, what's the basic, easiest way we can get him,
Oh, yeah.
from where he was to now being on the boat.
It's like, yeah, and I remember when we were trying to, when we found, I think it was maybe just a little bit ago, when we found out Michael was on the boat, but we were trying to figure out, well, where's Walt in all of this equation? And that's when I was like, I think he got back to the mainland before he got back on the freighter. Before the freighter left for the island. Because you just can't, he can't find, they can't find him on the open seas and offer him a job. That makes no sense.
Right.
So like the big 5 points for Michael to be able to come back, like needing a safe place for Walt, needing a reasonable explanation for how he got the job, needing a reasonable explanation for why he's even involved again, which is, the whole he can't die / the others want him to be on the boat. And that coupled with something we said a long time ago, which was, he wants to redeem himself for what he did. They just took all those points and wrote a story to connect all those points.
Yeah.
And, I had hypothesized that maybe Walt's stepdad came back into the picture. Because that was a character we had already seen. I didn't imagine they would bring a new character in, Michael's grandmother, because I didn't think he had any family. I don't think they ever really said.
No, they never talked about his family.
I just got the sense that he didn't really have any family.
Yeah.
Because he seemed so down and out, that whole sort of his backstory,
Yeah.
But they fulfilled that anyway. They just brought in a grandmother who Walt can be safe with, blah, blah, blah. Which I got to say, it reminds me, that's something they did on Heroes, too. Like, they took this little young guy, Micah, he's like, I don't know, probably the age Walt's supposed to be, and at a certain point in the show, they take him to go live with his grandmother, who he like never met, and that's who he stays with for a while. So that's kind of interesting. I mean, just because I don't know, they both did it.
Yeah, it seemed clear to me that they were making an effort to avoid having to show Walt.
They were definitely making an effort to avoid having to show him, and yeah, I totally agree with that. And I think they should. I mean, the little thing in the window was fine, and it's like, I just hope that if they don't want to show him, don't show him. I don't want them to like play it in the middle too much. Like if you're gonna show him, and if you're not gonna show him, don't show him. But don't like do kind of both, and it's just like, because that's just gonna tease us and make us want Walt if they're gonna show us Walt sometimes.
Yeah, I agree. That part's irritating.
Yeah. And the other thing I didn't anticipate was the dynamic of, because I thought, Michael would want to redeem himself if he could, but I never really thought that was enough of a reason for him to really want to come back, because, back before when we were first theorizing about this, we were saying, well, maybe he gets home and he, tells the police or something, or he kind of spearheads some sort of thing to come back. And I'm like, yeah, it just doesn't, I don't know. But the extra level of that is the guilt with Walt. And that's what really helps drive it, is because he told Walt what happened, and now Walt doesn't like him. And so that is the extra factor in that he wants to. He doesn't. So it's not that he wants to be redeemed for himself. He wants to be redeemed for his son, which is, directly in line with his character.
Yeah.
So, but I don't really know if this is the. I don't know what exactly they said, but the quote interesting adventure that Walt and Michael had on their way back home, like, well, I remember when they said that, like, someone asked on the pod, Damon and Carlton, like, will we see what happens with them? He goes, yeah, I think we will, because it's very interesting. And I'm like, okay, well, this isn't what I thought.
Maybe that was a different version.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's weird. I mean, it was, well, whatever. Walt wasn't there, but it was interesting enough. Well,
I guess my point is, I got the impression that their journey back to getting rescued was the interesting thing. Not just Michael coming back to the island, but like their rescue was what they said was interesting.
Oh, okay, which they opted to omit completely.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know. I forgot that they said that. I didn't think they were referring to that specifically. But
well, because this was before. I think this was way before any notion that Michael was coming back to the island. So they couldn't have meant this, episode. His coming back to the island. They couldn't have meant that.
But yeah, I can't. I mean, they could. I guess they could go in there and put stuff in, but it doesn't seem like, based on what we see the Adventure Range, it doesn't seem like anything crazy happened.
Yeah. I mean, there's got to be. They need. I feel like the only other thing I want them to explain about the rescue is just the little logistics of, where did they go? How did he get back to the United States without a passport, without money? I'm assuming he would have had to have had those things. Did Ben give him that stuff? Before he left. It's like, how did he get there? How did he get home? It's not as easy as like, he can just drive the boat home. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's what they want us to believe. Like, he just drove that to he sailed
straight into
sailed
the
that
New
to
York
New
Harbor.
York. Yeah. Like, don't worry about it, guys. He just rode that thing
guys,
home.
step aside. Citizen coming through.
Yeah, exactly. Although I don't have anything to prove it, but listen to my accent. I'm from New York.
Can't you tell? Come on.
Yeah, you can't fake an accent. It's impossible. So anyway, you ready to get into the episode?
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't want to. I don't. it's definitely a story problem, but I don't really care how he managed it personally.
Mhm. Oh, you don't care?
No, I mean whatever. I mean it was probably tough, but I don't need to be there with him.
Well, I care if it has something to do with like the others, if it has something to do with Ben, because I feel like there's no way he could have done it without some sort of help. You know. So that's the only reason I care. Like if there was a simple like normal explanation, like if we knew he had. If we knew he had a ticket waiting for him or something simple, then I'd be like, yeah, I could put it to rest. But it seems like some external involvement would have need to happen to get him home.
I mean, I had the impression that this was the first contact with the others.
I mean, I definitely got that impression too, which is why it makes me, question how he got home.
Because if they set up his whole thing, then I feel like that scene shouldn't have gone down like that when he sees him in the alleyway.
Well, that scene in the alleyway, I got some stuff to talk about that too. I think that scene is a little screwy. Some of the stuff Tom says, I feel like the writer's perspective on what's going on kind of flip flops during that scene.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I agree. I feel like it definitely came off like that was the first encounter. But what simple explanation would have got him home under a different name? Like, I mean, I just don't see how he would have gotten home. I mean, because the way you get, it's just by a factor of how you travel, you gotta be identified, unless he does, unless he just bummed his way back. But I mean, like, how? I mean, at some point,
you could try to sneak on board to some
Yeah, but I mean okay, yeah, exactly. He could like bum his way back, sneak aboard, barter, trade, anything. But it's like, okay, he's got a son with him, like he needs money for food. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he can't just sort of he can't just really bum around. He can't spend 2 weeks getting home. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
With no like money and stuff. So that's why I'm interested in it, because I feel like it's got to be sort of interesting, because it doesn't. I don't know any normal way he could have gotten home. Any uninteresting way he could have gotten home.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I just assumed that. I don't know. I guess I assumed it wasn't important, but
it might not be. I just think I just think the fact that there's no reasonable explanation. That's the only reason that's why I'm interested, because it's like,
yeah.
Well, how could they have done that?
Yeah, I mean, it should have been pretty hard to pull off.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Okay. Oh, so this episode, to continue my rankings, I liked it better than last week. I think this one, for me, would go below the first three, which I'm still clinging to, and probably above the rest. So it would be fourth place, I think, for that one. I liked it, not as much as the first three, but I think more than the last however many. More, I guess.
I think I would probably say, I think the other woman beats this out a little bit, and the Constant fits in there somewhere too. I got to go back and watch the first three. You seem to really have loved those, and
I did.
I like them a lot, but I felt like there was a sort of distinct progression in the goodness that obviously hits. Eggtown dropped it down a bit.
Oh yeah.
And then the Constant picked it back up, but I got to go back and watch those because you really love them, and I don't feel like I like them that much.
Mhm. Those first three to me were like, they had the usual good Lost stuff, but I thought they were like somehow better, like extra, like the I don't know, I feel like the level of intensity was there more than usual, and it really
And factor in your perspective of not having seen Lost in 9 months.
Yeah.
And the fact that I think objectively they are really good, you know, and they're starkly different than the Lost we've seen before.
Yeah, it was a big change from season 3.
I just wonder when this is all said and done, will the first 3 still stand out?
Yeah.
You know, when you go back through this season.
I mean, I enjoyed them more when I watched them, but yeah, I mean there were other factors. So it's possible I was biased or something. Maybe if I, go back and watch them again, I'll change my mind.
Especially since you say the first 3, and the 4th one was the worst, Eggtown.
Yeah.
So I wonder if, like, maybe The Constant was the 4th one. Would you say the first 4? Like, maybe The Constant would have been good enough, like, to make it to the first 4?
If it got in there, like.
Yeah.
It's sort of like when you follow
Eggtown
a
was a
big
wake-up
hit
call.
show and, like, you're supposed to get carryover ratings from them.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I think the Eggtown was a wake-up call. It's like, okay, wait.
Yeah. No. That was actually not that good.
Yeah. Yeah. It was like, okay, yeah, this isn't the best season of Lost ever. Like.
And I had high hopes. I was like, all right, it's Kate, but everybody else has been crazy this season. Maybe she'll pull it off. Maybe she'll have a really interesting flash forward. But.
Yeah. Well.
It was very. Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see how you feel about it.
But yeah, The Constant just like I don't know. I don't know what it was. It was good, but it just didn't work for me as much. It was a
more flash in the pan episode, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of felt that way. The other woman I liked more. Other woman is above that in Eggtown. Eggtown really is a lot worse than all of them, though, in my mind.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, definitely.
So.
I mean, I thought, The Economist was good, but I thought, like, it still didn't really. Especially the Saeed episode. I don't know. If they could have made, like, I don't know. I don't want to get into the minutia of it, but all right, you ready to go through the episode?
Yeah, I think The Economist might be in third place among those 3.
Mhm.
But I do feel it's above the rest of them.
Is the first episode no first place?
You know what? Between 1 and 2, they're very different. I that's a hard one. Not clearly, no. It's I like them both in different ways. They were both weird Lost episodes. And I appreciate that. Things have, like, normaled up a lot since then. I mean, it's not terrible. It's not the worst of season 3, but it's not that different from the better episodes. So.
Definitely.
So, yeah, anyway, that's it. We talked about the title. So, yeah, that's mine. If I had to rate this, I guess I'd give it a 8 out of 10.
I'd give this. I'd give it a 7 because I think I gave Other Woman an 8.
Okay.
I'd give it. I like this one just a little bit less, because I like Juliet, so.
Yeah. She
never disappoints.
Yeah. She brings it home.
She's like the old Saeed.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Although really for me the old Saeed flashbacks like got kind of tiresome after a while.
Oh, I'm not gonna go watch those. They're great. I'm not gonna go watch them.
The only one I really liked watching again was the one that has Calvin in it. Yeah.
That
was the only one like I enjoyed the second time. The rest of them are not that great. He's been a better on-island character than flashback character.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think that's why I felt a little let down with his flash forward because that wasn't that great either.
Yeah, but I liked his flash forward. I think way more than I've liked any of his flashbacks. I would say I like his flash forward more than probably a lot of his flashbacks, but I just didn't think his flash forward was that great. It just didn't really. I don't know. I mean, the whole thing he's working for Ben, was a big revelation. But besides that, like, it's just was kind of. Yeah, well,
No,
I actually just liked the regular scenes and the
on island stuff.
The flash forward stuff. The the scenes.
When he's talking to Yetzel, what's her name?
What did you say?
Svetlana.
Did you say Yetzel?
No comment. What's her name? Like Helga?
Helga von Niederhofen? No.
Yeah.
It's, Elsa.
Elsa. What did I say? Yeltsa?
Yelsa.
You talking about that stuff?
Yeah, I mean, basically, I just mean the build up, like, intermediate scenes. Like normally, I mean, because I do like the ending. The ending's supposed to be the big thing, but I just like, when they're just talking to each other. That scene in the bedroom, like, I just thought it was good, like unusually good for Lost. Like
okay, but do you want to watch it again?
Yeah.
Okay. See, I don't want to watch it again.
I would totally watch it again.
No. It just, to me, there wasn't much there. Like I definitely liked it, and I'm not saying I didn't like it. I'm just saying I thought I would like it to be better. Like I thought it just didn't have a lot there. I mean, because it's all about the whole thing with Ben. It wasn't really. I don't know. I felt like it wasn't really about Elsa, and it wasn't really about what they were doing, because that just ended very quickly. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I don't know. I liked what they did.
I agree that that's not what it's about, but yeah, I it's just that for me it's unusual. Normally those mundane scenes I'd never like.
Mm-hmm.
I always feel they're too bland and too.
No, they're it's definitely well written, and it's definitely interesting.
I don't
want to see it.
Just on a side note, I was watching Battlestar Galactica. I've been doing that a lot lately. Great show, blah blah blah. But I was watching it, and this character in the show said, actually said, it's my mess. I'll fix it.
Mhm.
And I loved that. I was like, if this were Lost, he would have said, "This is my mess, and I'll clean it up."
Mhm.
And I was calling it, and I'll fix it. I don't know, perfect.
Yeah.
Simple thing, but like not the obvious thing to say.
Yeah.
A lot goes for that too often.
Mhm.
So that's what I liked about The Economist. They were kind of weird like scenes. They were. I thought they were interesting.
Yeah. Definitely.
So that's what got the on island part of The Economist is probably I didn't like as much. It was okay, but it didn't blow me away.
No, it didn't blow me away either.
So yeah, anyway.
All right.
We can continue. Oh, I guess I'm starting things off here.
Yeah.
Or did you have further comments? What,
I'm done.
Where are we at? You're done? Okay. Cool. Okay. So we're starting, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So we start the show off. We are at the barracks. A bunch of people are in a house. Claire, Danielle, Hurley, Alex, Sawyer, Carl, Ben, and Aaron are in a house.
I heard a little disdain when you said Aaron.
Yeah, well, Aaron's a person now, and so I feel obligated to acknowledge him.
Yeah, well, you said Claire.
Although I did love that later. I did love that later scene where Tom's talking Ben's talking to Michael on the thing, or is it Tom? I think it's Tom on the phone. Mm-hmm. Whatever. Anyway, and he's like, "Let me tell you, let me remind you of some names: Jack, Kate, Sawyer, Claire's baby."
Yeah. He didn't say the baby's name.
Yeah, I
thought that whole thing was funny anyway, because he just it was just it was just such a weird, like, I don't know, just a weird moment when he's just like rattling off names, and it's like, okay, who's he gonna say? What names does he know? And I feel like he was gonna be like, and the guy from The Thing, and the blonde one, and the guy with the nicknames, and the one with the freckle, Oh man,
yeah.
His name, it was just weird. But
I love the flurry of names and a baby.
Yeah, and the baby.
It was a nice touch. That name ring a bell?
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, I thought of that when I was reading these awful names and having to name Aaron. And the reason I have to name Aaron is because he's apparently one of the Oceanic Six.
What?
Yeah. Didn't you hear the news?
I think, isn't that technically a spoiler for those people who don't watch the promos?
Oh, well, I guess it is.
Because that's the only reason we know is from the promos and from the verification.
I wasn't thinking about it. You're right. It is a spoiler.
It's kind of common knowledge in the people who analyze over Lost crowd.
Yeah,
but,
and they did a promo, but I wasn't thinking about it as a spoiler. I was thinking about it as common knowledge.
Yeah.
But well, what can I do?
Well, if anyone who's spoiled, you can send your complaints to Justin at...
I wanted to talk about that at some point, but I guess we can, preface it.
Yeah. To me, man, I just kind of, it doesn't matter either way, but I'm just sort of I'm just operating under the idea that I don't know he's the sixth member, I feel like I'll wait for the show to say it before it'll become relevant. Like I said, I don't think it matters if we talk about it now or not. I don't think it'll hurt anything to talk about it, but the fact that it didn't really come from the show, to me, I just kind of keep it out in this separate thing in my mind. But we can talk about it if you got something to say about it.
Well, yeah, I guess I just wanted to, speculate or something about what that means, because I guess
Yeah, the fact that Claire didn't come back and
yeah.
Well, yeah, there's it makes it we were speculating before of all the different ways this could have happened, and Kate could have come back with a baby, and now we know that he is one of the six. It makes some of those ideas more obvious. But yeah, we can talk about it.
Yeah. I think. I don't know.
Well, we said we were going to do a recap.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Maybe it'll be relevant later.
Yeah. Well, basically, one thing I'm thinking is that Jin, in the last episode they showed Jin, being dead, and they haven't done anything like that. With maybe just because the characters weren't related that way, but they haven't really done anything like that, in the other ones. So it makes me think, everyone on the island's not dead.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the rest of the leftover. The fact that they specify Jin as being dead makes you think.
Oh yeah.
You can assume until further notice the rest of them aren't dead.
There's no way the rest of them are dead, and that the only losties alive are 6 people. There's no way.
I say that thinking with the idea that they're going to kill everyone on the island.
They're not doing that.
That's an empty threat when you see flash forwards.
I don't even think Claire's dead.
I don't either. Although, well, that's a tricky one.
I don't know, because I think it might be. I don't know. I think it is sort of tricky. I feel like I can easily see some way where there's one seat left. Everyone, those 5 people have to go for whatever reason, and Claire is take my baby,
Yeah.
The problem is that, of course, Kate is passing off Aaron as her own son.
Yeah.
He called her mommy, So that kind of is well, why is she, it's one thing to say, okay, I rescued you from this island, your mom gave you up, and so you could be safe, but it's another thing to be I'm your mommy,
Right.
So.
Yeah,
that's why it's I'm waiting till they address it because there's just so much we don't know about the circumstances, and I feel like when they do address it, we'll have more information to like go off, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. I think you're right. I mean, there isn't that much of the season left, but I mean, I always assumed that, you know, that we would wrap up this story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they seem to be making the whole season partly about that.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if they can do it. Maybe this is bigger than this season.
Who the Oceanic Six are?
Well, not who they are, but you know what it's all about.
Oh, the ins and outs of who got off and how.
Yeah, who got up and how? Like, what's going on? Why do they want to go back? Like, you know.
Yeah.
You know.
I think we'll find out who got off and how this season. Why they want to go back, I think, is another part.
Yeah, okay.
I think we might learn some more about why they want to go back, but I think they got time to. They need to wrap this up.
The thing is,
in a couple more days, all the crew is going to be dead on the freighter, you know. And I think the freighter is, you know, how they get back. So, you know, something's got to happen soon. So. They've got, 5 more days left in episode time?
I just can't imagine. Like, I guess I had originally envisioned season 4 being, you know, this being the subject of season 4. And by the end, you know, we'll understand everything about the flash forwards.
Oh, come on.
You know, I thought it was a shorter term plan. I thought it was a 1-season plan, not a rest of the show plan.
Yeah, exactly. I know what you're saying, but I think the plan for season 4 is who are the Oceanic Six, and how, you know, that ties into the freighter people. Who are they? Why do they want Ben? And how do the Six get off the island?
Mhm.
And I feel like we're gonna get a little bit. I mean, we've already gotten a little bit of why they want to come back, you know, the thing with Hurley and Charlie, you know, the island wants you back. I mean, that was the first kind of beginning of that.
Yeah.
And, you know, because we still got to see Jack go to rock bottom, you know.
Yeah.
So I feel like, you know, that's not really going to happen, I don't think, this season. I think next season's going to be about that.
Oh, God. Another year. Man. It's just that, you know, the season had been fast-paced, and you know, usually their seasons are thematic, and I just really thought that was this season's thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, they'll probably do something with it, move it forward somehow, but I don't think they can resolve it.
It's all related. They're just not going to finish the whole thing.
Yeah.
This season.
So I guess.
I mean, it's just like, you know, just like the whole thing in season 2 was the Swan and the kidnapping of, you know, and like Michael trying to get his son back, the whole thing with Ben. I mean, that all led up to this season. You know?
Yeah, that's
it's all
true.
related.
That's true. And just like, you know, at the end of season 3, all the Naomi stuff sort of led into this season.
Yeah, you know, speaking of Naomi, I really wish we somehow, and it would have been impossible, but I wish there was somehow we could have, you know, all these scenes with her post her death, I wish we could have had before, because I really like her. And it just sucks that she's dead. And we never really grew to like her in the same way because, you know, with these scenes after her death that we saw after she died, because, you know, we knew she was dead, you know. But if we, like, saw these scenes and got a sense of her and kind of, you know, formed an opinion and then she died, that would have been really interesting, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But just the way they're telling the story, it wouldn't have worked that way. It didn't work that way. But,
yeah.
But it's just when she was saying hi to Michael and it was all nice, and I'm like, oh, Naomi, you're a good guy. Like, you're a good girl. And I was like, oh, that sucks. Because she's the character who, like, she's dead, but she gets more work than some of the the characters who never died on the show. She's in more scenes than some of those, like Bernard and Rose this season, you know?
They keep bringing her back.
Yeah, it's like, you again?
Mm-hmm.
Jeez. All right, we should start this.
Yeah, it's very strange to meet a character and then get to know them better after they're dead.
Yeah.
That's not the normal thing, but Okay, so where are we? Right, so I named all the people. They're in the house. They're waiting. Locke comes in. He's got Miles tied up. Locke says that there won't be any more secrets. Miles says the boat people are there for Ben. And Sawyer says, well, let's turn him in, basically. Locke says no. Ben says if they get him, meaning Ben, they will then kill everyone on the island. And also, Ben reveals that his spy on the boat is Michael.
Yeah, also, here's a little big important thing.
Yeah, it's something that seems like off topic for the scene,
Yeah.
but he decides to mention that the spy on the boat's Michael. So we do get, if there was any lingering doubt about, if Michael's the man on the boat or not,
Yeah.
it settles that instantly. Although the flashback makes it clear later, also. But
yeah.
Still, it was weird to in the first scene just get hit you in the face with that. It was just he was oddly blunt.
Mhm.
I'm not used to him doing that. So, okay. Anyway, any thoughts? Should I do the next scene here?
I did have some thoughts, and I wrote them down. I can't find them.
Okay.
I don't know where I wrote that. It's not in my file here. Okay. Well, what was I going to say? Oh, that's what I was going to say. I think I wrote it. Oh, it's in the next scene. I think I wrote it. But I guess I'll bring it up then. But anyway, just the idea of, no more secrets, I thought was really funny. It's kind of laughed when you said that again.
Oh.
It's just so untrue.
Yeah.
Well, I'll bring it back up after the next scene because it comes right back to it.
I think Locke has lost his intensity. He's he was doing all right at the beginning of the season, but he seems to have just fumbled it, and now he's just running around trying to make it work, but he doesn't seem on top of things.
Well, I think he's playing it different. I think he's got a different approach, and I feel like he's trying to be calmer and more maybe selective in his actions or something. I think he's really, really trying to make the right choice instead of just maybe going on his instinct that he's making the right choice, which is usually, it doesn't, we don't usually think it's the right choice because that leads him to blow up things and smash dishes.
Right.
It seems like he's being careful. He's like, okay, well, I'm going to try it this way and to be really methodical about what he's doing, but it still isn't going to work because he's Locke, and it's just, I don't know if Locke will ever be what he wants to be.
Yeah, I doubt it. It would be, yeah. I mean, I kind of root for him, but I know he's probably not going to get there.
Yeah.
But I don't know, the sort of way he would say stuff, in the earlier seasons. Just I don't know. He doesn't project I don't know what it is, charisma or that he really is invested in what he's saying. It's weird.
Yeah. I think he's trying to play it. I think he's trying to. I think the actor is trying to play it calm and confident, but I don't think it's coming across as. But I think it's coming across as like you said, a lack of intensity or something.
Yeah. I get. Yeah.
He's trying to be wise. I feel like he's trying to be wise, but it's not really coming across.
Yeah. But he used to do that too. But it seemed it seemed more like he believed it.
Yeah.
But the character is in a weird place. I mean, it makes sense for him to be kind of different, but
yeah.
Still, it's I don't know. I want him to lead and do his thing, but it always kind of falls flat. Anyway, do you
Yep.
anything else?
Next scene.
No, okay. So we go to the boat. Saeed and Desmond are hanging out in their little room that they got at the end of last episode. Then there's an alarm. They rush out to find the captain beating a crew member for apparently trying to leave the boat in the little blow-up boat thing, little float raft. I don't know what you call it. Right. The captain reminds everyone about Minkowski, who we remember from The Constant, and he then orders Michael to clean up the mess. At this point, Saeed goes over to talk to Michael, who tries to dodge him, and Michael says he's on the boat to die.
Dun dun dun.
I'm here to die. So that's the end of that scene.
I got a few little things to say here.
All right.
First, just the sort of writing thing, I guess, in that category. You know, when the scene starts and you see Saeed and Desmond sleeping, my first thought is, why are we watching them sleep? I'm like, if you're sort of on this ship of what, you know, oddities, like weird things are going on. Like I'm like, Saeed should be like up trying to figure out what's going on. You know, if this was a scene that they're going to cut to and it's at this time of night, I feel like normally Saeed we would be seeing him doing something. And the fact that he was sleeping, I'm like, that's weird. You know, and this all took place in like 2 seconds in my head. And then of course the alarm went off, and I thought, oh, okay. The only reason we saw them sleeping was so they can wake up. You know. It was just such a weird thing. Because I'm like, I just don't see them getting a lot of sleep on this ship, you know, like really getting that beauty sleep. You know, I feel like they'd be way more worried about what's going on.
Yeah.
You know, up planning things or talking or, you know. But anyway, and then the other thing when Saeed confronts Michael, you know, and someone brought this up on the board, but, you know, how we riffed on Saeed always saying, you know, we'll talk about this later, you know. And this time he says, you know, he says, hello, Michael. And he says, not now, man. And Saeed goes, yes, right now. You know, sort of the opposite of that.
Yeah.
And,
it must have been hard for him.
Yeah, it must have been. He's just fed. Saeed is kind of fed up in this episode, though.
He's definitely fed up.
I think Michael being there was too much. I think he was okay to deal with everything that's happening.
Which was enough. I mean, take out Michael, and there's still plenty to deal with.
I mean, Saeed is a very rational character, and it obviously takes a lot for him to get flustered and sort of change his motives. But he was just like, Michael's here? Of all the places in all the world, you're on this ship?
Just toss that on top of everything.
Yeah, and he was like, I'm not waiting for answers. Like, no way, Jose. Like, this is too much. You know.
That's the thing. I really, a lot of times, I feel like the thing they would do is just have him, like, you know, silently acknowledge him for a while before like, they actually spoke.
I was thinking that's exactly what happened. Like, you know, he would come up and say, hello, Kevin, you know, like, to emphasize he does it, that he knows that's not his real name, but instead he just says what his real name is. Yeah, and then I you know, and then I thought when Michael was like, not now, you know, and I thought they would kind of say something, but he actually was like, no, right now, let's talk about it. And they didn't actually talk about anything. He just says he's on the boat to die, but he basically still avoids him.
He made himself lock in. Saeed didn't give him permission, though.
Yeah.
So, and I guess he goes back later, but,
quick question. Does Saeed know what happened to Desmond? The, like, time travel thing?
I don't know. He knows something. He
knows something happened, but he doesn't really know what happened, right?
Yeah, I guess not. He knows. Let's see. I'm not sure. Didn't Minkowski say something? I can't remember what what he heard just from being on the boat. Not.
Well, I remember that in that scene when they go to the radio room, and Desmond was like, as soon as you make this call, Saeed was like, as soon as you make this call, someone's going to tell me what's going on. You know, he wasn't, because he really didn't. You know, he didn't know what was going on. He knew something was going on, and then Desmond had the call, and it was the whole end of the episode pretty much. And so he never really got. I mean, and obviously, I guess we're supposed to believe Desmond said something to him.
Desmond could have told him. We know that apparently this Desmond is 2004 Desmond, but also with the memories of the events of the Constant.
Mm-hmm.
So he would have been able to tell Saeed what happened. So hypothetically, you know, they're sleeping. They could have, you know. So he could know about it, but I guess we didn't see him find out.
Yeah. Okay. Because, you know, Desmond he's been really quiet since the Constant.
Yeah.
Like he seems to be out of it. Like he seems to be slow to like react to things, and he doesn't really say a lot. And I don't know if they're just not focusing on him or if they're really writing him like he's sort of, you know, recuperating from his event, because he's just been like, you know, they cut to him and he's just got a look on his face, you know, or he might kind of say something every other scene, but he's not really doing anything.
Yeah, I got the sense they just weren't focusing on him. He did more last episode, but
yeah,
Saeed's really the take charge guy here, and I think you know, Desmond didn't really know Michael, so he's not as invested in this as Saeed is.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's he just doesn't have much of a place in this story except to just kind of stand there. You know?
He's waiting for his storyline to come back up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Call me when Penny comes.
Exactly.
Because you know she's on the first plane to wherever that boat is.
And that's the thing, you know, Desmond, you know, Saeed was able to help Desmond during his episode because Saeed has certain, you know, skills, and Desmond isn't
useful.
Yeah, like Desmond isn't particularly helpful with anything, so
no,
he's just
you need someone to drink some whiskey.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think that's part of why he's just not getting involved, because he's just like,
yeah,
he can't. I mean, presumably he can do something, but he's you know.
What are your skills, Desmond?
Yeah. So.
All right, and the only other thing I wanted to say was I had the idea that the Captain Galt, is I like him. I feel like he's a very like a good modern take on like a pirate captain.
Yeah.
You know, he's kind of got the, you know, the sort of accent. I guess he's kind of an Australian thing going on.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Australia or New Zealand. I'm not that keen on telling you that.
Yeah, it sounds a bit softer than I've heard other Australians. But you know, but he's sort of, you know, brutish, but he's kind of thoughtful and, you know, whatever, and so
yeah.
But he just reminds me of, like, you know, what would a pirate captain be today, you know? And I'm like, he could be that guy.
Yeah, I can see that. And he definitely, like, you know, he delivers his lines with the gusto I want Locke to have.
Yeah. From the very beginning too. He came on the scenes and he's just like, I'm this and that, and I'm, you know. But that's his character, though. I mean, his character's boisterous.
That's
and,
true.
You know, and I think Locke is just in a different place. You know?
Yeah, I know. But you know, he's sort of a de facto leader, and just want him to take charge. But yeah, but the captain is interesting. I'm definitely curious about where it's going to go after the ending.
Yeah, I wonder how involved he's going to be in the future of the show.
Yeah.
Like, I wonder if he's going to get a backstory, or, you know, if that's even relevant. But let's go to the next scene.
Okay, right. So this is
Scene 3.
Yeah, after the last scene is lost, the title. Okay. So the next scene is Locke leading. So we're back at the barracks. Locke is leading miles away. Sawyer comes out to confront him about the $3.2 million deal from Eggtown. Locke thinks that it doesn't matter because there isn't a bank on the island. Miles is amused by this, and he thinks Ben will find a way to get it because Ben is resourceful and he's out and roaming free and
eating pound cake.
He gets what he wants. Blah blah blah. So, any thoughts about this scene?
Yeah, well, like I said, like I promised, I'd bring it back up.
Keep track, guys. One promise kept.
One promise seen through. Yeah, exactly. One promise made, one promise kept. That's what I was taught.
I expect a tally of all this at the end.
Yes. So the thing about, No More Secrets, so first of all, I'm just like, there are so many more secrets, it's not even funny.
Mm-hmm.
Like they told him one thing. He told him that they were there for Ben.
Yeah.
That's all they said about that. They didn't say why, they didn't say since when, they didn't elaborate, no one asked any questions, they're all sheep. Bad. So then the other thing,
and they all heard this already.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Good point. They already even knew that. So then the second thing that they found out, which is just like you said before, sort of a tangential thing, was that Michael was the one on the boat. So it's like it's just me being nitpicking, but nitpicky, I guess. But I just don't like when it's like there's no more secrets, and they don't even I feel like do a good job of pretending that's true. They answered one question that people already knew. That the audience already knew and some of the characters already knew. And then, so it's just weird to me. Like, that was Locke went through all the trouble to get them all together, even Ben, and went to go get Miles to answer one question that people already knew the answer to. And that's supposed to be no more secrets.
Yeah.
It just bugs me. That kind of thing bugs me.
If he wants to start with a really lame secret, he could tell them all that he used to be in a wheelchair.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if he wants to, no more secrets, and I'll go first. I used to be in a wheelchair. This island healed me. This is why I do crazy things, guys, because I know there's something special here. Now, who wants to reevaluate my actions over the last couple, months? Now think about when I said Boone had to die because the island demanded it. Maybe I was, I feel like if he said that one thing,
that would
totally change. That would totally
change.
Yeah,
I can't imagine that doing any harm.
The reason Ben is here, guys, is because he's been on this island a lot longer than we have, and, this island healed me, and I want to be with this guy when the shit hits the fan,
and what about Jacob and his cabin?
The cabin. Hurley should have questions about that.
Yeah.
Everyone has questions that they could have. And this seemed like the time to ask the questions, but they just had one. Unless they we get, which I don't think they would do. We get a future episode where they flash back to this scene.
I doubt it.
And we see more questions get answered.
Here's some more of that meeting.
Yeah. Here's some more from a couple of episodes ago. That'd be weird.
This is the uncut version.
Exactly.
They talked and talked all night.
Exactly. Everyone left with every question answered except for Sawyer's $3.2 million.
Right.
That's not gonna happen.
That's funny. That's another. Oh God. No More Secrets is pretty bad under these circumstances, especially on this show. It's just secrets are
it's akin to I'm done lying. It's just
definitely.
you can't say that when you're lying. You can't say you're done lying if that's a lie.
I'm done lying, and that's the last lie I'll tell.
Yeah. No, that was the last lie I will tell. No, that was the last lie I will tell. No, that was the last lie I will tell. It just doesn't end,
Yeah, it's perfect.
All right, you ready for the next scene?
Oh, Jesus, yes. Right. Yeah, the $3.2 million. Maybe that isn't anything. I used to think that was a big deal. Now it seems really boring.
Well, they brought it back up, and I think I feel like I don't know. I don't know where they're going with Ben. I don't want to believe he's got all this like off-island like connections, and we talked about that before. Like, is he the sort of secret head of some company that makes money for him so he can finance all his stuff, or where does he get? I'd rather it be Jacob, the sort of magic box answer where somehow he gets what he needs. It's not this like he gets a check in the mail, and he can, and he can just buy whatever he needs or whatever. I feel like there's something a little more mystical about it, and I think, and that's what I felt like Miles was getting at when he said, "Don't talk to me like I don't know what you can do."
Right.
Like a guy who can talk to dead people says that, and it could just be a mundane thing, like. Don't talk to me like I don't know you can call your banker and have him ship me a check. That could be what he means. That could be what he means. But I feel like it's more than that, and I want to see it be more than that.
He delivered it like it was more than that.
Yeah, he did, which could just be, deceptive. But
yeah, they do that. They definitely do that.
Yeah, so I don't know what's going on there, obviously, but I hope it's something interesting.
And if Ben's hanging around and he's got to tell all his secrets, like. They really are going to be there all night. Like, that would be ridiculous.
Yeah, it would be so. And Ben is not going to just tell people all his secrets just because Locke says it's time to tell. I think
Ben needs a couple days, or maybe a week. I don't know. He needs a full,
Ben would have to, go and prepare, some material to organize.
He'd have to organize
he'd have to organize how he's going to present it, he'd have to do a PowerPoint presentation and, yeah, he needs a while. That's a big project.
It is. Oh my God. Yeah, the other people's secrets would just have to, wait.
And here's another point. What did Locke say? He was like, I know it's taken me a while to figure out our next move. What did he say?
Was that it?
Wait, let's see. I know it's taken me a few days to figure out our next move, but I want to do anything until I knew more about our situation. You deserve to know everything that I do, so no more secrets. And then basically he says, Miles is here for Ben. That didn't really tell us what his next move was. Was that his next move, was just to get that out in the open?
His next move is to tell him that? Yeah, that's, that isn't really much of a move.
That's not much of a move. I know what I'll do. I'll just get the secrets out of the air, and then everyone will tell me what's going on. I don't know, Locke. Locke is just, oh, man. So sad.
Maybe that's what's hurting him too. He's making kind of weak statements. So
yeah,
it's hard to deliver those like you.
And it'd be different if. Sorry, what did you say?
No, go ahead.
Oh, it's only you're petering out.
Yeah.
It'd be different if he was like, take me a few days to figure out our next move, and I finally figured it out. The first step is no more secrets. Mm-hmm. Like if it was, he was basically telling us he's got a plan, and this is part of his plan.
Yeah,
then
which
we
might
would say,
be true.
Cool. Which might be true, but that's not how it came off.
Yeah.
It just made it seem like this was his plan, or that they're just unrelated, which neither one is acceptable to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, I'm ready for the next one, and when you are.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay, so the next scene, we are back in the house in the barracks. Ben wants to talk to Alex. Ben gives Alex a map to the temple and tells her to go there. He suggests that she is a liability because the boat people want him and they might use her against him, and so she needs to be in a safe location. Alex is reluctant. Ben says, your mother will protect you. And after a little bit of to-do, Alex, Danielle, and Carl leave to go to the temple. So this is really all the setup we get for the ending.
Yeah, which I found it strange that was the ending. They did that last episode too, where Michael's revelation wasn't the end of the episode.
Yeah.
And in this one, it was, Michael being turned in seemed like that would have been the end of the episode.
Mm-hmm.
But no, we had another scene, which was Carl and Russo.
Yeah, it was similar. They could have flipped that around.
Yeah, I feel like, maybe they just thought, him saying, him turning Michael in and all that and saying he's a traitor wasn't as big of an ending because we already knew that.
Yeah.
Versus Carl and Alex thing being a surprise thing and she standing up and saying that whole thing.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It is a more dramatic ending.
Mhm. Yeah. It is, and yeah, I'm sad to see them go. I mean, really.
Yeah. Very surprised.
Very. We'll talk about it. I'm
Yeah.
sure quite a bit because there's some stuff I want to say about that, but
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's weird.
Came out of left field, but yeah. Anyway, this is all we get. We have some strange looks with Danielle and Ben, and
Yeah.
He addresses Alex. He doesn't. I mean, Carl kind of stands there and asks him stuff, and he looks up to look at Carl, but his attention's focused on Alex. He really tells her to go there. I don't think he explicitly said, he did say your mother will protect you, but I don't think he explicitly said these other two can go to the temple also. So I get the vaguest sense that maybe he's setting something up here. Yeah, the only reason, I didn't think that the first time. I thought it the second time when I knew something was going to happen.
Well, he does tell Carl, Carl says, well, why can't everyone come, Hurley, Claire, and the baby? And he says, well, it's not for them, it's for us, Carl.
Yeah, you're right.
He includes him in that, and I thought it was strange that, even the first time I saw this scene, I thought it was strange that Rousseau would be allowed to go because she's not one of them, really.
Definitely not.
And I thought it was like, well, he makes a point about, your mother will protect you, and I figured, okay, well, maybe he's making an exception because, Rousseau is as much as another as you can get in terms of being on the island and living on the island and not really having, any sort of interest, really, I think, of trying to leave or, she's got no ties with anyone who wants to hurt the island. So it's like, she's just as good as, if they can take Cindy, they can take her,
Yeah, definitely.
So, yeah, obviously what we're getting at here is there's two ways to go. Either Ben set them up, Ben knew that and there's another fork in the road here, either the others shot shot Carl and Russo, or my opinion is that Keeney and Omar shot Alex and Russo, the freighter team, and I said Alex again, shot Carl and Russo.
Yeah, so that's a possibility that this maybe this is the little mission that Frank went on.
Exactly, that's what I feel like it is. It's the, Frank said a couple episodes ago that he, where's the helicopter? And they said, well, he ran an errand. And it's like, well, he landed on the island. And, this whole scene, this thing, we saw Keeney and Omar, shooting at stuff. And that's, before that, we didn't know what their real function was.
That's
and
true.
And now we know, okay, well, they're the guys with the guns.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll talk more about it. But it's either, the two big questions are who shot Carl and Alex. Who shot Alex and Rousseau? And
Rousseau and Carl.
Yeah.
Almost.
Did I say it wrong again?
You said Rousseau and Alex.
Okay. Rousseau and Carl.
There were three ways you could have said it. And
yeah, see, I always want to say Danielle, but I end up saying Rousseau, and that changes my...
I see.
So, okay, so who shot those people, and did Ben set them up or not?
Right.
And I think if Ben set them up, then it's more likely that, or it might be more likely that the others shot them. But it could still go either way, depending on what Ben knows.
Mhm.
So, but anyway, we'll talk more about that when.
Yeah, I think we should wait, but I think there's slight like suggestions both ways.
Mm-hmm.
I think they do want you to think about it, but whatever. We'll talk about it when we get there.
And I just want to leave you with this one question.
Okay.
If Ben set, here's the thing that makes it seem like, okay, if Ben set them up, if he knew that they were going to die, then it seems like it is the others, because you would think he would want Alex to go to the temple, so she would be saved. So if he sets her up, but it's, the freighter people who capture her, then she's not going to the temple.
Mhm.
And maybe he wants that. I mean, maybe he knows they won't kill her. He can buy some time. He can do whatever. But
yeah, he said in the season 3 finale when he was taking, he went with Alex to meet the group that was going to the tower, and he was like, I'm delivering you to your new family. I mean, he basically disowned her.
mm-hmm.
Going to drop her off. But then all this other stuff happened, and now they're living together just because they both ended up in the same group, and so yeah, it's possible. But I did get the sense there was that other scene where he was telling Alex to run away, with seemingly no motive to do that.
That's the thing. It's like, does he really love her or not? That's another question too. Is at this point, you're right, he did kind of disown her. At this point, is he using her to buy some time with the freighter people, or does he really want her to get to safety? Does he really care, if she's alive or not?
Yeah, and I'm not sure. I think he does.
I think he does, but I feel like he might not. He might be the kind of person who could just put aside all his feelings that he's garnered for her.
Yeah, it's possible.
And it's over now. Okay, she's one of them now, and I'm gonna do whatever it takes to do what I need to do, even if I have to use her.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for Ben, that's definitely a possibility.
Yeah. How about going to the next scene? Is that a possibility?
No, I'm afraid not.
Oh, crap. We're stuck here forever.
Yeah, we're just going to have to talk about Miles and Locke and Sawyer for the rest of the podcast.
No!
Ooh, it's going to be a long one.
Yep, strap in, guys.
Yeah. What scene we just did the Ben Danielle scene, right? Yeah, okay. Ugh, wrong one. So anyway, back, right, so we're on the boat. Saeed and Desmond, after a bit of, I guess Saeed asked someone, they go to see Michael in the engine room, I guess?
Yep.
Michael sends the other crew member who's there working away to get a part, which...
I think that's the next, isn't that the other scene when they, what am I looking at? Oh, sorry, I got confused where you were.
Okay.
Go ahead. I was thinking of something else, and I was like, wait, that happens here?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, okay. You done that.
Yeah. So he said, right, he sends the other guy away. He stays away for a very long time.
He can't find that part, man.
Michael, tells...
Maybe he sent him to...
an apparently really long story while he's gone.
He tells them the longest story, yeah. Maybe Mike, he told them to go get it, that they needed a pressure valve. Maybe he, knows there aren't any more pressure valves.
Yeah.
Or that they're not in the supply room or something. I don't know. Michael seemed to think pretty quick on his feet. I was actually surprised when he said, "Can I help you?" Because I was thinking, what is Michael going to say?
Mm-hmm.
And he just pretends he's just working and he doesn't know these guys. And I was like, oh, well, that's a simple, smart thing to say.
Yeah.
Because you see that look on Saeed's face. They're confronting him, and it's like, it's going to be like,
just, blah!
Yeah, exactly. What do you don't, I don't know what I thought he could do, but I was just like, what is he going to say? And
I think that's what I would do if I were in that situation.
Yeah.
I think I'd just, Saeed would walk in and just be like, ah! I'm Michael!
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you wouldn't know what to do because the other guy's there, and it's just you don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah, I know. It would be so frightening to me. I'd just lose it.
Yeah.
I can't even. But yeah, no, he plays it pretty well. He keeps the thing going. And
Definitely.
yeah, I never thought about. I just thought it was a weird contrivance, that he didn't show back up. But it would be nice if he actually, let him away that long on purpose.
Yeah.
I'd be impressed. But Michael's pulled off some amazing stuff in this episode. So
Well, did he?
Got to give him credit. Well, at the very least, the unexplained, voyage from the little boat they were on to New York with assumed identities.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he did that himself, it's pretty good, I'd say.
Yeah. Hey, it's really good if he did that himself. I'd give him a lot of points.
Yeah, and he really shouldn't know how to do that either. He was not in a position to learn those things. But anyway, where are we? What's going on? Oh, what happened? I keep getting...
You know what? I just thought of a really simple idea of how he got home.
Okay.
Remember when Ben said, follow this course and you'll find rescue?
Mm-hmm.
What if he just, went to like a shipping lane or something and got picked up and he just, he already had come up with the idea he was going to use a fake name, when they said, what's your name, man? They rescue them basically. What's your name? And he just makes up Kevin Johnson and he says we were on a blah 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 and we ran out of blah 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 and he just kind of like, and maybe like the people he meets on the rescue boat, or Americans or something, or some sort of way they can help them get back. Where he doesn't have to really go through official channels. Like he doesn't have to go, like rescue isn't the Coast Guard or something, it's just someone else, And it's like, hey, well, and he's like, I don't have, I don't have money or whatever, and they're like, well, this barge, here's a barge that's going to go to, whatever, place that may be in America or something, and you guys can stow on that and blah, 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 I don't know. It just dawned on me that that he can get help from
without getting an official organization involved.
Yeah, exactly, and without the help coming from like Ben or directly from Ben or Tom, like he just might, But that's the thing, like and that's the thing. Another thing I want to talk about, maybe just pin this to talk about later, is when did Ben know he wanted to use Michael? Like, was this the plan all along? Was he always going to say, well, I might need him, or just in case I need him, let's tail him? Or, when did he decide to get Michael involved? Because I feel like if he knew in any way that he might need Michael in the future, then he would be invested in making sure Michael got back safely. Mm-hmm. And he might help him along to do that, even behind the scenes. At least, at the very least, to fulfill his promise, because I think that's what they say I think that's what he said when he was on the dock, is we made a promise and we keep our promises,
Yeah.
And so to fulfill the promise, I feel like he, would want to kind of do that too. But so anyway, we can talk about that when we bring up the whole Michael crap, but. Because there's a lot there. There's a lot there with Ben and what he's doing.
There's a lot there. He's got his hand in everything.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Plot-wise.
I put my hand in this. I put my hand in that. I just see him like with his hand in things, and I don't want to think about that.
Yeah, I don't either. But I started to, and I wished I hadn't used that particular.
Yeah, me too. Why did you have to
expression?
Say that?
It just came out. It seemed like the right thing, but no.
Anybody else, it would have been fine, but to say Ben has his hand in everything, it means more somehow.
Yeah, I agree. It's not a good one.
All right.
He's involved in a lot of stuff, that's all.
Yeah, he's involved in a lot of stuff.
Right. Oh, okay. So he sends a crew member away. Then Saeed, very forcefully confronts Michael, and he wants to know how Michael got on the boat.
Mm-hmm.
So this is set up for the flashback. Do you want to say something about that scene, or should I just?
Yeah, no, I thought we had already finished that scene, but I guess we just finished that last.
Yeah, I had to do the transition. Okay.
Well, the only other thing I wanted to say, very small, is that is when Saeed says, Michael says you won't understand, and Saeed says I'll understand perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
It reminds me of when when Charlotte and Dan was like, you won't understand about the time differential, and Juliet was like, yeah, I will, just speak real slow.
Yeah.
They're doing that this season.
Mm-hmm.
You won't understand. Well, how about you just tell me, and maybe I will.
Yeah, and in the past they've done that a lot. Like, I can't explain. You can't. It's complicated. You'll never get it. And especially with like the other situations where like Cindy says something like that to Jack.
Yeah.
It's just so complicated and difficult to explain. You couldn't possibly understand.
It's like, well, Cindy, have you ever tried? Well, no. Okay,
Yeah.
let me try. They abducted me, and they have a really nice loft that I get to live in.
Yeah.
They have free muffins all the time. That's all I need.
I think that's how hard it is. But
yeah.
Jack just was not up for the challenge.
No.
He just.
I remember thinking that episode was going to be so weird.
Yeah.
When we saw the promo and you saw Jack like in a cage, you didn't know why he was in the, it's like he's in a cage and like, and then Cindy's there.
And what are you doing here? We're here to watch.
Oh my God.
It was
and she says it like suspiciously.
Yeah, it was like, whoa.
Like,
it made it seem way cooler than it was.
She should have said we're here for the the judgment or the hearing or the it's so weird. Yeah,
they're just there. They're just there for Juliet's trial. Like there's nothing like, I don't know, mysterious or like ominous about it. Like it seems when you cut it there.
Mhm.
Because, like, in the actual episode, she says that, and he's like, well, go watch it then, and everybody just kind of mills away. It's not really,
Yeah. He didn't say what it was. I mean, he didn't ask what it was, or, like, like, what do you mean? And
yeah, no. That was back when Jack would just yell at you,
Yeah.
All
he was
the
so frustrated. He would just, he was a yeller, man.
They're just... anything. You would be mid-sentence and he would just yell something at you. So
yeah, definitely.
He wasn't asking questions.
Mm-mm.
He was just gonna yell at everybody. So
yeah.
Anyway, that is one of the things. It's the general tone of this season. Just a lot more information quickly spread and shared and given. So
spread and shared and given.
That's nice.
That's a lot.
Okay, so did you have a comment? Did I interrupt you? I can't.
No, let's go to the next scene.
Okay, the next scene, Michael. It's a flashback. It's the flashback begins, I guess. Michael's sitting in a modest apartment.
Modest is being modest. No.
Yeah, I mean the walls are a little sketchy, but for New York, it was okay.
His kitchen looks like his bathroom, so
yeah, that's a bad part sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes you get those.
But yeah, I mean I'm sure it's probably still pretty pricey, but yeah, not the nicer. I could live there. That's all I'm saying. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I don't want to.
Is this a mark of quality?
Yeah, I guess so.
I can live there.
Well, it's I don't know. It's some kind of measure in my mind.
Yeah.
I can live there, and that's I don't know. That's some number of points.
His faucet drips.
Oh, really? That's bad. I have to get.
I mean, like it wasn't even dripping. It's just, I mean, the drip was so bad it was like a constant pour. Did you notice that little shot?
Oh, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's really bad.
And it's hard in New York. Like all those things are awful to get dealt with because. There are all these old buildings, old pipes, everything's fucked up. And,
yeah.
If they come in to fix something, they're probably just going to flood the whole place. Yeah,
New York, the city of cities.
Yeah.
Or our plumbing is as old as the theater.
That's right. Oh, God, yeah, no, it's just a very decaying city, I think.
Yeah.
Anyway, Right. So he's Michael's sitting and writing on a notepad. He leaves the apartment and gets in a car. He pins the note to himself and drives away. And slowly, sort of, we realize he's going to just drive himself into a dumpster, I guess. At high speed. This is a suicide attempt. He probably pinned a suicide note to him, and so anyway, he drives right into the thing, and the car, crashes into it, and we get a little shot of him sort of in silhouette sitting there, and then we cut over to the hospital. Should I continue, or do you have any thoughts about that?
I got a little bit about this part. First, I think it was supposed to be a shipping container that he hit because he's down at the dock.
Oh, is that what it was? Yeah.
And it really confused me. I'm like, why did he drive all the way down to the docks to hit? Because when he was driving, and then when he got to the docks, I thought, oh, okay, he's going to drown himself. He's going to drive into the water, high speed, and just drown himself. And then he hits the thing. And I'm like, why did you drive all the way down to the docks to hit, basically a wall? Why didn't you just run into a wall in the city somewhere? That was weird to me, that he chose that place as the thing to hit.
Well, I guess I figured he wanted something out of the way, some place where he knew he could kind of build up speed and hit something without dealing with a lot of traffic. Maybe he knew about this place.
Yeah, sure, we could speculate of all that. I'm sure there's, as late as this was at night, there's a place he could, just run into a wall somewhere. But maybe he didn't want to run into, like, a building or something.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's trying to minimize the damage to other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And potential dangers, problems with police.
Well, and I think the real answer is, it's less production cost to run into something like that than to run into, like, a building somewhere real. I think that's part of the problem, too.
Yeah.
Because I feel like if they really wanted him just to run into something, to me there's no real evidence that he's overly concerned about, all those things, But
I'm giving the benefit of the doubt, I guess.
Yeah, which is, it's fair, it's definitely fair. But I just thought it was strange.
Because I was just thinking if I was going to do it, like, I probably would try to find some remote area with a long strip where I could get the speed up, but, like, not have people walking everywhere. In New York, like, driving is ridiculous, even in, like, less dense areas. And so I could imagine trying to find some place that's really isolated to do it. And also, I can imagine worrying about hitting a building and,
But to me, the weird thing is, like, how, the severity of the impact is also going to be, it's not just about how fast he's going in the car, it's about, what's in that shipping container. If it's empty, the outcome of the crash isn't going to be as intense as if that thing is filled with, I don't know, gold bricks or something, like, it's just going to be a completely kind of different accident. And so that was the other thing, too, was like, okay, you hit this thing, but you don't really know, what it's really going to do with the building. The building's not going to move, you know what I mean? With the sort of freestanding object, he's rolling the dice on his death. Which might be a good time to roll the dice, because you might end up living. Which you might not want, but it might be the best thing, because you need to be a spy on the boat.
That's right.
But I want to say that that the fact that he hit this in particular is an addendum to a theory I have in general about Michael's alleged inability to die. So I just want to give this as evidence, A, that the thing he hit is up to question on, what was in it / if it was a building, I would say there's less to question about the crash, you know what I mean? But it wasn't a building that he hit. So I feel like he has a better chance of surviving.
You really want it to be a building.
Well, I mean, usually when, if you want to run into something and hit your car and not hurt anybody else, you would run into a building. I mean, you wouldn't run into another car. You wouldn't, I mean, what else would you run into? A huge stationary object, there's not that many of them big enough to not hurt somebody. You wouldn't run into a house, So I don't know what else it would be but a building.
Mhm.
He could run into a dumpster, but that would probably be in an alley somewhere, or maybe he doesn't, like you said, want to be around people, but there could have been bums living in that shipping container. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just want to say that
it's really not the best way to kill yourself.
No, it's not. But I just want to say that as part of my evidence that I will be bringing up about his alleged inability to die.
But I, both the ghost Libby and the real nurse comment about how lucky he is to be alive.
Oh, that's just something they say.
And I take that to mean like we're supposed to believe that he would have died were it not for,
Mhm.
I
think, but
regardless of
yeah,
whatever
I think he is. Yeah, I think he is lucky to be alive, regardless of how he's alive. If it is just luck, if it's just coincidence, or if it's.
But they say something like it's a miracle or something like that. What's the line? Yeah.
Are we there yet? Are we on? We're almost on that scene.
Oh, okay. Libby says it's a miracle. The nurse says you're lucky.
Mhm. Yeah, and I mean, what are you going to do with Libby? I mean, we don't even know what she is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I want to talk about that later, kind of, but
okay.
But not now. I think that's a separate topic. But yeah, so I guess your theory is that he.
Well, I don't want to get into the whole theory yet, but
even assuming ordinary physics, no island intervention, he wouldn't have died anyway. Exactly the same thing would have happened.
I'm saying it could be. I'm saying it happens that people do things. They try to kill themselves and it doesn't work out.
And they fail,
are lucky. Yeah, and I'm just saying just because we saw this and he was lucky, I'm sorry, that he didn't die. We saw this, he didn't die. I think they want us to put that in the pile of evidence that says, he can't die. But I'm just saying, hey, look at what he hit, first and foremost, and then second, stuff happens. People get lucky.
Mhm.
And then the other evidence about the gun, I have a thing about that too. So,
okay.
So yeah.
So he's just either, is it a trick or is it he's just getting lucky a lot?
I think it might be a combination of things. But I think for my theory, he got lucky once. This is the only time he got lucky. There's another explanation for the gun thing.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get there. Yeah. Where am I? Okay. So he wakes up in a hospital.
Mm-hmm.
A nurse comes in, speaking off screen, which is a bad sign.
Yeah, and when she sounds like Libby, it's also a bad sign.
Yeah. And it turns out that that's not just any nurse. That's Libby, and she brought some blankets. And
I forgot it was blankets.
Yeah, it was totally blankets.
Oh, that's so funny. I wasn't even thinking about that till you said it.
That was the first thing. I was like, the blankets again.
The blankets. Libby's like, where's the picnic? Am I too late?
Yeah, I know. Oh, God.
Oh, man.
It's really sad. Sad ghost Libby.
Yeah.
So Michael gets scared, understandably. Libby disappears, always a sign something's not real. A real nurse enters, checks his little IV drip thing, and questions him a bit. She says, do you want me to call Walt? Apparently Walt was the person to whom the letter that he pinned to his chest was addressed. That sentence was poorly phrased. Anyway, Michael says no. And
no.
And that's the end of that scene.
Here's a quick question. If he didn't give anyone his name and they didn't, get the name off of the registration of the car or any ID, they said they didn't have any ID, he didn't have any ID on him. How was Walt supposed to get the note if he didn't identify who he was?
Oops. Yeah, it's totally
See, guys,
a plot hole.
when you plan your death, you got to make sure you get through all the different lines of thought here. They would have just put him down as a John Doe, and no one, and then would have never figured out what happened to him.
Because Walt isn't even going by his name.
Yeah,
even if he were, it'd be dicey, but he's not.
Yeah.
He's not allowed to be Walt. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a plot hole because they have to.
It's like double, actually. Now that you mentioned the name change, it's like not only did he not leave his fake name to get to Walt under the fake name of whatever Walt's fake name is, but he used Walt's real name, which even if they connected Kevin Johnson to, and that's the other thing, Kevin Johnson has no ties really to the grandmother. Because that's not her name, that's not her thing.
Yeah, he really should have, mailed the letter.
He really should have just mailed the letter.
That would have been a lot better.
He can't mail the letter because he doesn't die.
Yeah.
And they don't want it to have the whole thing where Walt has to read it and go through that whole thing and get the whole issue. So they can't have him mail it. All they have to do is have him pin it on him, and we're just not supposed to think about the fact that Walt would have never gotten the letter.
That definitely wouldn't have got delivered.
Never would have got it.
Well, okay, how about this? Is it possible that, I don't know what they're going to do, but is it possible that, when his mom and whatever hears about him dying or finds out somehow, maybe she could go claim his stuff?
How would she find out about him dying? Unless she hasn't heard from Michael in a while and, decides to, maybe she knows where he lives and she checks out his house or something, or maybe the landlord, if he had died, if the landlord calls and says, you're put down as, whatever relative and this guy hasn't paid his rent X amount of months, we don't know where he is, the place is abandoned, and then she starts calling hospitals to figure out what happened to her son. And I don't know, she would have to go through all this just to come across a John Doe, and I feel like this would have taken a while. I don't know how she would have found out, Presumably the car that he was driving isn't registered to Michael Dawson, who should be dead. If it's registered to Michael Dawson. If it's under his real fake, his sort of fake name, his alias Kevin Johnson, then I don't see how that's going to get back to the grandmother unless Johnson is the grandmother's last name, or there's some, or Kevin Johnson has some paper trail to his grandmother, which I don't, that seems a little tenuous to me. He would be careful about the identity situation, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, if she found out somehow, then I'm thinking that
she would have to prove that she's Kevin Johnson's next of kin.
Yeah.
And I don't even know how she would do that. I don't know what proof is really necessary that she would have, So I don't know. I mean, I think her finding out would probably not happen, but even if some way, we'll just get past that. If some way she found out, and she could, she could maybe, I don't know. She can obviously that's the big thing is her finding out. I think once she found out, she's a lot closer to getting the note, you know what I mean, and giving it to Walt once she finds out. Because she could just say, honey, that's my baby, and blah blah blah, and I don't have any proof, and I just need to see him, and blah, you know what I mean? She could find some sweet nurse or whatever who just lets her get the whatever could happen, but I think the biggest problem is her finding out.
Yeah, I feel like she could find out. It's not that easy. The main reason the only reason that I'm suspicious about her finding out is because the relationship they're shown to have is not a very. I don't get the sense they have a lot of contact, you know, if he were in regular contact with her, I could see, you know, she didn't hear from him for a while, and you know.
Exactly, which is another reason I think she wouldn't really find out. Why do you think she would find out? Are you just saying there could be just some random
you know,
way?
if she and him were in close contact, she didn't hear from him for a while. You know, I think she would start to get worried if it just sort of came out of the blue. And you know, maybe she knows where he lives or whatever, and could forget he's not there. And you know, maybe she knows what his car looks like. You know, he comes to visit her. Like maybe she can like track him down that way.
Well, but he isn't in close contact with her, first and foremost. Second of all, you said she would, like I said that too, like maybe he knows where she lives and she got a call. But that's the thing, if she doesn't know,
maybe the car was hers.
First of all, he would have died without any, presumably, the way they present it, without any name trace. So first and foremost, she would have had any name to go over. Okay, if they found out he was Kevin Johnson, then she has to figure out how to find, you know, this Kevin Johnson person, what hospitals to call, like, you know what I mean? It's not like, I mean, accidents and John Doe's happen all the time. And this is New York. You know, how many millions of people are there? I mean, she would have to do a lot, you know. And this is Michael, who's already, you know, left, presumably showed up, you know, and then she thought he was dead for a while. And now after this big confrontation, you know, he's kind of like, you know, dead again, you know, so, or off the face of the earth. So she might be like good riddance, or like he'll come back and she might not ever find out, you know, because at a certain point the body would not be in the hospital anymore, and she would just, you know, she wouldn't have any way of verifying the body.
Okay.
So it's pretty, I don't realistically think she would have ever found out, especially since, you know, they didn't even know his name. She wouldn't have anything to go on.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think they could have, I don't know what else they would have done, considering they don't want Walt to get the note because he doesn't die. I think that's why there's a problem here, is because they're trying to present something that they don't even want to happen. So they're not really trying to make it work, I think. You know, they're trying to make work is what they want to happen, and which is what happens, you know.
Mm-hmm.
If they wanted Walt to find out, they would have made that happen. So I figure like the way they wrote it, he wouldn't have found out, but that's not what they wanted, so it kind of makes sense in a weird way.
Okay.
So next scene.
Any thoughts about Libby?
I do have thoughts about Libby. I think that Libby is completely in his head.
Okay, yeah. I agree. Oh, is that it?
Well, it's his guilt. I
Yeah.
think it's manifested by his guilt. I mean, I think you know, if anyone wants to say it's, you know, sort of, you know, these visions are predicated by the island or the fact that he's about to sort of return to the island, I would say maybe there's some sort of influence but I feel like it's still in his head. I don't think these are island apparitions that we've come to know them. I feel like it's, you know, the fact that the last image he saw of Libby was her carrying blankets, and that's the first image he sees of her after this traumatic event. I just don't think that's something Smokey would do or Jacob would do or you know, whatever caused the apparitions. So I think Libby's all in his head.
Okay.
And the other, I mean, I can talk about it later too, but you know, the other scene with Libby when he's about to press the bomb, I think, you know, if that's an island apparition, it doesn't make any sense what she's saying.
It makes much more sense if she's in his head.
Yeah.
Saying that to himself, sort of.
Yeah.
I agree. It kind of bugs me that, I mean, well, it probably is better to be haunted by one ghost, but it kind of bugs me that, you know, Ana Lucia is nowhere to be found. Like it makes it seem like he's just guilty about shooting Libby. Like, Ana Lucia, bow, you know, whatever.
I feel like he is more guilty. I feel like somehow, at the very least, when he shot Ana Lucia, he made the decision to shoot her at some point.
Mm-hmm.
When he shot Libby, that was pure accidental. He didn't mean to do that. He didn't think about it. I feel like he should be obviously feel guilty about both, but I feel like there's some special guilt And I feel like there's another special guilt about deciding to kill someone.
Yeah,
there's
no,
a
I was
special
going to
guilt
say, that should have
about
some
active,
guilt, too.
you know, that should have, but I feel like there's something special about, you know, you were just totally innocent. You weren't in my way, or, you know, I didn't feel like you were in my way to accomplishing my goal. You were just an innocent casualty that didn't have to happen, that, like, if Hurley hadn't planned that picnic, you wouldn't have died. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like there's something there, but yeah, it is weird. I did not expect to see Anna Lucia. I'm like, yeah, they picked Libby. I'm like, they're not having both of these people back during this episode. No way.
Yeah, I don't think she's coming back ever.
Mm-mm. No.
They said a lot of stuff, but I think she's done.
Yeah, she's done.
I think Echo's done too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd buy that. Some of those people I don't really see coming, like, even for cameo. I just don't, like, see them coming back, you know?
Yeah. Well, there's some people, like, you know, Boone or whatever, Ars, like Ethan, like, these people I think we have a great chance of seeing again. Yeah. But, because I feel like I don't know, they're sort of into continuing to do it, but I think her and Echo, the guy who plays Echo, we're done. They're just like, I'm done. No more loss. Mhm. I don't think they have any interest in coming back. Yeah. Pure speculation on my part, but it's a sense I got from what they said and what was said about them. Yeah. Right about that. So, yeah. Anyway, but it just kind of bugs me. It just because I feel like. You know, I feel like if she wanted to come back, I feel like they'd do something with her. You know, and it's just like, I don't know. It's one of those things, but whatever. I'll take it. I agree. It's in his head. But just because you know these things happen, and you know, it would be nice if they all had exactly the same explanation. Yeah, that would be very nice. We'll get to that later because they don't clearly. All right. Oh, okay. So Michael said no, don't call Walt. That's the end of the last scene. So in the next scene, he's walking up to a house, and he knocks on the front door, and his mother, who we haven't met, and I don't think gets a name, says that he can't come in, that Walt doesn't want to see Michael. She mentions that the 815 wreckage was found and everyone on the plane was supposed to be dead. Michael and Walt are not going by their real names. Walt wakes up or screaming at night. He's having nightmares or something. And this mom here wants an explanation. Or Michael can't see Walt. That's the situation. So Michael is not going to explain. So he just says, "Will you tell him I love him?" She agrees to do that. So she goes back in the house. Michael walks away, but as he's walking away, he sees Walt take a quick peek at him from an upstairs window. So that's that.
All right, that's that scene. I really liked Michael's mother. I like how she played the little role, and at the end when he says, you know, will you tell him I love him, and she the way she like delivers, yeah, you know, I just kind of expect her to say like, you know, after berating him this whole thing, I was just thinking like, you know, yeah, I'll tell him you love him, you know, I'm not a bitch, I'm a grandmother, you know, it's like I'm not being like this because I'm a mean person, I'm being like this because I love my grandson and I care about you, you know. Yeah. I agree. It was pretty nicely nuanced for a little character like this. For just a grandma character, you know what I mean? I'm like, wow, she did, and like some of the way she said her lines, like I forgot what word it was, but she kind of like said it in this like hushed tone, like it was just like really well done for like a very small part. Yeah. A lot of those guest stars come in, and I get the sense they just flew into Hawaii for a vacation, and you know, I don't know, they don't necessarily commit as much. And thinking about this scene gave me another idea of how Michael got home, and I think this is my prevailing theory now. He got back to I change theories every scene. He got back to some mainland, some place where he can make a phone call, and he called his grandmother. I mean, he called his mother, and he said, "I'm in X and X place. I need you to send me money. I need to get home, and I'll tell you. You know, I'll explain when I get there." The end. Case closed.
Yeah.
I don't know why I didn't think of that before. Hey, call the person who's helping out now. You know.
Yeah.
Because I just thought of it. When she says you show up here fine and dandy, you know, but I can't tell anybody, I'm thinking, oh, yeah, maybe he called her, you know. Because I could see him showing up on her steps, and it's like, what the crap?
Yeah, exactly. One thing that sort of bugs me about this scene is, you know, she mentions the wreckage being found, and in a later scene we see Michael see a news report about the wreckage being found, and he reacts to it like he's really surprised. You know, and I'm thinking, you know, you heard that a few scenes ago. Like,
oh, that's weird.
You know, yeah. It's like that's what stops him from killing himself. It's like you already knew that and you were killing yourself, so I don't know, you know.
Maybe he just this is pure speculation mode. Maybe he already knew, but the fact that it came on then is important, or, you know, like you know, I don't remember how they played that off. If they played it off like that was the first broadcast of that information, then that's bad. But
I mean, the news was reporting like the wreckage has been found. You know, I mean that's, you know,
that's pretty.
It's if this is a story that's already been covered. I mean that's, you know, they weren't giving an update.
Why would they? Then what do you think? Like they just are. I mean, the scenes couldn't be switched around.
That's what I was gonna say. One guess I had is some kind of like maybe this scene originally went after he talks to Tom. Like he went to see Walt before he was gonna leave or something like that. Like
yeah,
that was the idea.
You know, it works better dramatically to have, you know, Michael be shunned by his grandmother / Walt, and then want to go kill himself. But maybe, so maybe that's why they rearranged it.
Just because that would at least make it sort of work. And I don't think there's anything in that scene that, you know, couldn't have happened. But I agree, it did work better that way.
Yeah, it just works better. Maybe they were like, I don't know, that maybe in editing it got switched around, and originally they wrote it the other way, but you don't want to have. It's weird because the whole thing with Tom and that's a specific sequence of events though. It would have to been completely after the whole Tom thing.
Yeah.
And then he would have what? So after Tom basically says you need to be the man on the boat so you can kill everybody, then at some point before Michael leaves, he goes to see Walt, and then
I'm guessing
I can see that happening. I can see him going to see him before he goes on this big trip.
Yeah. Big dangerous thing. Like
yeah,
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I could see that too. They just maybe switched it around.
It works this way too. It's just that one line is kind of off.
Yeah.
Yeah, because in this case, it provides that motivation for further motivation for the whole thing with the gun.
Mhm. And for Michael's mother scene, the line about the plane being found provides support of why she's so upset. Yeah. You know, she's basically rattling off why they're in this predicament.
Yeah.
And that's a big one, is that, you know, you're supposed to be dead and something's going on here. And all right, you want to the next scene?
Yeah. Okay. Oh, the Walt. I'm not sure if that's the real actor or not. I kind of think it isn't. His name's not in the credits. A lot of people think they got kind of a look-alike actor. It's not quite. Like, I've seen the pictures, and I don't know. It's a far-away shot. It's hard for me to really tell, but it kind of does look younger than I think the real Walt looks. So it might not actually be him. Yeah.
Yeah, this kid, the first time I saw it, I thought, I didn't think anything of it, and then the second time I was like, wow, he looks noticeably not like, original Walt. And but you only see him for half a second, and he did look different. Like he looked different than when we last saw him on Lost.
Yeah.
And so maybe they did get a different actor.
Yeah, I think. I think.
I mean, I guess no one is credited as Walt in this episode.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
But it is, a lineless cameo. I mean.
Yeah.
Like there was that episode that we were just talking about with Jack, and Cindy brings up those kids, and they played it where one of the kids wanted to ask a question, but she whispers it in Cindy's ear so Cindy can ask Jack. And I remember at the time you were like, they probably did that so the kid wouldn't get lines.
Did I say that?
Yeah.
That was interesting.
That it was, significantly more expensive if they get lines.
Yeah, I have heard that, yeah.
And so, and those kids like totally didn't get credit, and they were in it as much as this Walt was.
Mhm.
I'd say more really.
Yeah.
So like some people don't get credit, but it seems to me like if it were the real Walt, he would get credit.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Unless they were, and I would say the only reason they wouldn't is if they're trying to, trick the audience, but they don't seem to really care about that in terms of
No, they've said like it's a contractual thing.
Yeah, exactly.
That they just have to put it up there. So so I can't imagine they start doing that now, but it is a short thing, so maybe they didn't have to. I don't know. Anyway, I just wanted to quickly bring that up.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, because I was just thinking about the next scene is when he goes to get the gun, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that also makes sense in terms of, he talks to Tom. Tom says you got to go on this mission. Then he goes to talk to Walt, and one last time it doesn't work out, and then he goes to buy the gun. I think that really works. Yeah. I'd love to find out if they really did write it that way, and it just got switched around in editing or something. Because it definitely seems to work the other way.
Yeah. It'd be nice to know. It could just be a fuck up. I mean, they've done that before, but.
Oh no, never.
Uh-huh.
You're thinking of another show.
Oh, okay.
You're thinking of Heroes.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of Heroes.
That's
good. I'm glad you reminded me.
Lost has never made a mistake, and there are no paradoxes in their time travel.
Oh God. What are we doing?
Next scene.
Okay. What scene did we just talk about?
We talked about the one where he went to go see his mother.
Yeah. Okay. So in the next scene, Michael goes into a pawn shop to pawn Pike's watch. You all remember the watch? It was a huge thing in season 1. It went through all kinds of whatever.
Son's dad's watch?
Yeah, son's dad's watch. That I guess he attacked Michael for it originally, and they all we're trying to figure out what he did, and
that's when he spent the time in the handcuffs, huh?
Yeah, that's when he originally got the handcuffs on him, and I think that's the plot that brought Son out to speak English, and and eventually we learned it was Pike's, and he was delivering it, and
here's a question,
and he gives it to Michael later.
What if this watch? It's not. I don't think it is. But what if this watch was the same watch somehow that Christian gave Jack in that webisode?
Oh. That would be weird. Because that was in a flashback. He shouldn't have Son's dad's watch.
Maybe Jack pawned it, and it made its way to Korea.
Okay. First stop pawn shop in.
Maybe Jack. Hey, how about this?
Here we go.
Jack.
I know where you're going.
Huh? You do?
I think I do.
Maybe Christian on one of his drinking benders went to Korea or went to some place, and Jack had to go get him. You know, like they set up in season 1, and he lost the watch there. I mean, why would Pike have a watch someone lost? You know?
Yeah, I get
weird.
the sense he bought it and had it engraved.
But there was some weirdness with the watches, because wasn't Jen supposed to go deliver watches to some business people?
Yeah.
Wasn't that a thing? There's a thing about the watches.
Yeah, he was supposed to deliver this watch. I think the errand was roughly similar to the Panda errand that we saw him make. You know, he was he was gonna give this to one of his associates as a token thing,
as a bribe
to form a business relationship or whatever. So I think that was the idea. But then Jin, I think the way they left off, Sun and Jin were gonna run away, but one of Pike's guys met him at the airport in the bathroom, and it was like, we're watching you, and you don't try to run away, we'll get you, blah blah blah. And that was really the note that they got on the plane on. So I don't know. I guess Jin's not even going to get off the island, so it doesn't really matter for him, but that's what he would have been facing if he had gone back to the real world. So yeah, but his watch ends up here in a crappy New York pawn shop getting traded for a gun. So
oh, life is good.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Did you have something else you wanted to say? Did I run over something?
No, I don't think you really finished the scene, did you?
Okay, no, I didn't. I thought maybe you had a comment that I interrupted or something.
No, that I can think of.
Okay. Okay, so he's in the pawn shop. He wants to trade the watch for a gun. So he does. He gets the gun. He goes into an alleyway to shoot himself. He loads the gun and is he puts it up, under the old under the chin thing. And then Tom shows up, stopping him from. What am I reading? He's about to shoot himself when Tom interrupts him. After Michael, it's Tom, and then we go to commercial. After Michael tries to fight Tom, he hits him with a bottle. It's a whole thing. There's a shot fired in this scuffle. I was never exactly clear the two times I watched it if Tom had a gun or if he took Michael's gun and shot it.
And I will tell you exactly what happened.
All right. Well, okay. You want to go ahead and tell me, or should I finish the scene?
Yeah, you can finish the scene.
Okay. Tom reveals that they want Michael's help. Tom intuits that, or knows somehow that Michael told Walt that he killed Anna Lucia and Libby. And Tom says that Michael can't kill himself because the island won't let you. He says you have work to do, that old thing. And he leaves saying he'll be at this hotel for Michael to contact him if he's interested, I guess. So that's the scene.
There you go. Okay, so I got a couple things here. This scene, a really nice scene. I think has a lot going on, and where to start is really the question. Okay, so your first question was about so remember I was talking about this whole alleged Michael can't die thing. Okay. So here's a big part of this is where the theory really came from, is analyzing this scene and figuring out what was going on here. And part of it is, okay, what gun, what was that gun that Tom had? Was that Michael's gun? What happened to Michael's gun, or was that Tom's gun? So I watched this scene paying close attention to what happens with the gun, because here's basically my theory. My theory is that basically they knew what kind of, basically they've been following Michael. They know what he's up to. at least at some point in his getting back from the island. And sure, and of course, before Tom shows up, that they would, before that, be tailing him so they can figure out where he is, So, given that they know what he's been doing, they've been following him, and the idea that they know he went to this pawn shop. Now, I think that maybe they could have, maybe figured out what gun he bought, and then basically had another gun and did the old switcheroo. Because basically what happens in this scene is Michael tries to shoot Tom. Tom sort of knocks him out and grabs his gun basically. And then, when Michael gets back up off the floor, he hits Tom with the bottle, and then he's gonna cut him with the broken bottle. That's when Tom pulls out it's Michael's gun, basically, is sort of the answer to that question. Because I was thinking, man, Tom pulled out his gun really quick, or Tom really knew that it was time to pull out his gun, because it really was time to pull out his gun. But it's actually Michael's gun that he pulls out. And then here's the other thing. He gives the gun to Michael. He says, if you don't believe that you can't die, here, I'm going to give you your gun back. But what if that wasn't Michael's gun? What if that was some gun that they had fixed? We all know that a gun won't fire without the firing pin. Rousseau taught us that one as some of her crew member. What was his name? Robert? As Robert found out much to his dismay, if without that firing pin, you're shit out of luck. So I'm thinking it could be a real possibility, and then I will, of course, as any good reporter does, is tell you why it could probably be wrong, that's my theory. But I think it could be a possibility that they just pulled the old switcheroo, is that's not the gun that Michael originally had, and that's why it didn't go off. Because we never saw that gun go off after Michael tries to shoot Tom. Michael tries twice later, and the gun doesn't even. He tries once, and the second time he's about to do it, and the TV newscast comes on. So who knows what would happen that second time if he really, if there's something else going on here. So that's pretty much my theory with that. Is that the only crazy thing we've seen is really Michael, putting the gun to his head and it not working. Well, that can easily be pulled off. We've seen guns not work before. The other thing, the first thing with the car crash, like I said, that could be he just got lucky, and because I don't know how much time was supposed to have lapsed from his crash till now, but he looked like he got banged up pretty good, so it should be a few weeks. Did he? I don't even know what he didn't hurt his legs or anything, did he? Because he was just a neck brace and.
In the accident? In the thing?
Yeah, I guess not.
No, I don't think
you don't really see anything, but got a blanket over.
Yeah, he's severely injured in a way that doesn't inhibit him at all.
Yeah, exactly. He's the least severely injured you can be. Only the things that you don't really need. I think his appendix is really, really,
you don't want to
bad. See it. Yeah. I think his pinky toe is just totally wrecked. So anyway, that's my theory. And like I said, I think to me, what doesn't work about my theory is just the time frame. Is how would they have switched out a gun for an identical gun or one that looks just like it so quickly? It seems like after he bought the gun, he went straight to try to kill himself. I don't know how much time passed, but to me, that's the biggest factor in them not being able to switch the gun. Is because they probably wouldn't have been able to, know what gun it was. Unless, Jacob told them what gun it was going to be, but then it's okay, well, that's just silly.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the old switcheroo could be involved here. Because don't forget, we're dealing with people who like to trick people, Ben did that whole thing with, tricking Sawyer just to prove he could. And I think... what better way to make a person feel like they've got nothing to lose when you make them feel like they don't even have their life to lose, like they can't even kill themselves, And I think if you can pull that off, you can get people to do some crazy stuff. And here's the other thing: later when Tom says, what happened? Did it just go off? Did the bullet bounce out of your head, or did it just not fire? And I thought even that was sort of if this is a ruse, I thought it was sort of classic, like, what do they call it? It's a psychology thing, like when you basically, almost like a hypnotizing thing where they sort of implant suggestions in your head. Because basically he set up, you can't die. And to prove it to you, I'm going to give you this gun, or your gun back, and then you try to shoot yourself with it, okay? And then that sort of verifies that you can't die because it doesn't work. And so when Michael asks him about it, or when he brings it back up, Tom basically says two things. He says the miraculous thing, which is that the bullet bounced off your head, and then the second thing is what really happened was that the gun just didn't fire, which is the thing that kind of happens, can happen to a gun. You know what I mean? It can go bad if movies are correct. So that too, I thought seems like it could be in line of some sort of elaborate ruse going on to make Michael think. Because if I was in this situation, I would totally believe I couldn't die, just by everything that's going on.
Yeah, it's pretty convincing.
Yeah, I think and to me it's like, it's so convincing, and there was never any hint. It wasn't, oh man, maybe Michael can't die now. We haven't been spending weeks thinking of this idea that Michael can't die. They just come out of the blue and tell us that he can't die, and then show us that he can't die. Yeah,
and that's the thing. I get the sense that, he can't die until he does what he's supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's it. Not like he can't die forever,
Well, I mean, he can't die now. I mean, he can't die. Yeah, exactly. But that's what I'm saying. He can't die now, which is a huge thing. And I think that Ben is smart enough to pull something like this off, to think of a plan like this. And I'm not saying it's true, but I'm saying it could be possible, because here's the thing. If Tom never touched Michael's gun, I wouldn't even have this theory. But the fact that Tom has Michael's gun for a short period of time, very quickly, obviously, but he gets control of it, and then he hands Michael another gun. And it could be that he just handed him a gun that was very similar, I don't know. Maybe they were like, okay, well, he bought a gun or whatever, or maybe they knew, like, at some point, he was going to maybe try to kill himself this way, after him, because they already knew he tried to kill himself before. Which brings me to the other weird part about this scene was, okay, here it is. This is, maybe you can
if you're going to move to another topic, or are you?
Yeah, well, it's this scene, but...
Okay, but not the subject of whether Michael can't kill himself as a ruse or not.
No, not directly related.
Before we leave that, I just want to put in my thing. I will grant everything you said. It's a definite possibility. The evidence that's there is what it is. I mean, it could be the other way. It could be the other way. It also could be that that he truly, the island's intervening somehow. Mm-hmm. I like that idea better for a couple of reasons, and the fact that I like it doesn't make it true, but it's what I want to be true. So basically, first of all, the others playing tricks, I'm tired of. I don't need this like ridiculous elaborate trick. I mean, it's probably good for Michael, but like I just enough with that. Like they've done enough tricks for me. Already. I don't need to see more. The other thing is, I like the idea, that I think was set up by Hurley's thing and Jack's, more in a more roundabout way, not, supernatural. I mean, Hurley was seeing this vision of Charlie telling him that he has to go back. I mean, I don't think the others are setting that up, and so I like to think it ties in with that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
The island really does like want people back, and that's I feel like that's sort of independent of the others thing, and so I like to put Michael in there with that instead of, well, this time it's just a trick, but the island does want these other people.
And see, that's the thing. I feel like those two roads can diverge there. I feel like the island does want certain people back. I don't necessarily know that it wants Michael to do what Ben wants Michael to do. I feel like that's left to question, because we're not sure how in line Ben's motives are with the island's
That's
motives.
The thing. I do kind of assume that the island and Ben are on the same side.
Yeah, and I don't think it's necessarily true, because here's the thing. Why would Ben need, and this has been the question since Jacob and his powers since where he came up, why would Ben need Michael to go? Why would respectively both parties go through all this trouble to get Michael on this boat to press it to bomb them if Jacob has all this power? Why is that the best way to go about it? Is to get some guy who's not even really involved in anything, now, why re-involve him with things and get him to do all that? If you really got Jacob on your side, and obviously, an idea is that it's complicated, like Ben can't just ask Jacob to do things, or maybe he could before, and now Jacob, who knows what's going on with Ben and Jacob, but I feel like there's something with the idea that they went through all this trouble, and I feel like it makes more sense to me that they're orchestrating all this, and potentially he can die, and they're just setting this up because they need him for his own plans. I agree. I would rather it be that he can't die. I think that's awesome. I think it's important that we learn that the island has, specific influence outside the island. We heard about Juliet's sister being healed, but we never really got confirmation of that, like solid evidence. We saw footage of her, but whatever. But this was seemingly a clear case of the island having, effects outside of itself. And I think that's great, but I also think that there's a lot of weirdness going on with how they're approaching things. I mean, look at Ben. We talked before about how much he must love to, lie and scheme and do all this stuff. But I feel like at a certain point, like if he was a regular person, I think he is crazy, which is why I think, it's like this. But I feel like if he was just a normal person who believed in his convictions and was just strong, thought like I should do this and I should do that, and yes, he's scheming, yes, he's a liar, he's all those things, but he's like not crazy. I feel like he would sort of get tired of being in this position of always having to come up with these plans and things to get out of, how to get out of the situation, how to get out of, what I mean? Like, and I feel like the fact that Ben is crazy is why he just, like, revels in doing all that. Because I think at a certain point, any rational person would get tired of the thing that they're doing, especially that, because it's got to be a lot of mental work, to be Ben. I would not want to be Ben.
Me either. The administrative responsibilities alone are enough.
Yeah, exactly. And so, anyway, and that was my other point about this relationship to Jacob and Jacob's power that that Ben has is we've seen Ben. He's had to do a lot of work. I mean, he's got these passports. He's doing these international trips to doing whatever. Even flash forwards, he's doing a lot of the legwork. He's not just sitting back and resting on Jacob's powers to do things. And I think that's important. And I don't know what that means, but I think it's important that he's always been busy doing stuff since we've seen him,
The Jacob thing is weird. I really, I don't think they can fake cancer being cured, but, what does Jacob really do? I mean, we just don't know anything about Jacob yet, so it's hard to say, but it does seem like Ben, if he can do it himself, he will. He doesn't seem to sort of use Jacob for very much. He only sort of used Jacob, I mean, he can't really cure his sister's cancer, himself, or directly, some scheme isn't going to do that. So in that situation, he does use Jacob. But most of the time, he's got his way of getting out of it, and he doesn't use Jacob's power, if he even can. I mean, I don't even know what the relationship is.
But that's the thing with the freighter coming to the island. I mean, basically, it seems like if Ben has to intervene and get Michael on this boat, and that's the only way to stop these people, then it seems like what power does Jacob have? Why can't Jacob not protect the island? And of course, it seems like this effect of the crew going crazy is sort of either that's just the property of the island, or Jacob is specifically kind of doing it, or Jacob put that property there. But to me, it's I mean, obviously they're making Jacob's powers really kind of strange because it's not cut and dry what he can do and can't do. But I just feel like this is an elaborate. Just Michael coming back. There's just Michael coming back and them having in time. Well, we'll talk about that later. But all the evidence that they present to Michael needing to be the one on the boat. to go back and do this mission. I feel like that's a lot of work. And I feel like that lends itself to the fact that this is a lot of work to orchestrate, I think goes in line with the fact that they could just be lying that Michael can't kill himself.
Mm-hmm.
That's just part of what they have to do to get him on board, because they had an answer for everything that he asked. But I still wanted to go through this thing. But what did we talk about your point?
About what?
Well, you said your point about what you thought on the Michael being the man on the boat thing. Remember, I was going to move. I mean, not the man on the boat, but that he can't die.
Oh yeah. No, I got my things done. I'm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I barely want to bring this up because I feel like I don't know what the point is, but to me it was weird. So, okay, so at the beginning of the scene, the whole thing, he tries to shoot him, and then he knocks him down. He goes, "You ready to talk like adults?" Yeah. And then he hits him with the bottle, and then he tries to stab him with the bottle, and then that's when he pulls out the gun. Okay. So Michael says, "Go ahead, do it." And then Tom says, "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" Okay, now, just right there, basically, Tom is saying, or at least, intimating that he knows that Michael is trying to kill himself, And the other side of that is they've been tailing him for a while.
And he did walk up when Michael had a gun to his.
Yeah. And see, the point of that little beat here, I think, is to let Michael know that he knows. It's that kind of thing where, when you walk up on someone who's about to kill himself and then they kind of hide it, then you hit him with that information. It's supposed to hurt them, because you got information they don't think you know. But, from our perspective, Tom and them should know that he already, hit, that he's in the hospital, and then they presumably would have tailed him, and now he bought the gun, and then of course he saw him. So he knows that, right? He knows that he's been trying to kill himself or wants to kill himself. Okay, then it continues, Michael says, "How'd you find me?" And he says, "We're the ones who sent you. Didn't you think we were going to keep tabs? And what do you want? We want your help." He goes, "Why would I help the son of a bitch who kidnapped my son?" And it's great that Tom is here, not just another other.
Yeah, definitely.
Tom is the one who.
He's the guy, yeah.
And you know what? Tom does look different. From what I remember of the original Mr. Friendly.
We saw the little clip.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to believe that's the same person. He looks drastically different.
He does look drastically different.
It's been a month and a half, and he looks like he's aged about 15 years.
Yeah. I think it was weird seeing him with.
Yeah, and they kind of showed you the various Toms. I guess they didn't show the hunting party Tom. That was like an intermediate.
Mm-hmm.
But he came with the gray hair, but he still had the beard. He kind of pulled it off, but. Season 3 came, and it just got worse, and now it's just forget about it.
Yeah. All right, so he says, okay, why would I help the person killing my son? And he says, "We gave him back to you in one piece, Mike. You're the one who lost him." And then Tom realizes, "You told him, didn't you?" And I'm thinking, why did you just now figure that out? If you already knew that Mike lost Walt, and that Mike is at the point of wanting to kill himself, wouldn't he have already figured out? Okay, it's okay, wow, we've been following Michael and getting surveillance on him, and he's not talking to Walt, and Walt's not talking to him. He's living with his grandmother. What's going on there? What could be the reason? Don't you think you would guess this before? I don't know. I just thought that was weird that this is the moment where Tom realizes this when he already knows all this other information. And I feel like they write the scene as if Tom doesn't know this already. Like in the beginning he knows this, but now he doesn't really know it. Now he's putting the pieces together. And then he says basically, you told you shared all this with a 10-year-old boy, 10-year-old kid. Is that why you want to kill yourself, Michael? Because that's the way he looks at you now, because he knows you're a murderer. I just thought he should already know why Michael would want to kill himself. But maybe they just didn't know. Maybe they're there's some reason. But wouldn't that make sense? You can say yes or no, because I don't know if it makes sense or not.
Yeah, I think so. I'm zeroing in on that line where he says, "We gave him back to you in one piece, and you lost him."
Uh-huh.
I don't understand how that's how that's a retort. Like, you lost him because me, Tom, came on a boat and used weaponry to take him from you. Like, I don't understand why Michael's to blame for that.
I think he's trying to say, yeah, I took him, but I gave him back to you. And he's really, it's not a very, like, direct argument. He's basically saying, yeah, I took him, but I gave him back to you, but you're the one who, like, has ruined it now. You know, like, I didn't.
Oh, is he referring to now? Maybe.
He's referring to now. You're the one who lost him now.
I thought he meant you're the one who lost him, like, when we kidnapped him.
No.
Like, I thought he was blaming him for that. Okay. You've lost him now because he knows, and that's what he goes into that. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Much better.
All right.
Much better. It was just ridiculous. Like, it's like, yeah, I killed you, but you let yourself die, Like, it just seemed like really weird. Okay, sorry. Well, what was your thing?
I don't know. It's a very small point. It's just that it's just weird to me that this is the moment when Tom realizes why, Michael and Walt aren't talking. And it seems like in the beginning, Tom, they even say, we were keeping tabs on you. It seems like he would know some of this stuff. But then now, then later it seems like he doesn't know it. He's like, I don't know, it's just weird. At least it came across weird to me. I think that was it for this scene that was weird. And I do have to hand it to Michael that he was ready to put Tom out of his misery. He really tried to kill him.
He did, yeah. He gave it the old 3 times.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah.
So.
Wasn't it just twice though?
No, I think it was 3.
The gun. He tried to shoot him, and then he tried to hit him with the glass.
No, didn't he punch him first and then?
Oh, did he punch him first?
Yeah, he punched him first.
No, I thought he got up and shot. Like, he shot first. Because I thought when he got off the ground is when he.
Oh, did he punch him second? I can't remember.
I'm watching it. I think it's punch. No, let me see. It's. Yeah. It's I'm gonna shoot you, and then that's when he takes the gun, and then Michael punches him, and then Tom knocks him down, and then Michael tries to use the bottle. So yeah, I don't count the punching and the hitting of the bottle as trying to kill him, because that wouldn't kill him. I just count the gun shooting at him and the glass at the throat trying to kill him. But yeah, he was definitely trying to kill him. And I thought that was cool because.
Oh, okay. That's why I was thinking 3 because he tries to shoot him. He gets sort of disarmed. Then he goes for the punching and he gets knocked to the ground. Then he goes for the bottle.
Yeah.
I wasn't talking about trying to kill him. I was just talking about trying to hurt him.
Yeah, definitely. And I just like that. I guess I felt like, since Tom was obviously here to talk, because, Tom wouldn't show up in a scene like this, and Michael's about to kill himself unless, we're going to get something in this scene. It's one of those things when you watch a show, you just have a different perspective. But I was just thinking, come on, Michael, you don't have to attack him. He's going to tell you stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So when he actually not only attacked him, but was literally trying to kill him, I was, kind of shocked by that. But this is a guy who took his son, so.
Yeah, I was too, but yeah, I thought it was right. It was good that they made him really go for it and not give up that quickly.
Definitely.
So it was convincing, that he didn't just take one swing and give up.
Yeah.
So I like that.
All right, I'm ready for the next scene.
Okay. I want to talk about something that's related to this plot. I don't really know where to put it, and I'm worried I'll forget it, so I'm just going to go ahead and bring it up real quick.
All right.
I'm curious about how this timeline works with Tom being here in Manhattan at this time.
Okay.
There's something, Tom made a lot of appearances in Season 3, and it really narrows down when he possibly could have done this a lot.
Tom has a twin brother. They're both named Tom.
Tom was seen in Here's what I have to say about this. Tom was seen in episode 9, Stranger in Strangeland. That was the episode where they leave the Hydra Island place, and they go back, to the barracks. That's the end of the episode. Tom had been on the Hydra in every episode that was there.
Mm-hmm.
I did a search, and there he was, just all over the place. He helped with Ben's surgery. He was there the whole time. And there in that episode also, he was also the one who was playing catch with Jack when they approach, when Juliet, Kate and Saeed and Danielle approach the thing. They see Jack playing football with Tom, and that's episode 12, Par Avion. That's 2 episodes later. He's there. Yeah. He's there in the place where they went to. And now, in the very next episode, the submarine gets blown up. In episode 17, Naomi shows up, so the boat's already happened. So it must be before that, at very least.
I think he has to. I think that there's only a couple before the boat shows up on the island. I think it's been a couple days max from when Michael got on it. And I think from when Michael got on it to when Tom shows up is also very, very short amount of time. And I think I would just guess that this would have had to have taken place right before Tom died on the island. Very soon.
No, it can't possibly. He has to. This has to be before Naomi shows up.
Yeah.
And Tom dies in the finale. That's at least 5 episodes before the finale. Which, it has to be more than that, because if Naomi's there, then it's long since happened.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And it also, brings up the question of can the others leave the island without the submarine? At least, at this point.
Yeah.
Or at that point, back in season 3, because, if he can't leave after the submarine blows up, then he would have had to have made that trip in episodes 10 and 11. He basically had 2 days to pull this off, which I guess he could have, but it was a tight stretch to come back and play football at the end of, episode 12. I didn't get the sense he just got there.
Yeah.
I assumed him and Jack had, I don't know. I didn't think it was the first time. But if the submarine is not required, if they have some other, way to leave, then they do have also the time period between Man from Tallahassee when we see him and 17 where Naomi shows up. So there's, 3 episodes there of wiggle room.
Mhm.
But I don't think he was in Left Behind. I believe he was not in that one. So it's possible that he was gone during that time, but the others would have to have some way other than the submarine. Unless the submarine didn't actually blow up. Way.
I think they have something else in the submarine. I don't know. I would imagine that they do, but there's that whole thing about that.
It was supposed to be the only way, but
I know, that's what I'm saying. I feel like, they definitely said that.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it is, but we don't know anything else right now.
Yeah.
So, I do wonder what happened to that big boat that they were on, but whatever.
I don't think, now that we know that Ben is a big, traveler, I don't think that he would let his only way off the island explode.
Mm-hmm.
He's, before when we thought he didn't care about getting off the island, I would agree with that. But now that we know that he's got other, and we know in the future he's off the island doing stuff. So I just feel like the sub blowing up, wasn't the only way off.
Mhm.
I don't want to believe it didn't blow up.
That helps. That gives him a couple of days to pull it off, which is possible. I think it's pushing it.
Yeah.
Because he's got to go there, get this going, and get Michael on that boat so Naomi can be there. You know.
Well, don't forget that he doesn't know that he's got to be back in time for Naomi to show up. They could, you know what I mean? Like, he could have just said, I'm going to plan to be out there, Well, first of all, I was just going to go down that road, but I really think that that they know how long it's going to take to convince Michael. He's got everything he needs. They've got everything they need, and especially if it's true that he can't die. They've got that on there going for them. And he's got all the evidence that they printed up from Photoshop.
Mm-hmm.
That Whitmore's the one.
What are you saying, sir?
Can you read my? Did you get the subtext there?
You could get sued for allegations like that.
Yeah. So they can get sued. No. Yeah. So that's the thing. I feel like they know, and plus knowing Michael from his file and all that. They know how long it's going to presumably take to convince him of this. I feel like they're going in knowing that it's it's going to happen. It's not, can we really convince him? No, they know that it's going to happen. So I feel like he would have Ben would have said, Tom, go do this. You need to be back at this time. Blah blah blah. Because Ben knows everything else that's going on. And don't forget they don't necessarily know when the freighter is coming exactly because Michael's not even on the boat yet. They obviously know it's gearing up to launch or when it's going to launch. But anyway, my point is they know how long it's going to take to convince Michael. If all they have to know is, if we can prove to him he can't die and then show him this footage and then tell him. It took what? That was like a day. That night that Tom shows up is the night that Michael agrees to do this.
Yeah. Even if it is that quick, it's still a stretch because he really he has like 3 days for all of this to go down.
That's plenty of time.
Like, let's say it takes one day for him to convince Michael, right?
Yeah. Then
Michael's got to now go over to the boat. Just the flight is going to take a lot of time, Like that's probably another day right there, just getting over to where the boat is. And,
depending on how they got there, yeah.
And
how he got there.
And so he gets on the boat, and I don't think the boat, I don't know how quickly the boat gets there, but like.
That's the thing. Tom also he's just got to send Michael on his way. He doesn't have to get there before the boat leaves. He just has to get there before Naomi gets there. So Tom's got all the extra days of how long it takes the freighter to get to the island.
Yeah, and that's true. Like Tom doesn't need to be back before Naomi. Like that's okay. He just needs to have left before that. That's he could have stayed longer away, but the main problem is how all this happens so fast. It could be like one day gets on the boat, one day on the boat, and Naomi leaves. Like maybe that's really what happened, but that's a squeeze.
What do you mean one day on the boat? I thought you said Tom is there when Naomi shows up on the island.
No, what I was saying was when Tom talks to Michael in New York, that has to be before Naomi shows up. That's all I was saying.
Oh, okay.
So like I don't know when he goes back. He is in the Man Behind the Curtain. The next time we see the others in the present, so he has to be back by then, but he doesn't have to be back during episodes where he doesn't appear. The others don't appear even.
Mm-hmm.
So he could.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant when I said I thought he needed to be back before Naomi gets. He's got to be back before. That's the thing. I was thinking he had to be back before she gets to the island.
Yeah, that's the thing. He doesn't have to be back. He has to leave before she gets to the island.
He's got to leave where? You mean leave New York or something?
No, leave the island to go to New York.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, he's definitely got to leave before that. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
I thought you got confused. Okay.
Yeah. That's the point. Him coming back, like, he can, the main problem, the main thing I'm worried about is he doesn't have a big window when he could have left. And, it seems like he had to make this happen pretty fast.
Well, but doesn't he have It seems like we solved it though, right? Because he's got you said a 3-day window to leave, but then he's got maybe a couple days to get back.
Yeah, but it's not. Yeah. But it's not the point of him getting back. It's that him going is the is the reason Michael gets on the boat. So like it shortens however long it can be, to take to do that whole operation.
Yeah, but he's got 3 days to do it.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, it's 3 days from him first talking to Michael to Naomi shows up on the island. Now that seems pretty fast to me. I mean, it's possible, but it's like, I think that's
why. Okay, now maybe
the
this is where I'm
quickest
getting
possible
confused.
scenario.
I think this is where I'm getting confused. Why is that 3 days? How do we know how long it took?
It's 3 days by episode count because the episodes are a day.
So you're saying when
he appears in 13. Naomi shows up in 17.
Okay. So Tom is on the island in 13. This is where I'm getting confused.
Tom is on the island in 13. Naomi shows up in 17. So that means that during the events of 14, 15, and 16, all of that has to go down for Naomi to be there.
So you're basically saying then that basically means it didn't take the freighter that long to get there, because the freighter has to leave between the time that, obviously Tom talks to Michael and then Naomi shows, obviously Naomi gets there, the freighter's there.
Yeah.
So they only have a 3-day window to pretty much kind of get there too.
And they did make it a point where Michael's like, in this next scene, Michael's like, he sees the report and he shows up and Tom's like, I didn't think I'd see that soon. They did make it a point that like it was the same night that he went over there, and so it could have been quick, as quick as it can be. I mean, he does have this flight is going to take a while. No way,
Well, that's the other thing too. You talking about for Michael to get to the freighter?
Yeah, to Fiji.
Well, they could have chartered him something fast. I don't know how he gets there, but they could have chartered him something fast if they were pressed for time.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't have to hop on like American Airlines to get there. If Ben and them want to charter him, a jet.
Are there planes that travel like faster than regular?
Oh yeah.
They're allowed to do that if they're not commercial?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
There are. I mean, I think corporate jets travel faster than regular commercial airliners. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I've always thought. I always thought that was part of.
Do they travel like the Concorde, or they just travel like?
No, they don't travel like record-breaking speeds, I don't think. But the idea is that with a non-commercial airliner, you have more control over where you stop and where you land and when you do stuff. And so that right there can help. Because getting to Fiji from New York is a couple of plane trips. I think. So
yeah, I would think so.
That could be, one plane trip, and he doesn't, and maybe they have to fill up or something along the way, or I don't know. But
that's the thing. I mean, even going fast, it's a long way.
Yeah.
It really is pretty much, around the world, halfway.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know it's far.
So it's going to take. I mean, unless they have a really fast plane, it's going to take a good amount of time.
Mhm.
So yeah. Anyway, that's it's. I just think it's pushing it a little bit because Tom was just in the season, and they definitely made it seem like he never left. Since he was always there, and it never seemed like he actually went off and did something like this. Yeah,
it's a little bit of retcon.
So it just kind of bugged me. But whatever. That's. I guess. Yeah, so the two theories I have, I guess, are either episodes 10 and 11 were the ones where he was gone and he talked to Michael, got him going during those, and then he has more, if he did that, then he has, Michael has more time to get to the boat and the boat to get there. So that's a better possibility. I guess the other one is he leaves after 13, and so 14, 15, 16, are occupied by him recruiting Michael and Michael getting on the boat to come. So it's one of those two. I guess the other one he only gets 2 days. Because he gets 2 days. He has to be back on the island. That's the problem with the first theory. Because in 12 he's back on the island playing catch with Jack. So that's a fast trip.
Yeah.
So that's the weird thing about that theory. So they're both like weird to me. So anyway, whatever. That's that.
I was trying to, I got stuck on this. How fast are corporate jets now?
Okay.
Or not just corporate jets. Okay, so from New York to Fiji is approximately 7,800 miles, and I just quickly want to see. And I just looked up some random plane that travels. This says maximum speed is 672 miles per hour. I think it said cruising speed somewhere was Mach 8.85. It doesn't tell me miles per hour. That doesn't help. Yeah, quick, Justin. What's Mach 8.85?
I haven't studied that yet. We get to Mach in junior year.
I'll just use this maximum speed. Let's just say what's the fastest they couldn't gotten there. So 7,800 divided by 672. That's 11 hours.
Okay.
And that's just they didn't have to fill up.
No refueling.
whatever. That's that.
Maximum
I mean, and this
speed.
is just. I don't know. Maybe there's planes that fly faster, but this is and this is about. I mean, most commercial airliners fly about 500, right? I mean, I've seen that on some of I flew.
Is that right? I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought they flew like 300.
I remember seeing, sometimes you get those planes with the little monitors that they tell you stuff, and sometimes I've been on a few that have had the, how fast you're going.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen it be that. I don't know what the usual cruising speed is. Anyway, my point is, I think if they really wanted him to get to the island fast, they could have got him there fast.
At least 11 hours, though. I mean, that's still a significant chunk of time. That's, that's half a day.
Yeah, but he's got 3 days.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
he convinces them that same night. I mean, they could put him on a plane the next morning and get him there that evening. So it's like they kind of got time. But I get your point. I think they definitely make it seem like Tom never left.
I don't say it's impossible. Yeah, they could get it done, but it's just like not. I mean, everything has to happen fast.
Mm-hmm.
And I really didn't think that the boat just like went straight there. Naomi just went, like that quickly. I really didn't. That's not the sense I had in my head of what happened.
Mm-hmm.
That they just kind of immediately headed for the island.
Well, that's the sense I had was that they would, they geared up for it, and then what did you think they went after they left?
Well, I mean, I thought they went, they went for the place, but I assumed
like they had sort of been on a journey trying to find the island first.
Yeah,
that kind of thing.
I assumed it had taken some time and they'd encountered something, and I assumed that something led them to send Naomi in, and she said like she didn't know what they were looking for, and who knows whether that's true or not, but
that they didn't know, that she doesn't know what they're looking for.
Mhm.
What is that? I don't remember that line.
She said,
is that because they just didn't tell her?
She said all we were given were coordinates.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't know what it was, and she said, we just flew here, and the island like appeared suddenly, and then the helicopter crashed, so she bailed out. That was the story.
So basically, so the idea, if she's telling the truth, then that means that Miles. I mean, why does Miles and Charlotte and Dan know why they're there? And why does Frank think that there might be survivors that they're going to find? It's so weird. It sounds like she's just lying.
I mean, she probably is lying because, people, I don't know, people know a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, people know a lot of things. Repeat you.
But, yeah, I mean, they set sail and, if they're a day's sail away from Fiji, I mean, that's good news in a way. But, they could do it, they just...
Yeah, well, actually... Now that I remember, didn't Rousseau leave from Fiji? Didn't she say they were 3 days out from Fiji?
Yeah, I think so. That sounds right.
So I feel like a day is too close, but
yeah, I do. Yeah, I do too. That's basically what I'm saying. But whatever. I mean, I don't care that much, but I since Tom was so pervasive in season 3, when I saw him, I was just instantly like, when did he have time to do that? And I just had to like sit there and do a transcript search to see which episodes he was in, and so it just turned into a whole thing. But I mean, whatever.
I mean, presumably, that's the thing. Like, if they knew when it was going to set sail, then that was, and then whatever time it would have taken them to get Michael there, that was the latest that they could have gone, to make this plan work. So they would have been working against that time frame. And, like you said, he says, which is a line I didn't really like, but he says, "Wow, you're here already," pretty much. So the idea is they had more time than they really needed, presumably, which is weird. I agree with the timeline, but I feel like they're not really going with the timeline,
Yeah.
very much. It just doesn't. It just because it comes out of nowhere. It just seems like it's one of those things,
I agree. I mean, I think they just They wanted to do it, and they did it, and
there it is.
There's enough wiggle room where it's possible. I think. I don't think it's impossible for this to have happened, but there's a lot of various variables that aren't known that they can play around with and make it work. But I just got really hung up on it. So whatever. It's kind of like that thing with Ethan's wife dying in childbirth. Like that just like. I don't know. I got an error on that one, and I couldn't get rid of it. It was just nagging.
I guess I do the same thing. There's no more secrets. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
You tell one secret, and now there's none. There's more than one secret, guys.
Yeah, that's bad. I didn't catch that one at all, but if I had, I would have been bothered by it.
See, I get caught up in, like, lines and little things like that, and you get caught up in, like, I don't know what that is.
I get caught up in, like, plot sort of,
like making things line up, yeah.
Yeah, I get totally hung up on that stuff.
Yeah, I get hung up on the dialogue and what they say and what they do.
I really rarely care what they say. I mean, I care to an extent, but,
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time
Man, it's
by
not
15
even been
minutes,
that long.
press *8.
That's bullshit. It's been 2:52.
Yeah.
Early.
Well, I think together you and I cover pretty much all the bases and things to obsess about that don't matter.
Oh yeah.
Going back to what we were talking about.
Right, I agree. Sorry, I was getting hung up on something else. I agree. It's because I really don't care. Like, I'm okay because almost everything I like has some kind of plot problem. I mean, perfect plots are rare. It's fine, but I don't know. When they introduce stuff like this, I want to see if it fits.
Yeah.
I want it to, and so I try it out, and if it doesn't, whatever. I move on, I guess.
Yeah.
But it becomes a whole thing. So, okay. So shall I go to the next scene, or?
Please.
Okay, great. Where were we? Oh, right. So Tom said he'd be at the hotel. Michael, they separate. So we're back to Michael's apartment. Michael puts the gun to his head, pulls the trigger. Nothing happens. So he looks at the gun and verifies that it's loaded. And he decides to try again. He's about to pull the trigger again. He makes it really slow. I wouldn't want to do it like that personally. But I just want to pay him, get it over with.
He's on a TV show.
Yeah, I guess so. Right at the point when the thing's about to come down and possibly shoot him again, I guess a report comes on TV about the 815 wreckage being found. This catches Michael's eye and prompts him to not pull the trigger, and so in the next little bit we see that he's made a decision to go see Tom at the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Based on this, and this is where I leave you.
I bid you farewell and good adieu. All right.
I bid you good morrow. May your every day be filled with sprinkles of delight.
Wow. I don't know what to say after that.
So yeah, that's my way of saying now you are going to take over doing the scene-by-scene recap.
Is that what you're saying? Crap.
Yes. So I mean, we are unless you, I don't know what you, if you want to say something. We already kind of talked about the idea that this gun was switched and so it's not working for that reason. It did remind me. This is really a bit off topic, but I'll just quickly say it. The thing with Locke's gun. If you go back to the episode, the finale, right at the end of part 1, he opens a gun just like this, and it's full of bullets just like this. So, very similar in a way to the
and when Jack tries to shoot, it doesn't go off just like this. No.
So yeah, Walt interrupts him instead of Tom. I mean, it's very very similar kind of thing. And you know, later, of course, he shoots the gun when he's confronting Jack. So the idea that it wasn't loaded is just not true. I don't know what to do with that. That's another sort of continuity thing, whatever. But I just had to throw that in because I actually went to the trouble to check it, so I want to get some mileage out of that.
Yeah. The gun that Locke had definitely had. It was fully loaded, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I went back and looked too. So yeah, it was definitely should have had bullets. Why there were no bullets when Jack tried to shoot it is anyone's guess.
There should have been 5.
Yeah.
So unless Locke just unloaded it for some reason.
Yeah, unless he thought maybe someone might take this from me.
Yeah. So that's, I don't know. It's a weird thing. It is also, now that I think about it, seemingly notable that he had a similar scene to this. I didn't really think about it, but you know, he sees Walt, and I don't know, Walt sees Libby, and I don't know. There's some kind
Michael sees Libby.
Some kind of vague connection there. Yeah, Michael sees Libby.
He pulled a Claude.
I totally did. Yeah. Although you like Walt and Locke.
I do. But I'll I like to think I'm an equal opportunity name messer-upper. I like to switch around anybody if I can. Especially Saeed. I mean, Desmond. There I go again! All right, guys.
You never do that.
I don't. So, all right. So my turn, huh? Okay.
It's your turn. At the hotel with Tom.
We're at the Hotel Earl penthouse, as I like to call it, the champagne room. No, thanks. So, all right, I guess I'll set up the scene and then laugh about the things I want to laugh at. So Michael shows up at Tom's penthouse, and knocks on the door. Tom says, "Didn't expect you that fast," and then he waves him inside, and Tom's kind of laughing to himself for no apparent reason. And then there's another guy there, Arturo, who is Tom's roommate.
In the parlance of our time.
That's his roommate, and so he says, "Is this the guy who hit you with the champagne bottle?" And Tom says, "Yeah, but I had it coming." I don't know what to do with that line. Then Tom says, "Arturo, Michael and I have some business to attend. Would you get some air?" He says, "Sure." Arturo kind of says ciao, and they have a little kiss on the cheek. Very European. That's all there is to that. Then Tom tells Michael, help yourself to the food. I don't make it to the mainland often, but when I do, I like to indulge myself. So then Michael says, you people can come and go when you want. And Tom says, well, some of us. We don't know about that. Do you want a drink? So Michael's like, he wants to know why the plane was above the ocean. And then Tom just flat out, no dancing around it, tells him, that's not your plane. It's a phony. And then a man named Whitmore put it down there. He staged the whole wreck. And Michael doesn't really believe him. And then Tom says, he brings up the gun. He basically says, did the bullet bounce off your skull or did the gun just jam on you? I'll pick the one that's less crazy, Tom. The second one. So then Michael says, prove it. And then Tom says, what? And he says, prove that Whitmore did what you said he did. Prove it. And in good fashion, Tom's able to prove it. He shows him pictures and documents, pictures of where Whitmore dug up the 300-odd corpses he needed in Thailand, the purchase order for an old 777, shipping logs for the freighter that he used to drop the whole mess, and blah, blah, blah. And Michael's like, okay, what do you want from me? And he says, Whitmore, here it is. He says in a few days, the freighter is porting in Fiji. It's Whitmore's boat. You basically need to be on it. Your name's Kevin Johnson. And then he says, you want me to go undercover? Why would I work for you people? Tom says, because if Whitmore finds the island, it's good night for everybody on it. He'll kill them all without thinking twice. Really? You sure you won't think 3 times? Just kidding. Then he says, you want to redeem yourself for what you did. This is your only chance. You can save all their lives. So Michael's like, I can't go back to the island. But Tom says, oh, you're in luck. You're not going to the island. You're going to be swabbing decks. Or he says, you're not going to the boat so you can swab decks. You're going to kill everybody.
I was going to say, I didn't remember that.
Yeah.
You're going to swab decks.
I was thinking he was saying, well, you're not going to the boat. You're going to the ship. But he was saying that, but he was saying, well, you're going to the ship, but you're not going there to swab decks. You're going there to kill people. Mm-hmm. So that's that scene. I just want to say that, I feel like curly-haired, sort of like European actors are typecast in these gay roles.
Yeah.
Arturo was just perfect, and his name's Arturo. I don't know. It's something. What I like about this whole, obviously Tom, they're setting up Tom as the gay character everyone's been not really caring to ask about for a while.
Yeah. Just when the last person stopped caring about who it was, they should.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I just thought it was really funny how, because I think there's some other show I was watching a while ago that there was this main character, and then this character's male love interest, and he was just sort of he was from France and had curly hair. I don't know. Mm-hmm. I think that there's a thing about that. And anyway, I thought that scene was weird to me. That little part of the scene was weird when it's just why? And I guess, okay, now that I think about it, he didn't expect Michael then. But I thought it was weird how Tom's just kind of living it up on the mainland while,
yeah.
On the island he's
I know.
Just, it's a totally different world.
I find it very odd that he's got a penthouse. He's living like he's an aristocrat. Yeah. And he's got this demeanor like he's an aristocrat. It's really weird.
Yeah. He's I like to indulge myself.
Yeah, exactly.
And I felt like Arturo was part of that indulgement.
I did too, absolutely.
Yeah. And see, that was what's weird. He does all, and I guess what's weird to me is how Tom played off this scene, because it wasn't okay, you caught me with my boyfriend or this guy I rented, or I don't know who Arturo is. But the way they played it off was very I don't know, some weird middle ground between it's important and it's not important, and I thought that was kind of interesting. And then after they did the little kiss on the cheek, Tom gives Michael this look I don't know how to interpret the look. It's either, don't you dare think about this. You know what I mean? this isn't anything to think about, or or like challenging him to call question of why he's kissing this guy. You know, I didn't know what that look meant, but Tom gives him this weird look that's kind of sinister. But anyway, so I guess that mystery is dead.
Yeah, it's the way Tom was on the island. I guess he got sort of lovable by the end, but
yeah.
But it's hard to imagine him like living the life of a European aristocrat, like in a penthouse, sort of like ordering room service, and I don't know. There's just something. I never would have thought that he would even want to do that.
Yeah.
So that was really, I don't know. That surprised me more than him being the gay character.
Yeah, it seemed like the idea is that he, like you say, he doesn't get off the island much, and when he does, he just lives it the hell up, I guess.
Yeah,
and that's the thing. Here's another example of the resources that Ben has. He can get a penthouse at the Hotel Earl.
Right.
Which, I don't know if the Hotel Earl is a real place or not. But
I don't either, but it sounds all right.
Yeah, it's Earl with an E, so it's got to be fancy.
Oh, yeah. That's the E's there for fancy.
The E means fancy, yes. E for fancy. So anyway, what were we saying? Were you talking?
No, it was really your point. I just joined in.
What was I saying?
Well, you were just talking about the strangeness of this scene and with Tom and Arturo. That was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I guess that's all I have to say about that.
Okay. So the other part of the scene that's like got to be noted, or we wouldn't be doing a good podcast, is the evidence that Widmore.
Yeah. So the evidence. Like I said before, when I first saw this scene, I thought, wow, here's all this clear-cut evidence of what Widmore did. And then when I watched it again, I'm like, he just showed him a couple pictures and some copies of a invoice. Like anyone could recreate that. Like those images of the graves, which you didn't really see that many graves, could have been anything. Could have just been images of a grave that they were digging. You know what I mean? Like what we actually see isn't that much evidence. Anyone can write up an invoice, and put Charles Whitmore's name on it and do all that kind of. So everything he saw was really circumstantial, unless you can prove that this stuff is real, which in this instance he can't.
But it's that's one of those things that, I think if you're looking at this, not thinking of the others as potential evidence counterfeiters, like it would be convincing. I mean, it could be fake, but I mean, evidence in a lot of cases is, I think it's rare to just get it down, 100% where it couldn't be something else.
Yeah, true. But and this leads into the big question, who's the one who really faked the wreckage? I guess they're trying to tell us it's Widmore versus Ben. That's the obvious thing they're trying to tell us here. But, true, you can never, my point is, yeah, the evidence is coming from known liars and people who, we now have the power to sort of create things and do things and seemingly miraculous things.
Now, one thing I would bring up is
orchestrate, Juliet's ex-husband getting killed. We saw them orchestrate that. I think a couple documents is really easy for them to pull off. Yeah.
Now, they've done, they've shown documents before. There've been suggestions that they've been faked before. I don't think that there's been an actual case of confirmed so far where they've made up a document, presented it as real, and it was revealed to be a fake thing. I don't think that's occurred yet. I mean, it's certainly possible, but what can they do? It's like I mean, you don't want to
you could have footage of Widmore, audio tape of Widmore securing the deal or talking about. I mean, there's harder evidence you could have.
But what I'm saying is like they, they didn't. The boat. What am I trying to say? God, I lost it. Shit.
Gotta stop smoking that crack.
If they say it's let's say it really is Widmore, right?
Okay.
Now, they would know that for some reason. Ben indicated that the guy in the videotape was one of his people.
Yeah.
Captured by Widmore, getting beat up, whatever. So that, that kind of suggests that maybe they'd have some kind of agent who could discover that Widmore is doing this, and maybe come up with some good evidence. What they have here, I mean, if real, it's good, and so, if it is real, do they not show it because it could be fake? You know what I mean?
No, I think if it was, if it's coming, I think the problem here is who it's coming from. I agree. If it's real, I would totally believe it. But this is coming from the others, and specifically, masterminding behind Ben. We know that he'll lie about anything, and we can see now because we have the perspective of how much he need. They kind of need Michael to go along with this. I feel like if you look at it from the perspective of Ben is the one who put the wreckage down there. He's the one who faked it. He's, I think I said this. Now, remind me, did I say this on the podcast or off when my whole thing about, Ben and Tom and, the others collectively in terms of this wreckage, they have more information, that we've seen. They've got the documents, they've got pictures, they got this.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas all that the Widmore team has, the captain, all he has is allegations and the flight data recorder.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's something in the notion that, one of them did it, but one team has decidedly less information and evidence than another team, and different types of information. And I feel like that should be able to help guide. And they're accusing each other. And I feel like that should help guide who's the culprit. And I think I remember talking to you about this. The idea, like, if you were, if someone committed a crime and you're the person in charge of investigating it, and you ask each person information about the crime separately to try to figure out who knows what, one person would know a lot about, they would say they didn't do it, but they know a lot about who did do it. And then another person would say, well, I didn't do it, and I don't really know how it was done. I don't know the details of how the plane wreckage was faked, blah, blah, blah. They can guess, but the captain didn't have all these answers. He didn't say they got the bodies from this place, that blah, 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 that blah, blah, blah. So I feel like there's something with the idea that Ben's got all the answers, and I feel like the person who actually did it, is the person who's likely to have those answers because they did it. If Ben is the one who dug up the bodies, then he can have pictures of that. If he's the one who did whatever, then he would have the pictures of that and know what the evidence is to support what he did, because he would have been garnering that evidence, doing the crime.
Yeah.
Now it's like if someone burns a house and then the person who's like, I didn't do it, but I know the gasoline came from this warehouse to a block down the street. It's like, well, how do you know that? And it's like, can I trust that you're not involved? You know this information you shouldn't know.
Yeah. Yeah. In defense of the captain not having information, Tom has the evidence. He's got it handy because he needs to convince Michael. The captain, shouldn't really know that he's going to need evidence that Ben did it. He's not. That's not what he's there to do.
True.
He doesn't know that he's going to be called upon to present evidence. So he does have the flight recorder, which is more than I'd even expect him to have. Yeah. So it makes sense that Tom has it, and it also I think makes sense that the captain doesn't have it, even if they did it and they could have evidence like that if they knew they needed it.
True, but I think the fact the idea that Tom would be setting up Michael would make it even more appropriate that he would have this evidence, because I think it could be that Tom and them just don't have the evidence, and they're like, well, he did it, and these are the reasons why, and I don't really have the evidence, and that could be true too.
Yeah, you're right.
But they managed to find the evidence, and I think it's important too that from what the captain had said, and maybe there's more to the story, and maybe Whitmore does have evidence, that other evidence that Ben did it, if Ben actually did it or something like that. But I thought it was interesting that that he says, all of the stuff that happened, that they got the flight data recorder. So basically, if Whitmore did it, then the captain's lying, and they didn't recover that flight data recorder from the bottom of the ocean, because why would you put a flight data recorder at the bottom of the ocean?
Yeah.
Just to go get it back yourself. Why not never put it?
Take it out first.
Never put it down there. Yeah. And it's like that's what's weird. And so he went through. Why would he go through quote all the trouble of procuring that flight data recorder if he's the one who did it? Then that just means the captain's lying. He didn't go through all the trouble of getting it because he already had it. I just feel like it makes more sense that Ben did it. We know Ben's a liar. Here's a clear opportunity for him to lie to Michael. He's got most of the evidence. It makes it seem like he's innocent because he's got all the evidence. But to me, the person with the evidence, could be the person who did it because they know the details because they did it.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't deny that. And the fact that I agree, there's other types of evidence, and and there could be stronger evidence that they could have presented, but maybe this is all they could get, or this is all they know, whatever. There's obviously limitations, but I think what they present is just not that clear cut, and I think you can't disregard the fact of who it's coming from. If the captain came and said, this is what we got these documents and these pictures, I would be more inclined to believe it than when Tom and Ben say this is what we got.
Yeah.
Because we know how they are.
Mm-hmm.
And we should be expecting deception. I think we get into this, and I'm definitely guilty. We want to sort of trust Ben, and I think we want to believe what people say because we want to believe the story's going forward and we're not being tricked and fine, this answer's done, that answer's done. But we can't forget that Ben is nothing but a manipulator, and he's going to try to do that at every single turn. And I just don't think we're at the point to where Ben is really reaching out and being honest and trying to have the losties help him do stuff. I don't think he's lost, especially at that point. I don't think he's lost that much yet to where he's above covering that up. And
he
Michael
did come out with the Michael thing. And the other thing is...
Oh, but that was irrelevant, though. That whole Michael thing is irrelevant at this point because, especially since Saeed turns him in. You know what I mean? That's what's weird about, this sort of season and this episode in particular is they're very forthcoming with answers when getting the answer doesn't matter, and usually that's because the audience already knows or figures it out. Sure, tell us who Michael is once America knows who Michael is. I feel like he doesn't really get the credit for being honest about that because in sort of the constraints of the story, I should say the constraints aren't there anymore for him to be quiet about it.
Well, let me also add that, he said it was Widmore's boat. It is apparently Widmore's boat.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I mean, he can't lie about everything.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. Yeah, he does lie all the time, but he can't lie all the time, or that's terrible.
Well, that's the thing. If his plan works I think it makes sense for him to tell whose boat it is. I think, I don't think he loses anything by telling them whose Widmore boat is. Now, if it was his boat, he wouldn't say that, Or if it was his boat and he says Widmore boat, he'd be lying. I feel like some things he needs to say for his scheme, some of those things will just be the truth. You know what I mean? The idea that those people have orders to kill all of them, I think could be true. I don't think the orders are necessarily to kill all the survivors of Flight 815 or kill everyone on the island. I think the orders might be, the orders are sort of general, exterminate, that they're not thinking they're going to find survivors. They're thinking they're going to find Ben and his people. And that once you secure Ben, then kill everybody else. I could find that to be true, but so anyway, my point is, yeah, and you're right. He can't lie about everything, and I think, and just, the odds are that sometimes what he says will just be true because it'll work in his advantage for it to be true. Like it does with Widmore, you know what I mean? Now with this whole Widmore situation, if he's lying, then Ben has someone to pin this on. Where if Widmore wasn't around, he wouldn't have anyone to pin it on, really.
Yeah, I guess I could see this like developing into something where we think Widmore's bad, but it turns out Ben is worse, or Widmore's not even bad, and Ben just made us think that, or something like that. I could see them going down that road.
Especially since maybe we're not there yet. I don't remember we were talking about it, but somebody asked Ben if the people on the boat are worse than him. I think Alex may have asked him that, and he kind of, pauses for a second and then grunts out a yes. I don't think anyone is as dangerous as Ben is. How could they be? Ben has Jacob on his side. How could they be? So I think he was lying there when he said those people are worse than him. I think in his perspective that might be true, but not in any other objective perspective.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just say, guys, keep a close watch because they haven't made the wreckage thing a big issue. I feel like it's almost a big issue. Who did it? They've obviously sort of given us both sides, but it's not like Oceanic 6 level of trying to figure out who did it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not there yet.
It's not in promos or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Who staged the wreckage of A-15? Like, they're not talking about that.
Yeah.
So I just wanna bring up that what they showed, has flaws, and that I think they might be going to a place where, you can't have Widmore saying Ben did it and then Ben saying, Ben saying he didn't do it. And do you trust the liar, or do you trust the person who you don't really know yet? I mean, we know Widmore isn't the greatest guy ever, but we have no reason to believe that that he's lying about faking the wreckage.
Yeah, I mean, all we've really seen Widmore do is be, very, very,
be a father,
very
really
discourteous to Desmond. And the tape of him like beating the guy who was tied up. I mean, that suggests he's into something. He's not, looks like he's not just a normal guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, we really haven't. That's the thing. Him as a villain is weird at this point because we don't really know what he's about at all. So it's kind of a weird thing. But at the same time, my intuition tells me Widmore did the crash. I don't know why I think that, but that's the side I'm on right now. If I had to choose, I feel like Widmore did it. I believe it. The others could be lying, but I think in this case they're not. I don't know. That's just. I mean, yeah, Ben could have done it. It doesn't really matter to me that much, but I feel like it's Widmore.
I think. I just don't want to buy it's Widmore yet. I feel like I don't really see why Widmore would have staged the crash. Tom says it's because he didn't want anyone else to find the island, but we kind of already know that no one else can really find the island. How they even found it, I don't even know. Somehow they had coordinates and they found it. I think people finding the island, to me, is not a legitimate concern, because it's really hard to find. And I feel like, why would Widmore go through all the trouble that the captain basically says, go through all the trouble of doing all of that just to throw people off unless we get some evidence that someone else, some third party was getting close to someone, maybe Penny or well, no, not Penny because Desmond wasn't on it, but someone who has cause to want to find 815 and just won't let that die, and he needs to put a nail in that coffin to do what he wants to do. That's the only way I can see him needing to do that. But I just don't buy that there's people out there who have the resources who are really like, I got to find 815, I got to find 815, and if they don't find 815, like, they won't stop until they find it, even if that takes them to the island. And I just don't see that happening. So I don't really see any real reason that Widmore would stage it. Do you have any ideas of why he would, real reasons why he would stage it?
Besides that, no, I have no idea. But why would Ben do it?
I think Ben would stage it for a lot of reasons. I think he could know that Widmore thinks that the island is related to the crash, and he could say, okay, well, fine. You're looking for this. You think this plane is going to lead you to the island? Well, here's the plane. They'll lead you there, And I feel like the person who wants to protect the island is the person who would stage the crash, because what I feel like you should be trying to do when they stage the crash or the wreckage is throw people off. Is to say this is where your journey ends. I don't want you coming to the island, and I don't feel like, and it seems like to me Ben knows that Widmore wants to come to the island. Widmore is that person I was mentioning who will stop at nothing to sort of maybe find A-15 to find the island. And Ben knows that, but in Widmore's perspective, there is no one like that. So I don't feel like he can use that excuse, because as far as we know, there is no one in Widmore's perspective who's trying to find 815.
Unless he knows about Penny, but that's a whole other thing.
Yeah, that's kind of a whole other thing. Yeah, and so I just don't see. I feel like there's a bigger effect on. I feel like the plane wreckage means more coming from Ben than it does coming from Widmore. Because coming from Widmore, like, it just, I don't know. It just seems like something you would do to trick someone who's trying to find the island, and the only person we know who's trying to find the island is Widmore. So why would he try to trick himself, or who is he tricking with this?
Mm-hmm.
Just someone who might come around. I don't buy that.
Yeah.
So I just feel like there's not a lot of evidence that Widmore did it. A lot of the good evidence for me, and I got stuck on what the captain said the first time when we got into this of who staged it. The way he phrased everything, I feel like maybe they phrased it like that so they could get some wiggle room out of it, and maybe the captain will be like, yeah, I know that Widmore or that Ben did it or something, or I don't know. It's really weird.
Yeah, okay. So
but I'm gonna go that Ben did it.
So if you had to vote, you'd say Ben did it.
I'm gonna go that Ben did it. I don't really feel like
it's more fun if we are on the same side.
Yeah, it is more fun. And I don't think there's a lot of evidence. I don't think there's a lot of motivation for Widmore to do it.
Yeah, the only evidence has been that Widmore did it.
Yeah. Well, the evidence that they show that he did it, the documents and stuff, I think, come on, anyone can kind of do that. I feel like that's
yeah.
That's, I think.
But it's there. There's nothing for Ben.
Well, yeah, there's nothing for Ben yet, I think, but I think for Ben, we know he's got the motivation. I think his motivation is a lot stronger. We know he's got, there is stuff for Ben. We know presumably he's got the resources. Miles just asked for $3.2 million in a week, and Ben is going to, should be able to get that. At least that's what everyone's thinking. So that's a lot of resources, and, that's on its own. And then you got potentially Jacob. So I think he's got the resources and the motivation to pull it off. And I feel like Widmore has the resources, but not necessarily, to me, the motivation.
I guess I'm assuming, Ben. So your idea is that Ben staged a crash just for Widmore, like it was a Widmore. It was a throw Widmore off course. I think it was. I think it may have. I think it could have also been for the general public to be like, okay, well here's the A-15 is done. Leave it alone. But I don't. But yeah, I think it was largely for Widmore to throw him off the course and say, okay.
Yeah, don't even try to come to this island.
Whatever reason you might give to Ben that isn't throwing Widmore off, with the idea that Widmore wants to come to the island and take it over, and not have other people show up, whatever other reasons besides stopping Widmore Ben might have could be, given to Widmore.
You're going to have to say that again.
So the reason I asked you that is, if Ben has a reason for staging the crash, other than stopping Widmore from finding the island, then I think that reason could apply to Widmore too, because my idea is that he it's not necessarily true, but what I think is that he wants the island for himself and wants to protected in the way that Ben does for his
But-
own usage.
Now, you just made me think of another reason that Widmore shouldn't have staged it. It's because why would he stage it and say to not make anyone get to the island when he's going to presumably later let people come to the island? And here's the other thing. Why spend all the money and time and resources to stage the
Oh, what happened? Oh, shit. Okay, it's a drop call. Woo! So, let's see here. I decided for today I'd just read you some headlines. Let's see. Okay. So, it looks like, let's see, Brazil reinforces commitment to send athletes to Beijing despite unrest. Brazil on Monday reinforced its commitment to send athletes to the Beijing Olympics despite the recent unrest in China. Oh, here you are.
Beijing Olympics. I never know what I'm going to get when I call back in, and I hear Beijing Olympics, and I'm like, all right, what's going on here?
I decided to go with, headline news for the break.
Oh, nice.
So I just decided to read some news.
Did you finish your clip?
Yeah, I got the headline out. I was going to go into some commentary, but
Well, I was in the middle of a big point, and then I realized I wasn't on the phone anymore. That was bad. What was the last thing you heard me say?
You cut off mid-word, although I don't remember exactly what it was because I got on this other track.
There were 2 points I was making. One was based on what you said about Widmore and
Yeah, the point was that Widmore shouldn't have wanted to fake it. One of the things you brought up was that the idea that he wants to bring people there. I always thought that was weird to begin with, but
yeah. Okay, and here's the other thing. Why spend all the money and time and resources to stage the crash when you can spend that money and time and resources getting to the island? I mean, the months and weeks of however long it took to plan that wreckage and stuff, and it's like why not don't do that. Just get to the island quicker. If you think that's what I'm saying. I'm giving Widmore the benefit of the doubt that someone else is looking for the island, which I don't think that's true, and I don't think he should be concerned about that, even if it was true. But I guess if he was concerned about it, then it would be a concern. But anyway, my point is that if he even thinks that someone else is looking for the island, okay, I'm going to stage this wreckage so no one else is going to try to find the island if they think that A-15 landed on the island. But it's like, why not just beat them to the island? Why not spend that time and in the amount of time it took him to stage the wreckage, someone else could have gotten closer to finding the island if that was a concern. So I feel like the fact that I feel like those things don't even line up. I don't even think it's true. It doesn't even line up. I just don't see why Widmore would have done it. Now you were saying whatever reason Ben that's a reason why Widmore did it.
Yeah,
I got confused with that.
I know it was confusingly worded on my part. What I'm trying to say is that I feel like Charles Widmore wants to come to the island and beat Ben. He wants to harness whatever Ben
to beat
has.
Ben. Oh, to beat him or beat him?
Beat him.
Oh, okay.
Just like have his role on the island.
Okay.
As the commander of its forces. And I feel like he wants to use them somehow. I don't know how that would be. I have no idea what his goals are, but I do get the sense he wants the island to be his to use. And so what I was saying was, in that way, that he doesn't want other people interfering with the island. He shares Ben's motivation. And so if Ben has a reason other than just stopping Widmore for staging the crash, then that reason could be given to Widmore also for, once he obtains control of the island, he would have that reason.
But the difference is, I agree they might have that same reason, but the difference is Ben knows someone else is looking for the island. Widmore could only suspect it. I mean, from what we know. And it's like that, to me, that's the difference. I feel like Ben has a greater motivation. They might have the same motivation of not wanting people to come to the island, but Ben knows someone is looking for it. Widmore Whitmore, it's not like it's a complete mirror situation where, Whitmore's looking for what Ben has and Ben's looking for Whitmore. It's not like that. It's like, from Ben's perspective, Whitmore's trying to find the island. He can put the wreckage there to throw him off. From Whitmore's perspective, there's no real evidence that anyone else is looking for the island, so why would he just, on the off chance that someone is looking for the island,
Except for
go
Penny.
through all the trouble?
I gotta throw that in when we talk about no one else.
But she has nothing to do with A15 though. Like why would that throw Penny off? I mean, she's got nothing to do with Desmond is not with A15. So why would the plane wreckage being? Why would that?
That wouldn't stop her.
No, because she's gonna be like, well, not only was he not on not on this plane, but this plane isn't on an island, and I know he's on an island. That wreckage wasn't.
She had to discover that the plane was there. It was not something she was looking for.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But
I'm saying she is looking for the island. But the plane doesn't help.
That's the thing. She's not looking for the island through finding 815, which is the point of the wreckage, is to stop who's ever trying to get to the island through 815. Yeah. And the only person who we know is doing that is Whitmore. And so that's why I feel like Ben is the likely suspect to have staged it. Whitmore staged in the crash. I thought Whitmore staged the crash when I thought Abaddon and those guys were like, sinister. But it's like, we talked about that before. Looking back at Abaddon, it's like, well, maybe they didn't know what was going on. Maybe, he works for Whitmore and he doesn't know if anyone else is alive on the island. Because I think they never get there. I think. You know what?
That's a further thing. The cover up, like, like how does that? Oh, fuck.
How does what?
But I have to grant you. I think the motivation goes to Ben, definitely.
Yeah.
I still think Whitmore did it, but Ben does seem more motivated to do it.
Definitely, I think he killed his dad and all these other people to protect the island. I think he will go to greater lengths to protect the island than Whitmore will to get to the island. Mm-hmm. Because I don't think Whitmore, I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think Whitmore really knows what the island's all about. I think the captain sort of said it in the weird way he said it was, we want to find out, if Ben did this, then basically we want this guy because we want to find out how he did it. We know there's something crazy going on, but I don't feel like they really know what, and I feel like he couldn't possibly have as strong of a motivation to want to get to the island without really knowing what the island can do.
Mhm.
Because if he doesn't know, how can you really be passionate about something you don't even know the details of?
Mhm.
So for right now, I'm going with Ben staged it, and that'll be my party line until they presented some evidence, that changes my opinion. But I think it's just I really like the fact that Whitmore's side doesn't have a lot of sort of this like evidence. They just have theory and a black box recorder, and they're there to figure out. Because to me that makes sense. To me, I would expect that. I would expect someone who doesn't know what's going on to sort of be in that position of playing catch up. And we've got this one piece of evidence that leads us to this thing, and now we're just going to go try to find Ben because we don't know what else to do.
Mhm.
If Whitmore really did it, then the whole thing what the captain said was just like, they just made all that up.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, maybe he doesn't know that.
Oh, yeah, or maybe he doesn't know that.
They do sort of insinuate, I think Ben says, like, some of the people on the boat don't know who they work for.
Well, apparently, yeah. I don't even know if they know. I think some of the people don't know who they're working for, and I guess maybe that's the difference. I was going to say, and some people don't know why they're out there. And I guess if you know who you're working for, you know why you're out there. Because it seems like there's a science team who knows about Ben, but there's Charlotte, there's Charlotte and Dan who I feel like have some other reason to be there that's not Ben. Then you got Miles who's there. He knows about Ben, but he's there to sort of, he's supposed to verify that Ben is there and potentially, I guess, capture him, or maybe the other team's supposed to capture him. But he's basically trying to bribe Ben.
It seems like he just came along to do a little extortion thing.
Yeah, well, but it seems like there should be some reason why he was part of the team too. Well,
yeah. No, but I'm just from his point of view.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to get some money out of it. And then you've got other people who, you got Frank. It's a weird situation because Frank seems to think that, Frank knows at 8:15 that there's something really weird with the wreckage because he knows that pilot wasn't wearing a wedding ring. Wedding ring. So and we saw in this episode that he was interested in the idea of finding survivors. So some people think they're going, and then this scene about maybe that's later when Michael was like, I thought we were on a rescue mission. I'm like, who told you that?
Man, that came out of nowhere. I was like, wow, what?
Yeah.
I thought I missed something. I said
what?
to myself when I watch it again, I'm going to try to find where he thinks this is a rescue mission.
Yeah,
that was so weird.
And it's funny, especially since he knows it's not a rescue mission. That's what's weird.
Yeah.
He knows it's not a rescue mission, but he says, I thought this was a rescue mission, and he's telling that to someone who knows it's not a rescue mission.
Yeah.
And it's like, what rescue mission is carried out by like non-officials, this random freighter of these like people. They're gonna be the ones to rescue
and it's really weird. Like Frank tells him like, we might find some survivors. Like, like if that's the whole mission, like yeah, you better. I mean, if that's really supposed to be a rescue mission, like that's weird. He's just like. We might find some survivors also.
Yeah, it seems like that. Yeah, it seems like they didn't have a reason for them to go out there, but then it was like, oh, it's a rescue mission.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't make any sense that it's because some people are told like Naomi, there are no survivors. This is not what it's about.
See, and that's weird. But Naomi's story when she crashed, when she goes to the island, her story is it's a rescue mission for Desmond.
I
don't know what to do with this show.
But see, I was thinking maybe that's what Michael means, and somehow he found out that was the party line, that it was a rescue mission for not for 8:15, but for Desmond. But you'd think he would have heard that name or something, and I feel like that would be interesting to him if he had heard who it was for. But I'll give him the benefit of the doubt because I forgot about that. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that maybe the cover story is that it's a rescue mission, but it's like what kind of rescue mission is not government or military?
That's the thing. The science team doesn't believe that. We know that. I mean, Naomi. I get the sense she knows at least as much as the science team does, so she should know that that's not what it is. These other people, I don't really know what they know. I assume the captain knows what they're doing. Maybe he doesn't. But
the captain should know. I mean,
that's a significant number of people that don't think that it's a rescue mission.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, it's possible that only they know and everybody else, thinks that that's what it is. But I don't get that sense. I mean, obviously that was the point of the scene.
And the other thing is if the idea is, well, and it's not a rescue mission, so it's like there's no point in going through the trouble of trying to make this work. But unless the idea was, they don't really, no one really knows, what's going on, where we are, where we're going to go. Like the authorities aren't sure that there's anyone there, so we're going to go, and if we find someone, then we'll contact the authorities. Like they have some vested interest in trying to find this and operating this rescue on their own. Unless they explained it some way like that, it just doesn't make any sense why common sense should tell you this isn't a rescue mission.
Yeah.
So it was weird. That whole thing was weird. But,
it was very weird.
Are we gonna move on? I guess.
Yeah, it's your show to run.
All right, the end. No. All right, let me find where I am here. Okay, so anyway, this scene with Tom and Michael ends with, you're not going to swab the decks, Michael. You're going so you can kill everyone on board. Next scene, we're in Tahiti, I guess. I thought it was Fiji.
Oh, was it Tahiti?
Well, no, he says Fiji in the lines, but in in the action lines of the transcript, it says they're in Tahiti.
Is it some weird thing that Tahiti and Fiji are the same place?
I think they're close. Aren't they close?
I recently learned that. What did I learn? Some weird thing that I never knew. Let me see it.
What's the city in Tahiti?
I found out that the Netherlands is part of Holland.
Oh.
I never knew that. I really thought they were separate.
Oh, okay.
So yeah. Anyway, I was wondering if it's some weird thing like that. You know, like Fiji is half a Tahiti or something.
Yeah, like Dominican Republic and
yeah.
And was it Cuba or something? Or not Cuba?
No.
The other one.
That's not really what I mean, but yeah. I don't remember. What I really mean is something like that, where you're if you're in the Netherlands, you're in the Netherlands and you're in Holland.
Mhm.
And you could say either one and be right.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Some weird thing. Like I don't think that's true. I thought, but I don't really know. My geography, as I was saying, is not that good.
Well, I'm trying to find it here. I think they're close. They're relatively close to each other. It's kind of hard to find these like islands.
They're not the same place.
They're not the same place.
I can at least get that. One's not contained in the other.
No, definitely not. I'm trying to find all right, well, here's the longitude and latitude. I don't know what I'm going to do with that. I just want some sort of, like, system where I can put in the two and find out how far they are from each other.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Google.
I tried that. Maybe you'll have better luck. Here's something.
No driving directions.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. It only does driving. It doesn't tell you how far it is. It just gives you driving direct. And if it doesn't have roads, it's not gonna like be able to help. I think I found something here.
I found Fiji. All right, I'm gonna put Tahiti in and see what happens. Tahiti's not even on the map. Well, that's no.
Well, here's Fiji, and here's hopefully they have Tahiti. See, if they don't have Tahiti, yeah, this doesn't have Tahiti either. Why is Tahiti not big enough to be on this thing? What's the main city in Tahiti? Who knows? Raise your hand. The capital is Papeete.
Yeah, I just read that. I'm not familiar with Papeete.
You're not familiar with that? Well,
no. It is also the largest city.
Yeah.
The problem is they zoom in too much.
Here it is. The problem is it's under French Polynesia, not Tahiti.
Oh, really?
At least that's my problem, so... Yeah.
Oh, French Polynesia is... it's more than Tahiti. That's like a Netherlands Holland thing.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Well, but that's the thing, like, the capital of Tahiti is Papeete, but this thing is calling Tahiti French Polynesia, so it's like... It is like the Holland thing. It's like, it's a... Because it's all a series of islands. So it's Fiji. Fiji is like a collection of islands.
Yeah.
So I'm very close to figuring out how far they are.
All right.
I have to do one more thing. I just need to find a big city in Fiji that I can use as a basis.
Now, why did they say Tahiti? I mean, could they just have been wrong?
They could have been wrong.
Okay.
Yeah. But they have said Tahiti before on the show, I believe, because that was the two places that we heard that were close to the island, I believe.
Yeah.
I just really want to... Okay, Suva, here it is. I'm sorry, this is too much, but I just got to figure this out. Come on, Suva. You got to be here. You're the capital of Fiji. Here we go.
I've given up. I got to let you take over. I'm going to do a related mission.
It says... Oh. 2,100 miles.
Oh. That's
Actually,
a long
there's a
way.
Google map of it. Yeah, see, this looks like, it looks like, if this is right, then Fiji is almost due north of New Zealand, which makes it sort of east of Australia. And it looks like Fiji, it looks like, I'm getting my islands confused. It looks like Tahiti is due east of Fiji. Like, almost like due east. So there's your geography lesson for the day, folks.
Wow.
So if you find Fiji on a map, if you go due east, you should see Tahiti.
But they're not close at all, apparently.
Well, now, see, this is weird. Maybe this map is wrong, because this map makes it look like Tahiti is due south of Hawaii. Could that possibly be right? This looks weird.
That is vaguely the space that I saw it being in, but
yeah.
I don't know about due south. It seemed more like southwest.
I use due very loosely.
I see. I'm really trying to find any reference to Tahiti.
What do you mean? Oh, in Lost?
Yeah.
Did you look up the, let me see. Well, you go find that. I'm busy over here.
I know. I got my own problem here. Just,
why is there no, like, what do you call a big globe thing?
Where did Naomi say they were? Fucking shit, I can't. It's not working. Oh, God. All right.
Map of the world. Here we go. That's all I wanted, folks. I'm like, why can't I find a... All right. Let's get some shit.
Yeah, according to Lostpedia, the freighter was at Fiji.
Mhm. I'll buy with Fiji. Tom said it was Fiji.
Fiji is far away from where I thought the island was.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I thought it was farther, like, south and farther east. I didn't think it was way up there.
Fiji is farther south and farther east. Oh.
No, I thought the island was farther south and farther east and never mind. I forgot where New Zealand was. I thought New Zealand was on top of Australia.
No.
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
No. The Australians would never let New Zealand be on top. No.
My geography sucks. I really thought that thing above Australia, I thought that was New Zealand.
Oh.
I guess that's like, what is that, Indonesia or something? What is that thing?
Is that Papua New Guinea? I think that's right next to it. I don't remember what
half of it's Indonesia. So, okay. Anyway, the other half must be something else. Anyway, I thought that was New Zealand. God, I feel like an ass. At some point I knew that wasn't true, but at some point I corrected and got the wrong thing. Okay, Fiji is where I thought the island was, approximately. Good. So it's in a good location to be close to the island.
Yeah, I think that's why the creators kind of picked that.
I think you're onto something there.
Yeah, I call it a wild theory, but I think they planned it out that way.
Yeah. And you're right.
Yeah, there it is. I guess, that's Polynesia. Okay. I thought it was weird that it was, and I'm getting I think Tahiti is south of Hawaii. I thought that was odd, but it looks true. It looks very true. Because Hawaii is actually a lot further than I think it is. I always think it's pretty close, but it's a little bit out there.
It is really far out there. It really, I don't know, it has no business being a part of.
Yeah, right? Doesn't it seem like it should be closer to be part of America?
Yeah, I mean, at least Alaska's on the same continent,
Yeah.
It's I mean, Canada, whatever. I mean, it might as well be United States. It wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
But like way over there, that's just like, some random country just in the middle of Asia or something. It's like it's really far.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously the reasons are historical, but it's just weird.
Yeah, and that new state of Iraq is pretty far too.
Oh, biting political commentary.
The future state of Iraq is pretty. Actually, it probably would be a Commonwealth or something.
Something like that.
A territory.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
whatever Puerto Rico is.
Yeah, exactly.
Or maybe like one rung down from Puerto Rico.
Yeah, here, folks, we have the biting social commentary. We really can't hold back, although that's all you're going to get.
That's it, huh?
That's it. That's all I got. I'm ready to move on. We've talked a lot about nonsense. So.
I just have to say...
Oh, God.
I know. Maybe I should wait on this, but I just in my studies here, I was looking at Naomi's page on Lostpedia, and I realized that in the flashback, her wig is curled, and when she was on the island, it's straight.
It's the humidity.
And I'm really confused. Like Juliet's hair got curly too, and I really wonder when that happened. And really, can the island do that?
Curl your hair?
Yeah.
Uncurl your hair? Well,
no, in both cases. Oh, I guess in the case of Naomi, it uncurled it.
Yeah, well, the fact that she's wearing a wig, I think, is one thing. I really think, A, humidity and weather changes can change how your hair looks. B, it's a TV show, and, she's wearing a wig, and who knows, and they change their hairstyles anyway, like Claire's hair changed, Son's hair changed.
Yeah.
In terms of explaining Juliet, I don't remember, but they could have just changed it, or because that's the thing, she's wearing. Naomi's wearing a wig, so maybe they couldn't get the same wig or something. I don't know. The wig they rented for her, like they sent it back before when they needed it again or something.
Mhm.
But I didn't notice that. But you should start a Wikipedia page about it.
It just always struck me, especially with Juliet, like, because she just suddenly gets curls. Like, I understand that, the hair, their hair grows, they're actors, they're people, and, their hairstyle might change and stuff. But I just thought, like, it was a short period of time, and it just spontaneously generated curls, like, I didn't get that, Claire sort of just had her new look for season 3, and, and Son's been kind of like that, too. She has, like, one hairstyle for a season. Julia just switched midstream. I just thought that was really odd.
I think, and I'm looking at her pictures, and it seems like all the times when she had straight hair, except for, it looks like and I'm sure there's other times that these pictures don't encapsulate, but the one picture I see, and not in Portland, which was a flashback, of course, her hair is kind of in this ponytail weird thing. But on the island, it looks like, her hair is straight, and but it looks like after the point, it looks like once she starts helping the Losties, she starts putting her hair back, and that's when it's always sort of like curly. Is when she keeps it back, and so it could just be that they changed their hairstyle, and that it looks better when it's back, when it's kind of curly, and it looks, she looks more disheveled that way, I think. So it looks like they kind of just changed it.
Yeah.
Because she's not gonna show up on set with her hair different, and they just like, okay, go on, fine, go ahead, and then that difference of hair that just spontaneously came is what they shoot all these other scenes with. I mean,
that's exactly what I thought happened. What you just said, they're absolutely not going to
do. There's makeup and wardrobe people whose job it is to do Elizabeth Mitchell's hair every time she's there, and they know that's their job. They know what her hair is supposed to look like. And I feel like they wouldn't, if her hair was different in one scene or one episode and then it switched back or something, I'd be like, okay, well, whatever. But it looks like there's a point in which her hair actually changed, and I think that they do, since we saw it in other people, that they do say, okay, what is their hairstyle going to be like now? Because you got to remember, those hairstylists and those people, they don't, I think almost anyone in the film business wants to be as creative as they can. And so they don't want to just be like, okay, well, your job is to do her hair this one way, and that's the only way you'll ever be able to do it. You know what I mean? I feel like they want to say, hey, how about in this shot we do this to the hair, and maybe when she becomes this thing, we can do this to the hair. Or, now that Claire is this kind of person, we can make, we get rid of, they do that. So,
yeah. I guess, I heard that, this is a different situation, but I heard that when they had Ian Somerhalder back on, he had much longer hair than he did when he played Boone originally, and they said on the podcast, we didn't want to ask him to cut his hair for a guest star, cameo kind of thing, it was too much, so they just kind of brushed it to the side and tried to make it work, but it's clearly a pretty different hairstyle from what he had, originally. I thought
he was wearing a wig or something. Was he not wearing a wig?
In season 1?
No, I mean when he came back.
Oh, no, that was his real hair.
Oh, that was his hair.
Yeah. It was grown out. It was longer.
Mhm. Oh, okay.
But yeah, so it just made me think they said it was because he was a guest star, and so presumably they do kind of control the hair of the people that are actually part of the show, but I had the idea that they just go off and do whatever with their hair, and they're just powerless, they can't. I don't know.
No, not at all. I mean, that's why Naomi's in a wig, because they want her in a wig, because they obviously chose to do that for whatever reason they think it fits the character.
Yeah.
I think they're very aware of everything about how the characters present themselves. What they wear is, I think, sort of carefully decided. Even if what they wear is what they wore last episode, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
All that stuff gets taken into account, so I don't think it's a coincidence that her hair changes, especially considering other people's hair changed.
Mm-hmm.
Almost everybody who has hair, their hair is different.
Claire's pretty much the same as she was last season. I don't know, maybe they're going to stick with that for a while.
Yeah.
She just got bangs. That was a big thing for her.
Yeah.
We don't need to talk about hair much more.
Yeah. We really don't, do we?
I saw those pictures, and I was just like, oh, there's another weird hair transformation.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, Claire had that thing where it was just really long, and she would just, part it. And now, and then she had the bangs. But now I see this picture of, I guess the bangs grew out, and now she's got this whole thing going on. Yeah, you can see her bangs have grown out from when. Here's a picture from One of Us until the most recent one with Kevin Johnson. Her bangs grew out.
Oh, okay, longer
so
bangs.
She looks kind of different. Yeah, the bangs are longer, and so she's basically going to get back into the situation she had it in before, where her bangs will be the length of her regular hair, and she'll just part it like she did before, and then she'll cut her bangs again.
Mhm.
All right, now that we're done with the fashion of Lost, let me find a place and get back on track here. We really had a very...
Oh, we got off track at Tahiti.
And to bring us home, because I found out what I was looking for here, It's in episode 109 when Danielle says they were 3 days out of Tahiti. So it's Danielle who's from Tahiti.
She says Tahiti?
She says Tahiti.
Oh.
Yeah. Not Fiji. So
Okay.
So that was the two things about, the two places we've heard near the island.
So
Fiji
Fiji could be closer.
Fiji could be closer. Depending on where the island is.
If Fiji's not closer, Tom's timeline's in trouble.
Yes. But you know what? I don't think I said this, but he says in his own speech that they've got a couple days before he needs to board. So, they would have planned this out. Maybe they really still didn't have a lot of time, but there's some sort of plan here, obviously. So I feel like if they think they can make it work, I think they can make it work. And guess what? They made it work.
Yeah. No, obviously it did work. Yeah. I'm done. I'm not gonna belabor that anymore.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, we're sad about that. No. All right. So let's move this train. Everyone's like, okay, come on, guys.
Yes.
I'm done with my spreadsheet. Time to go home.
Yeah.
All right. So, are we just on the next? We never got to the next. Wow.
We did not enter the scene. The Tahiti thing just became.
So we stopped at Tahiti and we never got to it. And we wouldn't have done that if the transcript didn't say Tahiti.
Yeah, I know.
If it said Fiji, I wouldn't have had anything to say, and we would have been halfway through this rest of the
Yeah, that totally delayed the podcast by like 30 minutes.
See, folks, this is what happens. It's not our fault all the time. I blame them. All right, so we're in Fiji. It's kind of a market environment. People are doing stuff. We're at the docks. There's, stuff going on. And, we see Michael. He shows up. He's got his stuff. We see Minkowski milling about. And then Minkowski comes out of Michael, says, you're an engineer. He goes, no, I'm just a deckhand. And he says, we're all equals here, blah, blah, blah. And, Michael introduces himself as Kevin Johnson. Minkowski tells Kevin to go check over with Naomi, and, she'll get him going. So he goes over, and Naomi introduces herself. And can I do a quick aside here? No, I'll save it. Naomi introduces herself. Hopefully I remember. And then they have a little moment of something. I don't know if they're flirting or if they're just being friendly. It's a fine line there. But, she calls it he's from New York, and he calls it she's from Manchester. Both, I think, fairly impressive. I don't think I'd pin that Michael's from New York, because I don't think he's got, like, a New York accent, but, or maybe he does.
I think he's got, like, a very, very, very faint one.
Yeah, when I think of how her accent is Manchester, I don't think his accent is that New York. Not
even close. I still couldn't call it as Manchester, but I could call it as English.
I would guess, if I was trying to be specific, I might guess, but yeah, I wouldn't. I would be like, oh, that is Manchester. I know it for a fact.
Yeah, I'm not that up on the regional variations.
Yeah. So they talk about that. Anyway, she says there's a crate for you. It's locked. It's got his name on it. She says I'll have it delivered to your berth. So she welcomes him aboard. And then we get Michael walks past Miles, and Miles says, your name isn't Kevin. And Michael just stands there because he's really got nothing to say to that. And then Miles lets him off the hook. He says, don't worry, 80% of the people on this boat are lying about something, and offers him some orange. Which, let's not forget the first time we saw orange on the show.
I don't remember.
That was me waiting for you to remember. Locke, come on, eating the orange.
Oh shit! Of course.
That's pivotal. That
Good
was like,
point. Yeah.
This is Locke.
It's been a long time. I forgot.
It has. I just thought of it in this moment myself. So
that was Locke. Like, oh, he was good back then.
That was the beginning of this guy's interesting.
Kate was taking the shoes off the dead guy, and she looks over at him, and he does the orange smile. That was great stuff.
It was great, and I like that he's a man of faith who is eating an orange. I don't know.
Yeah.
Michael says he doesn't want any orange, and then his phone rings, and so he answers it. It's Tom, who's apparently still in his penthouse. So then Tom says, oh, I didn't catch this. Tom says, "How was your trip?" And then he says, I figure flying can't be too much fun for you. I didn't catch that he said that.
Mhm.
I can't imagine what Michael. Because Michael doesn't know why the plane crashed. See, I felt like if you knew why the plane crashed, you'd be less.
Oh, you'd be less afraid. Yeah. You're right.
Yeah.
He never got to find that out. And you know what? Did anybody besides the people who were there?
He never found that out. And by the way, did anyone else?
I mean, Desmond yells it. I think he yells it to like Locke. I think he heard that, but like.
That's one of the biggest revelations that
I don't think they ever told anybody.
So many people, I think, would want to know why the plane crashed. So many people would be so relieved, I think, in a lot of ways to know why the plane crashed.
Definitely. It would be reassuring. It's like, the plane didn't just die on its own.
Yeah, and it didn't just break apart like that on its own. Like there's something that made it do that. Because it's not just that it crashed, but that how it broke apart and, stuff like that. Like, that's pretty crazy and Desmond knows, and he's on in the scenes with old Kev, so maybe he I don't know if it'll come up. It's not relevant.
And maybe we're supposed to believe this information is known, but we never. I mean, it was discovered in a big dramatic moment. So
yeah, and it's like there's some things I would consider that. So there's some things that are to me are okay not to explicitly say. But people finding out why their plane crashed, which is the impetus of the show, that's huge. We got to see someone else finding that out at some point. And, this is about staging the wreckage. So I could see Desmond having some comment about, having a hand in what's going on and bringing up that topic and at least explaining to Michael. Or does Saeed know? Who was all there? It was as far as I remember, it was just Locke and Desmond. They were on there, let's not push the button kick. Oh, that's right, yeah. And Locke isn't telling anybody. Yeah, I know. Even though there's no more secrets. There's no more secrets, yeah, which is exactly why he's not telling anyone. Oh, Locke. Okay,
that's really weird. It's one of those things, the audience knows it, and it's just like, you can let it rest. But exactly. That's what it's a thing that they use because they can't really sort of juggle all the plot points and storylines. So they do rely on the fact that, okay, the audience already, that was my point earlier about why Ben is so forthcoming with who Michael is. Well, everybody already knows. We don't have to, he doesn't have to, suspend suspend the suspense. That makes sense. He doesn't have to, build up any suspense with what that is now that everybody knows. So they have taken more time this season, I think, than they have in the past to have characters share information. Yes, they've definitely been more, I think, like cognizant of, okay, let's take time. And the big part of that was, what was it, last episode? Yeah. It was Ji-Yun. Where, they took a whole scene where Kate was explaining what happened and explained it, like, in plain terms. It wasn't, even the first thing she said was sort of a, whatever comment about, the girl who hit me, but she just kind of explained everything else, So they have been more aware of that and good about that. Yeah, it's been a strange change of pace, but that revelation was way back at the end of season 2. I mean, they should have talked about it by now. Yeah. I mean, it's huge. It's huge. I mean, I feel like if Jack knew why the plane crashed, and he might have questions for Dan. Are you guys here because of that thing that brought down our plane or something? Or I mean, he's doing experiments. He knows he's a scientist. I feel like he would ask those questions. Yeah. So it makes you think Jack doesn't know. Yeah. Or they don't want to deal with it yet, which is, I think, it's got to be part of the answer. Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. Man. Are you ready for the next? Yes, please. I feel like I didn't finish this somehow. Miles, I don't know what he's doing here. It's,
Should we? Well, let me finish the scene, I guess, because I don't think I'm finished.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he says, how's your trip? Yeah, we got stuck on the flying thing. He says, I figure flying can't be too much fun for you. Michael says, what do you want? He says, you get your care pack. He says, yeah. And then, so here's the thing I didn't catch the first time either. Tom says, wait a day or two until you're out in the open sea, then you're good to go. So Tom is the one who tells him to press, because I didn't remember, I'm like, why did Michael decide this was the point to, press the thing? I thought the point was whenever you get on there and decide to do it, that's fine. But Tom tells him specifically when to do it, and then, of course, we find out not the right time. Which I've got a theory that relates to that.
All right.
So let's see. Naomi, I'm sorry. Wait. Oh, Michael. Okay. So Michael watches as Naomi brings aboard another crew member, and so Tom kind of senses Michael's hesitation and says, "Oh, you've met some of them now, getting cold feet, are you?" And he's like, "Yeah, I am." And then he goes, "Well, I got a few more names for you." Son, Sawyer, Jack, Claire, her baby. That was an interesting selection to say. I think Claire and the baby get obvious points, and Jack, he's the leader. Sawyer's a weird pick, and Son, I feel like Son is only relevant because it's Michael. I feel like, whatever was going on with them, if, whatever it was, I feel like that's why he said Son.
Yeah.
I don't know if he knows, but...
Yeah, he shouldn't necessarily know, but...
Why say Son over anyone else,
Well, yeah. There aren't that many more people to say.
Yeah, there aren't, but there still are more people. Jen helped him build the raft. Jen was a pretty good friend to him.
Jen gave him the watch that he pawned.
Yeah, why not say Jen? That's totally relevant, But anyway.
Yeah.
Just a minor point. Who knows?
I thought he was going to name the Oceanic Six, but he didn't do that because he said Sawyer, so.
Yeah.
And Claire.
And he shouldn't name them because they're safe. Wait. Oh, they're not safe yet. What am I thinking?
Yeah, no.
I'm like, they're safe in the future.
Aren't they safe already?
You can't name them. They're already off the island. Okay, not yet. So anyway, he says he's in. He's got to be in. He's already there. And Tom says, good, then ditch your phone. Okay, then so he throws away his phone. So let's talk about this scene.
Okay.
You want to go back and talk about Miles?
Yeah, I just, why, what's he...
Do you mean why or do you mean how?
Why? Yeah, I guess how, yeah, how. I actually mean how and why, but maybe I'm more interested in why.
Yeah, I think it's...
how.
I think it's how, and then it's like, okay, why? I, at this point, have to go with the idea that Miles can do more than just talk to dead people, that he can sort of read people. He gets some sort of sense of them. I don't know if he's reading their aura or something, or I don't know what it is.
Miles is so weird.
He is weird.
He plays him like he is a very, very pragmatic, a con man who's just gonna come to the island and extort money from Ben, but if he really has these crazy powers, I feel like that's a weird character trait for him.
I feel like if you have someone, if I picture Miles as someone who is, if he didn't have powers, he would be the kind of person who is, regardless, just sort of scheming and trying to figure out ways to get ahead, or that kind of not a very high moral caliber in the general sense. And I think the fact that he has this power, he's able to exploit a certain thing. And I think that yeah, he's got this power, but you know what? He wants money, and I think he exploits his power to get money, and I think he found an opportunity. And whether the opportunity probably came to him, because I figured they tracked him down to use him for whatever reason they added him to the crew, but he's got this opportunity to get a whole bunch more money.
Mhm.
So that's my point, is that I think he's just that kind of person anyway.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah, he plays him strangely. I like this actor a lot. I think he's doing a lot with the role, and I like the character. For a character who isn't likable, you know what I mean? Like he's not Dan or something.
Right.
I think I like him. For a character that's not likable, I like him.
Yeah, I do too. There's something, yeah.
Yeah, there's something about him, and I don't know. But anyway, I don't know how he's doing what he's doing. I feel like maybe his power is very sort of specific, and it lends itself more than what we thought he could do. You know.
Mhm. Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't know if he's really reading minds. Because I don't buy that he's like, especially since Michael just showed up. Now, if they had been on the ship for a while, you know, and he came up to him and said, "That's not your name," I'd have a different theory. But the fact that Michael just showed up,
yeah,
I don't think there's any time for Miles to talk to any dead people who could know what Michael's real name is. You know.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's the case. And it seemed like he just knew it. It didn't seem like he had to like close his eyes and concentrate. I mean, we didn't see that, but I felt like it was a quicker find for him to get that information that that's not his name than the other stuff that he did before when he has to sort of concentrate to talk to dead people.
Right.
So that's my thoughts on that.
Okay. Yeah, I just think he's, I don't know. I don't really understand him.
It could be, and I think part of the thing I don't understand about him is what they're going to use him for. I feel like he's such a weird character that it's like until they tell us why he's really there, I don't know. I can't imagine like what they're going to do with him.
Yeah,
you know?
I guess that. Yeah, I can't either. He's really positioned himself into a, I don't know, a sort of standout, situation.
Oh, and let's not forget. I guess we did forget. He doesn't have the grenade in his mouth.
Yeah. He's not
in the first scene of this episode.
They talked about that on the podcast. Someone asked him like if we're supposed to believe that he was sitting in that cabin with the grenade in his mouth for like 4 days, however long it took to see him again.
And I'm sure the answer was no.
And yeah, I mean their answer was like, we're just gonna joke around for a while.
Oh. They didn't really say anything about that?
I don't think from what I remember, they didn't really answer. They're just like, yeah, and they went with it, and then they just sort of mocked it. I feel like you're supposed to assume, like, no, that's not true, but I don't think they actually answered it.
I think they mocked it because it was sort of absurd, but they realized that, they did it anyway, and
yeah.
And they're just mocked. Because that happens, I think. The other thing I wanted to mention about this scene was what? You have to guess.
I have to guess what you want to mention?
No.
Oh, shit. Something about ditching the phone?
Yeah, that's actually it. You did. I was kidding, but you guessed it.
All right. How many points?
Yeah, you get 5 points for that. That's nice. I mean, yeah. Something else I was going to give you points for earlier, I forgot. I was going to ask you to guess something about something, and I was going to give you a lot of points for that one, but I don't remember. So sorry. Anyway, the thing about ditching the phone, why didn't he just keep his phone so he can talk to them later? I don't understand why he ditched his phone. It's not like he's like a spy on the boat to where like they don't know he's on the boat, and he needs to like maybe not have certain things, but like they know he's on the boat. Why can't he have a phone? I don't. And maybe the phone wouldn't even work, out in the high seas. Fine. But why does he have to ditch his phone? If somebody sees him throwing the phone away, they're gonna be suspicious. Like, and he did it out in the open. It's just like
he really did. It wasn't a good, discreet phone drop.
And you know what it makes me? Feel like? I gotta say it again. It makes me feel like this is all an elaborate ruse. They've done so many things to me that is just like, if they reveal that this was a trick, it's going to seem so obvious. You know, if you wanted to convince someone that they're on this really big, important mission and, like, larger than life, like, matter of fact, you can't even die. That's how important this mission is. You can't die until you do this mission. If you wanted to just do, like, every step of the way, make them believe this thing, I feel like you would also, like, throw your phone in the water, too. You know, like, get rid of your phone, you know, because it's such a cliche thing to do. It's
it's
like,
as cliche as, like, burn these documents after you read them.
Exactly, like, here's the evidence, and now I got to destroy, you know, whatever, you know. It just seems like they could be going through the painstaking, like, details just to make this feel real for him, and I feel like I don't understand why he needs to throw his phone away. There's no, you know, he's got a bomb in his bunk, you know. Why is that okay, but a cell phone is not okay?
Hey, God forbid. We don't want any craziness on this boat.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is the phone might not even work when they get out there. So
I know.
who even cares?
I have to ask because
one more thing. The other thing I want to say is Saeed did the same thing when he talked to Ben. He threw his phone away.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say that's what I have to ask. Like Saeed did that, right? And like why do you do that? What's the reason to throw away your phone?
Ostensibly the reason is so that you can't be sort of traced. That if you want to have you know, clandestine conversations, you know, you don't want to do it on a phone that can be traced back to you, because if you do it, you do it on your cell phone, then if anyone who is trying to investigate you, they see your records, they see who you call, blah, blah, blah. If you get rid of the evidence, you get rid of the phones, you get rid of the trace. Presumably those phones that they got were under different names or, you know, stolen or whatever. You know, that's sort of what you would want to do. But that's if someone is, you know, trying to track you, trying to trace you down. And it could be that, you know, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt now that I think of this. It could be that they don't want Widmore finding out what they're doing, and so, you know, they don't necessarily know if, like, how Widmore may be tracking them. You know, for all the others know, Widmore might know that Tom is in New York, and if they figure out who Tom called or got his phone logs, and they find out, well, he made a call to a cell phone. Okay, where was that cell phone when it was made? Well, that was made on Tahiti. Blah blah blah. I got a spy on the ship. That could happen if Widmore knew what was going on. And so the idea, I guess, is that they're trying to not let that happen. But I feel like, you know, Ben and them are operating, like, on a different level above Widmore. You know, Widmore doesn't, you know, presumably know what's going on in terms of the spy on the boat and stuff. So I feel like, you know, do they really have to be concerned about Widmore being a step ahead of them when I feel like they're 2 steps ahead of Widmore, you know?
Yeah.
But anyway, it just comes off like a cliche thing to me to sort of, you know, to sort of throw your phone away and it's just a weird thing. It worked better with Saeed for me, because you know, they're talking about, I feel like they don't need to be in close, if they need to be in contact again, it will be fairly easy because he's in, you know, a populated area. But with Michael on the boat, we know later he, you know, disrupts communications and all that stuff, and it's just like, if you know you're going to do that, don't you want some sort of direct line of communication? You know, if the phone would work, you know? I don't know. Yeah.
I can imagine it not working.
What if plans change, too? Yeah, I can definitely imagine it not working. I mean, you know, obviously it works in Fiji, but, you know, how far out from Fiji is it going to work? I don't know.
Yeah. And I'm thinking, like, you know, Ben can't call Michael on his cell phone from the island. I mean, maybe he can, but I'm just thinking that maybe.
Well, he called him later from the island.
Well, yeah, but not with a cell phone.
Not with a cell phone. You mean Michael didn't have a cell phone?
No, I mean.
Oh.
I mean, Ben didn't call a cell phone.
Mm-mm. Well, what difference would it make what he called?
No, what I'm saying is, like, what I'm saying.
Don't use any pronouns.
No. Here's what I'm saying. If Michael kept his cell phone, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm doubting that Ben can actually call a cell phone from the island.
Why?
Well, you know, I mean, maybe he can, but I don't have. There's no concrete evidence to suggest that he's got, you know, I don't think that he's got like the ability to call a cell phone.
Oh, you're just saying he doesn't have the sort of technological ability to make a cell phone call. Oh, okay. Oh,
that's
okay.
all I'm
Okay.
saying.
I thought you said he. Okay, I thought it was something else. I think if he can't call, I feel like with the fact that they can get satellite feeds and stuff like that, I feel like they can
Actually,
get the
you
internet.
know what? I think he talked to Richard. I don't know what. I mean, I guess that must have been a cell phone because it was supposed to be in a park. Assuming that whole thing wasn't a ruse.
Yeah, I feel like at the Flame Station at least, when they had like satellite hookup, I mean, if you can get satellite connections, you can get the internet, and if you can get the internet, you can make phone calls to anybody. So I mean, that kind of gets around that.
Okay.
But you know, they don't have. You know,
although the Flame Stations
should be gone by now,
is
right?
destroyed by this time, so
yeah.
So he wouldn't necessarily be able to use that.
Yeah.
Of course, he didn't know that, you know, necessarily. You know, I don't know when he finds out the Flame Station is destroyed, but it's sometime after it's destroyed, presumably. So.
You can't find out the Flame Station is destroyed before it's destroyed.
I mean, I would guess it's, you know, maybe Mikhail tells him or something.
Yeah.
But that is later. I think that's post. Well, because Mikhail showed up again when Naomi showed up. So.
Yeah.
So maybe he told him then. By then, though, he's already. Well, actually, I don't know when the Michael call happened.
Because by the time Mikhail got back to Ben, that was that whole scene where he just kind of like tells him really quick, and then they pretty much rush off and like, because that's when Locke is there, right? And like he's about to tell Locke something, and then Mikhail comes in. Isn't that the same timeline? And then we see Mikhail say like blah 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 is coming, I forget what, and then Ben gives Mikhail some new orders or something.
Mikhail tells him about Naomi and about the freighter.
Yeah.
I don't think he mentions the Flame Station.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like we saw him come directly pretty much from the Flame Station, and we didn't see him tell Ben. And I think right after that, doesn't Mikhail leave to go do something else?
No,
because he's got to go to the Looking Glass.
Yeah, but not immediately. I mean, there's some intermediate stuff that happens there. Mikhail doesn't get sent to the Looking Glass until much later. Well, not much later, but at least a couple days later when you know, because Mikhail's there during Man Behind the Curtain. Mm-hmm. Because Locke comes up and like beats him up to show Ben that he means business. I don't really know what he's doing, but when Mikhail comes in with the news about Naomi, like Locke, you know, wants to go see Jacob, and so he beats up Mikhail like in you know, in front of everybody. Everybody just stands there, and this convinces Ben to take Locke to Jacob. Mm-hmm. So my main point is Mikhail's there for a while before he gets sent off again, because they have to find out that they know about the Looking Glass, which isn't until later. You know, they don't. Right. He doesn't find out until Bonnie and Greta call him, which isn't until after Charlie goes down there. So.
But I thought when he showed up that there was. I thought when he showed up there was something that he already knew about Bonnie and Greta. Maybe I'm just putting those two scenes together.
Yeah, I think you are, because there is a later scene about that.
So when he shows up the first time. Oh, that's right. That's when. Yeah, that is when Locke. When he shows up is when Locke beats him up, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's saying like, "There's a freighter, and we got to go now," and like Locke doesn't want to, you know, miss his chance for Jacob.
No, Locke.
Yeah.
But it didn't pan out too much, did it, Locke?
Yeah, it really did.
Well, are you ready for the next scene?
So all I'm saying is, like, he was around long enough to have like told him off screen, but
yeah,
whatever.
I'll buy that. That's all I wanted. That's good.
Yeah.
As long as there's time.
Yeah, and I guess Locke could have told him if he's feeling forthcoming.
Yeah.
And
I feel like Ben would find out at some point. I mean, he would, you know, I mean, I almost feel like the fact that Mikhail's not at the Flame Station means something to do with
and Miss Clue was supposedly there too, so you know, if she's not coming back, I mean, that's, you know, that's going to lead to asking what happened, and
Mhm.
so that's tied in with that whole thing. But whatever.
Yeah.
These
Yeah.
I'm getting
Sorry,
very
guys.
wrapped up in mundane details today for some reason.
It's Monday. That
I guess
happens.
so.
All right, next scene, we've got the Kahana, which is the name of the boat, not the anything else. Does that mean anything in Hawaiian or something? Did anyone find out what
Oh
Kahana
God,
means?
I have no idea. Hawaiian is not my first language.
It's not? Well, you
No.
make a mean luau. That's all I got to say. You make a luau like you were born on the mainland.
Everyone says that about me, but
I know.
I actually don't know a word of Hawaiian. It's it's all in the hips.
It's all in the hips. Your luau involves your hips. That's how
Yeah.
you roast. That's how you roast that pig, is by shaking your hips. Huh?
Exactly.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. If you want to get suckling pig that's been buried in the ground for however long they bury it. All right. So
I'm starting to think I don't know what a luau is.
Yeah, a luau. I don't think you do either. I think you're thinking of like hula dancing.
I don't know. Whatever I'm thinking of involves moving your hips.
Hula dancing is all about the hips. A luau is a big festival celebration that usually involves the roasting of a pig that is like, I believe, if I remember correctly, you do something to it and then you like bury it for a while and then you sort of have and then I think the place where you bury it, you sort of unearth it and then you sort of cook it out there or something. And see, now I'm gonna want to look up what a luau is.
I thought it was a dancing thing. Okay.
No. I mean, I think it's like a party, a festival thing. I think you would see dancing there, but it's like a fiesta. A luau is like a fiesta.
I
basically.
see. Okay.
Yeah, here it is. A Kahlua pig. Oh, an underground oven. Yeah. So they cook the pig in an underground oven. Yeah, that's what they do. So that's a luau. All right. We're learning a lot today. That's good. Next scene.
It is good.
They're on the Kahana. Naomi and Frank are arguing about what's going on, and basically Naomi wants Frank to stay behind and Chopper in the science team while she goes ahead. Little did Frank know that she's doing him a favor. He would probably die if he was flying her Chopper.
Yes, and since we know
that
that he doesn't go and lives to fly the second Chopper, he can't go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's stuck not going. So, and he says, what are you going to be doing? And she goes, that's a need to know, and you don't.
Ooh.
Yeah. Then Frank comes over to talk to Michael, and they kind of introduce themselves. And Michael says he's looking for a little adventure, and Frank goes, adventure. And he goes, you ever hear about 815? And he says, yeah, and he basically says that, what if I were to tell you that the plane wasn't found, that the plane that they found in the trench wasn't 815?
Oh.
And then Michael...
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And then Michael was like, what is it? And then Frank basically says that Charles Woodmore believes that 815 is still out there. And can you imagine what would happen if we found some of those people alive?
Mhm.
That's the scene.
Okay. So what I was gonna say, I remember something, just the tiniest thing. We talked about it when I believe that Ben did it, which it's got a great chance of being true. That scene with Abaddon and Naomi where he's like there were no survivors.
Mm-hmm.
That sort of suggests that Widmore did it.
Why?
Well, because it makes it seem like he's trying to cover up the fact that it's a staged thing.
Yeah, but also, I mean, if he's covering up that it's a stage thing, then that means that he knows there are survivors, and then that should mean that when they get to the island, if Widmore staged first of all, Whitmore is betting. I think in general, Whitmore is betting people are on the island. You know, I think if people are on the island, and that, you know, that means something. And especially if A-15 is on the island. Now, if he staged it, why would he be having his men say no one survived when, in fact, these people will go to this island where people are there, you know, and presumably are alive there. And so to me, that's weird that they would say, yeah, there are no survivors when in a couple days they're going to be proven wrong. And she kind of already knows that it's wrong too. That's the other thing. Like, she kind of says, yeah, sure, there's no survivors.
Yeah, and like if Ben staged the whole thing, why can't they talk about it?
If Ben staged the whole thing, then I feel like it could be that that they're saying 815 is real, and that, you know, at a certain point, you know, 815 is real, and that was a plane crash. You know, they could be saying that.
But why would he insist to Naomi that, like, the Ben stage thing was real?
Why would he insist that it was real?
Yeah.
That the records were staged?
Yeah. No. That it wasn't staged, that there were no survivors.
I don't know, unless he doesn't want, I mean, the only reason to say, let's see, I gotta take this from ground zero logic here. So you're saying if Ben staged it, why would Abaddon say there are no survivors?
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, if we follow the Widmore story, which is Ben staged it, blah blah blah, they find this wreckage. Why would Abaddon say there are no survivors? The only reason I can think of that is if he believes it, and he wants her to believe like there are no survivors from, because I feel like if he knows there are survivors and he's covering it up, then that would make sense. But if he knows there are survivors, I don't see why he would say there aren't if he's sending these people to go where the survivors are. So maybe to answer your question, I don't know.
Basically because, you know, the captain says Ben did it. If they really believe that Ben staged it, then, you know, I just don't see why he would insist on this point. You know, it seems like, you know, he would be free to say, the person you're looking for staged the crash, so yeah, there might be survivors.
Well, but okay, I feel like that's an aberrant factor, because we know that that a lot of the people, especially people who count on the freighter, know about 815. You know what I mean? They are, and even in that scene, they know about 815. So it's like, why would they lie about it? Well, it almost doesn't matter because everyone knows the truth. So it's like, I don't think anyway it really makes any sense.
Okay. Well, I just,
you know,
I had to throw that. The other thing is, I got the idea that maybe he's giving a really subtle hint that she's supposed to kill all the people. You know, all the survivors, like, there are no survivors. Like that's his way of telling her, like, if you find survivors, kill them. You know, I mean, that would be odd. He really should say that explicitly, but yeah, and she didn't seem to take it that way. I feel like he could say that, but she didn't seem to take it that way. No, she didn't seem to take it that way. I agree, but it just, I was thinking about what else that could mean. You know. Yeah, I mean, you could have said something like, you know, when you're done with this mission, there won't be survivors. You know what I mean? Like, there aren't any survivors. I don't know, dude. I really don't feel like it makes a lot of sense either way, especially, like, and I think the problem is that Naomi seems to know the truth. And it's like, well, where is her information coming from? It should be coming from Abaddon. It should be coming from what he says. You know, especially if they're the ones who staged it, you know, then they have sort of control of the information. Why does she think there are, you know, if she's working for the company that staged it, why does she think that there are survivors? Yeah, no, I agree. She shouldn't think that. I don't know. I don't know what her deal is. Yeah. She's just coming into this thing already with not, you know, supposedly no one thinks this. She has some reason to think it. I don't know what's going on. Wait, you think
You think Whitmore did it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean that's it's not like clear cut. I'm probably a 60-40 split with that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a great chance that Ben did it. I'm just leaning in the Whitmore direction, but you know, just as far as like a thing that kind of makes it seem like Whitmore did it. That's I thought of it, so. You know, it could go the other way. And last week, I thought Ben did it, so, you know, I was willing to accept it then.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When she says, you know, it could just be that when he says, you know, there are no survivors, it just, oh, man, I forgot what I was going to say. Something about if Whitmore did it. Oh, that if she says she thinks there are survivors. Oh, that was the thing. If she say Whitmore did it and she knows Whitmore staged it, that seems like where she's coming from with that logic. Is that of course there are survivors because you guys staged this thing.
And why would Abaddon expect that he can like keep up the ruse if he's sending her to the island where they are?
Exactly.
It doesn't make sense that way either. I agree.
That's why I feel like it's. That his point is just that, I don't even know. I feel like his point should be, it doesn't matter what the reality is. It matters what we're saying, which is that there are no survivors.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's his point, but I don't know. There's some weirdness there.
Definitely.
I don't know. But I know what the next scene is. Let's go to that.
All right.
I think that's everything to talk about in that scene. All right. The next scene we get Michael sitting in his berth, which is a weird word for room.
Berth.
And Michael stares at the key in his hand, you know, and then the lock crate with the bomb in it. Next day,
did you call it the bomb?
I said bomb.
Oh, okay.
I just said bomb really weird.
I thought you said it with a Boston accent.
The BAM?
I was thinking Blom.
Blom?
Yeah.
Why would you put an L in there?
No L.
Oh, what are you saying?
Blom.
Oh, Blom. Oh, is that Boston? I feel like that's New York.
Maybe it's more New York.
I feel like BAM. I'm going to go get the BAM. Like, you know, like remember the whole Boston thing, the whole Addy Daddy thing?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's more of a eh. They put a lot of ands in there.
Mm-hmm.
Man. I don't know what that is. I apologize to people from Boston.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing. So Kimi and the crew are it's a fair city that doesn't need me to describe its people and how they talk. Kimi and the crew guys, I think Omar's there. They're playing what is that, skeet or something?
Yeah, shooting skeet.
Shooting clay pigeons, which was a weird movie with Vince Vaughn.
I hate that movie.
Before he became Vince Vaughn, I should say.
Totally. He wasn't anybody. He was this weird character actor.
An actor, yeah. So they're shooting stuff, and Michael comes over, and he was swabbing the deck. And he comes over and asks what they're doing, and they say, well, what does it look like we're doing? Which is exactly what I thought. I'm like, I know what you mean, Michael, but it's pretty obvious what they're doing.
Yeah.
And then he says, we're shooting things, and he shoots some more, and he goes, I thought we were on a rescue mission. And Kimi looks at them and laughs, because it's like, well, who told you that? And he goes, don't you have something to mop up? And he goes, and so anyway, Michael slinks away and blah, blah, blah. They go fire some more. This gives Michael all the excuse he needs to pull the trigger.
All right, then.
Once he realizes there are some people on board who had guns who like to shoot things, that's all it took for him.
Time to get the bomb.
Yeah, which to me means don't give Michael a bomb, because it doesn't take much for him to want to, no. So anyway, we get this long sequence.
I just want to say, like, where do you land on they're going to kill everybody? I mean, obviously they're not going to do it, but you know, do you think they're really supposed to do that? Like, what's up with this? What's up with this scene? Is this guy just being an ass? Like, is the weaponry just to get Ben? Like, do you think they're really supposed to kill people?
Okay. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just going to state this from what I remember, and if I'm wrong, just feel free to tell me. The evidence that we have that they're there to kill everybody, or that they would kill everyone once they're done with whatever they're there for, whichever the two work best, comes mainly from Ben. I believe he said that most of the time. In this episode, he said, because he sort of jumps in and says, because their orders are to kill everyone once they get me, basically. And in that scene, Miles didn't seem to object. He seems to just sort of, silently confirm it. To me, that's where the problem comes in, is that most of this is coming from Ben. So the question becomes not only, is that their order, but, what are the sort of specifics of the order, because it could be, it's true that they're supposed to kill everyone, but it could be they're supposed to kill all the others. It depends on what they know about the island and what they want from the island. If we go with the idea that they know Ben is there and that presumably A-15 is there and that's all they know, then I find it strange that if Widmore didn't stage the wreckage, that he would want 815 dead. I could think of reasons why, but I think in general he wouldn't necessarily want to just kill them. Of course, if he did stage the wreckage, it makes sense to kill them all. Although I don't really know, I can't buy that Widmore at this point is that sort of ruthless. I feel like Pike has been presented to be a more ruthless person than Widmore at this point, and I, at least in terms of his business and what he's willing to do, and so I don't know. I don't want to buy that yet from Widmore that he would just say, regardless of who's on the island, kill them all once you get banned. So I don't really want to buy that. That's where I land on that. I don't really believe it's true. I believe something to that effect could be true. But I don't think that the orders were, if you find A-15 survivors, kill them.
Okay. Ben made it, everyone on the island, which is mostly
which I feel like if they thought that A-15, if they didn't think A-15 was on the island, if they're really just concerned about Ben and his forces, then I could get that, that to me makes sense. If you're going in to get this leader of this, group of people, and you don't want to have to deal with them again, then you get the leader and then you kill those people. But the special circumstances, there's non-others on the island, including non-losties. So that's when it becomes kind of, I don't really know if that's what the orders are, because it muddles the situation more, beyond the frontier of knowledge that I think, Widmore has. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's where I land on that. Where do you land on that?
Oh, God, I don't know.
It's just one of those things, man. It's just one of those lines that I can't believe those lines anymore, like, straight away. Like, I'm here for you, Locke, and I got to do this, and they're all gonna do this, and I'm all gonna do this, and we're all gonna do that, and it's when lines become that grandiose and that matter of fact, and especially when they're huge things like that, it's like there's got to be some details here that are missing, and I feel like this is one of those cases where it's just not that cut and dry, because it's the same way. Are they here to rescue us? That was a question that seemed very cut and dry, and the answer.
Conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
I did. I was saying that. Oh, what was I saying?
Are they there to rescue them?
Yeah, that question seemed to be, yes or no question, but really it turns out to be, the answer is pretty much no. Will they get rescued is part of that, though. You know what I mean? Like, when you look at the question more, there's more gray. It's not black and white, and I feel like, are they there to kill them, and, or is that their orders? I feel like is that kind of thing, too, where it seems like a yes or no question, but I feel like when you look at it, when you factor in what Widmore knows about who could be there and what he really wants and all that stuff, I feel like that it's going to be not really the case, which is what usually happens with Boss.
Yeah.
Boss. so that's my opinion.
I pretty much agree. I mean, I clearly don't think they're just gonna like go kill everybody, but or even try.
Because who knows what people know? You know what I mean? Like, and this may not be a concern of Widmore's, but I feel like if you're a rational person, like, you don't want to just have orders to blindly kill everybody. You don't know what certain people might know about the island, or about where to get things, or about, you're losing valuable information by killing people blindly. And I feel like that in and of itself is a bad move.
Yeah.
It
is. It is. But I mean, they have some sort of, if they're there for Ben, then they're gonna, they're probably willing to use force to get him, but
I definitely think they're willing to use force to get him, but to say, if, like I said, the fix around this problem of, you don't want to kill everyone because they might have information, well, the fix is to have the orders after you interrogate everybody, kill them, but that's not what they said the orders are. The orders, but they say it in such a blunt way, with no sort of finesse. It's just like, okay, well, that's all there is. Get Ben and kill everybody. I just don't think it's that clear cut.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be. All right, so we're ready for the rest of the scene?
Yeah.
Okay. So Michael decides to blow up the ship, so he goes and he gets the case and he goes down to the engine room and he opens the door and he sort of puts the case down on a pipe labeled Fuel Line 1, warning, no open flame. So this is the perfect place to ignite a bomb. He extracts the key and then so he opens it up and then he sees at the top is this sort of toolkit-looking facade, and he takes that off and we see the bomb with the C4 and all that stuff.
From this scene, I discovered that the C and C4 stands for now I forgot what it was. What was it? Combination or
is it compound or something?
Compound? Maybe it was compound. I don't think so. I thought it was longer than that. I suck. I can't remember what it was.
Well, I was going to save this for later, but I'm having you replace as co-host. You're just not cutting it anymore.
That's it,
Sorry.
huh?
That's it. You had your chance.
Oh, man.
No. Stay tuned for Claude and Jen.
Composition.
That's
what it is, yeah. I want to say combination, but that didn't sound right. Okay, yeah, composition. I always thought it was a meaningless sort of thing. Just a weird product designation or something. But yeah, I found that out, so I mentioned that. Anyway.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so
thanks. You won't be here next week.
Exactly, thanks. That's the last thing you'll bring up offhand. All right, so he decides that he's going to do it, and he whispers, you can do this, and he presses in the code 71776, and he presses the button, and I'm sorry, he didn't press it yet.
Yeah, hold on.
He starts hearing music from that song. What's the song?
What song?
Isn't it the song Make Your Own Kind of Music? Isn't that what he hears?
Really?
I thought, or something that sounds like that. Some song to me that made sense with the swan. This credits the line from Cass Elliot, and the line that we hear is "But it's getting better." Mama Cass Elliot's "It's Getting Better" is the name of the song, so that's not the same song.
Oh, but it's
that kind of 70s music.
I think isn't that her song too?
Oh, I don't know who sings
Make Your Own Kind of Music.
Is it?
I think
I thought it was somebody else, but if it is, then it fits.
I think it is. Okay, it's the same kind of thing, but it's not that.
Definitely the same kind of thing, and it looks like this is her song. So it's Mama Cass. It's getting better. So he hears the music and he sort of turns around and he hears some ghostly whispering and he looks around and nobody's there. And then he hears a woman's voice. Libby says, "Don't do it, Michael." And he turns and he sees Libby there, and she's got apparently the clothes she had on when she was on the island. And he whirls around, and then, nobody's there. And after a second of hesitation, he decides to press the button. And I have something to say about Libby again. Okay, so he presses the button, the timer counts down to 15, he closes his eyes and says, "I love you, Walt," and it counts down all the way to 0. And when the beeping stops, a small flag pops up, and Michael grabs it, and he opens it up, and it says, "Not yet." So that's that scene.
Wow. This is weird in flashback because it can't blow up.
Yeah, that's what was weird is that it's like, well, it doesn't blow up, and I'm like, well, what's gonna happen? I feel like, as much as I knew that it wasn't gonna go off, I'm like, well, it has to go off, right? Like, how does a bomb not go off when you like? I felt like this bomb was set to explode, and now he's going to explode it. So how could it not explode? Even though I know it can't, because the freighter's nowhere near where it's got to be there. He's got to be there later. All this other stuff. I was like, what's gonna happen? And then it's like this dud thing, and it's just like, oh, okay. So that was kind of weird. The one quick thing I want to say about Libby was another, I think, clue that he's in her head. Or I should say the other way, she's in his head, is that he doesn't, after he kind of sees her, he doesn't freak out about why he's seeing Libby, which to me makes it seem like he knows that's in his head. Mm-hmm. If he's about to blow up a ship and presumably kill himself, and he sees Libby, this woman he already killed, and he thinks that she's really there, I feel like that's going to stop him in what he's doing, because he does, without having an explanation for that. But if he knows that's in his head, then he's going to do what he did and keep going on. But to me, if he really thought that was Libby, I felt like he wouldn't have just let continue to press the button. I felt like he would have needed to figure out why the hell Libby appears on this ship when she's dead.
The other thing is, I feel like Ghost Libby should know that it's not a real bomb. I just want her to be that good as a ghost. That's
exactly. I think that's another valid point that I thought earlier, was that if this was an island apparition or Jacob influence, you think they would kind of know that, especially since Ben knows that, Because I don't think, that's what I wanted to mention earlier, I don't think the bomb is the way that Michael is supposed to kill these people. When Ben said, or when Tom said, you're going on this boat to kill everyone aboard it, I thought, okay, well, that can't be true, because I know some people who aren't going to die, at least until the timeline we're on.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, what does he mean? What does he mean? He must mean something. And then they had the bomb, and I'm like, well, maybe he means that. But I feel like that Michael's job in killing everybody is really more about, what they actually said, the disorientation of not having the communication and all that stuff. But I think and I don't know how you read that line, but Tom says, or Ben says later, which we'll get to. But I felt like Ben was I felt like the point that how Michael's going to kill these people is going to be stranding them so close to the island that they just go insane by the effects of the island, and not this sort of obvious way with a bomb.
Yeah.
And we'll get to it, but Ben was surprised that Michael even pressed the button.
Yeah.
Which I thought is interesting. So unless you have something to say about this scene, we can, because some of this stuff comes back up, obviously.
Yeah. I find it, maybe it's better said, I find it shocking that, Ben went to all this trouble to, give him this fake bomb and have him set it off, and then only to get a little message that said, it's just very elaborate for, not, it doesn't seem to me they're getting enough out of this.
Well, think about it from this perspective, which is the perspective I think is what's going on, is that Ben, okay, whether or not Michael can die, you can kind of, set that aside a little bit, but I think the general idea is that Ben is trying to coerce Michael into doing his plan, which I think is to mainly cut the engines at the right time. He can't cut the engines when they're near Fiji, because that won't have any effect on them, on the crew. He's got to cut the engines at the right time, and that's the biggest thing. And I feel like he expected Michael to either wait longer to press the button, up until the time that he would have called him and told him what he really was supposed to do, or that he would call Michael, which is kind of the same thing, that he would call Michael before he presses the button, and to give him his real plan. I feel like he wanted Michael in the mindset of, to sort of believe what he was being told, that he's on here and he's got the bomb and everything. And I feel like Ben has to go through the trouble of making it seem going through the trouble of all the elaborate details to make it seem plausible. But I feel like if you look at it from what Ben really wants is Michael to cut the engines at the right time. Like, that's a key tenet of what he wants him to do. Then I feel like it makes sense to have a fake bomb because you don't want them to blow up, and you don't want. I think you don't want any mess ups. You don't want anyone to find the bomb. You don't want, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like if it's a real bomb, you come into problems with. Of course, you would come into anyway, given that situation. But if that's not what you want, then you can alleviate those problems by having a fake bomb.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's where it's really going. Was the bomb was just a ruse. It wasn't a ruse just to trick him, but it was to convince him of the story they're telling him about his mission. And Ben, and I don't know if it's good or bad, but Ben seemed surprised that he pressed it. And I feel like Ben should, if he's as smart as he is, he should know that Michael was going to press it if Michael pressed it. And if Michael wasn't going to press it, he should know Michael wasn't going to press it. Like, I'm surprised that Michael surprised Ben.
Mhm.
Which is weird to me because I want Ben to be sort of, one step ahead of everybody, especially when he's sort of weaving webs around
masterminding
people.
things, yeah.
Or masterminding things, if you want to put it in non-Spider-Man terms. I've been playing a lot of Spider-Man.
I put everything in non-Spider-Man terms.
Well, see, I think that's where you go wrong sometimes, my friend. Because sometimes nothing's better than a good Spider-Man analogy.
I have been wondering what my problem was, and I think
that's it. That's it. You should try more Spider-Man things.
All right, wow. I've got a new
Don't tell me you walk to work. You don't web swing it down the city. See, that's man. To each his own, I guess. To each his own. All right, you ready for the next scene?
Yeah.
I do have to say that I feel like before and other times in Lost where there's a lot of big questions, I feel like we can only get so far, and this is still true, but we can only get so far in figuring out how they all piece together. But I feel like with this wreckage and the thing with Ben and Widmore and the wreckage and Michael and why he's back, I feel like, to me, in my sort of theory of what's going on, I feel like it all makes sense, which is kind of scaring me because, if I guess it, then that means it's not right, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that can't be true if I guess all the pieces, and I don't have all the answers, but I just feel like it sort of makes sense. And I think part of maybe my perspective being maybe closer to the truth, if it turns out to be true, is the fact that we've got flash forwards and stuff, and we've got flashbacks, and we're able to corroborate certain things in different areas.
Yeah, that's true. That's way more information than we usually have.
Yeah, it's really helping, and I think that's why I feel like these things are piecing together, because we know what people wanted in the past, we know what they want in the present, we know kind of what they want in the future. So you put those things together, you can kind of figure out what, why people are doing certain things.
Right.
Next scene, Michael's in his cabin. His berth now, so cabin.
Berth, yes.
He's bouncing a tennis ball off the wall, and Minkowski comes in. He goes, "What are you going? You're going Jack? You're going Nicholson on us?" And Michael goes, "What?" Because he's never seen The Shining. So Minkowski explains, Jack Nicholson in The Shining bounced the ball off the wall. Next thing you know, you're going to go after your wife with an axe. And Michael says, "My wife is dead. Thanks." No, he didn't say that. They were never married. But he says, "I'm not married, man." And so Minkowski catches the ball.
That's the only problem with that.
Yeah, that's the only problem. Luckily, because if he was married, then yes, I would be going Jack Nicholson.
Exactly.
And, So Minkowski says, sorry to interrupt, but you got a call, blah, blah, blah. It's from Walt. Michael was like, well, nobody knows I'm here. And he goes, well, you only have Kevin Johnson on board, so it's for you. His name is Walt. I immediately thought of Tom and Arturo, and I'm thinking, especially with the next scene, when Michael asks for privacy, I'm thinking, what does Minkowski think is going on? You get this call from Walt, huh? Lover's tryst. I don't know. I feel like somehow Minkowski saw the first part of the episode or something. Anyway, next scene, this is sort of the same kind of scene. They go to the radio room, and Minkowski, like I said, Michael asked for a moment. This is personal. Minkowski says, take your time, Kev. He's very friendly, Minkowski. He's the kind of guy who's more friendly after he's dead.
Yeah, definitely.
He's so friendly.
It was hard for him to be friendly in the
Yeah, I don't fault him for being friendly, because he was actually fairly friendly when he was crazy.
Yeah. He was as friendly as he probably could be.
He's definitely helpful. But anyway, it seems like this thing where when people are dead, somehow they can just you can make them benign and friendly.
Yeah, they seem to do that a lot.
Yeah.
That seems to be their pattern. I'm thinking of Ethan and Goodwin. They died and they became the nicest boys I ever did see.
All their stuff was just they're the nicest people you ever want to think of. And it seems like, after they kill them, after they get whatever they really need out of them, the first part, then they can just be nice, because there's no point in doing anything crazy, crazy enough to lead up to their death if they're already dead. So that's part of the problem, I think.
Yeah, it is. I feel like if Ben died, he would just,
Oh, man.
we start getting all these flashbacks about what a nice guy he was.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Okay, so Minkowski tells him how to use it, basically. You got to press a button and then turn a knob. This is crazy. And Michael says, okay, cool. So Michael gets on the phone, and he thinks it's Walt. Could you believe that he thought it was Walt? I don't know. That was silly to me. Come on.
I thought it was Walt.
You thought Walt called him on the freighter under... What?
I feel like an ass, but I did. I thought Walt,
man.
I thought Walt was using his Walt Tower or something. And,
oh, man.
And I thought he had pulled this off, I should have known, and I wasn't that surprised, but I did think it was Walt.
I wasn't expecting it to be Ben necessarily. I knew it wasn't gonna be Walt, and I thought it was gonna be another. I thought it was gonna be Tom, because Tom had sort of been dealing with all this. But maybe this fits into your thing, and Tom is on his way back right now, which is maybe partially why Ben calls, I think.
It's about right. I mean, Ben appears to be in the wheelchair in the
in a wheelchair?
In the barracks area. Well, people say it was. I looked in the first shot where you see him, and I can't really tell, but it could be a wheelchair. I mean, what they show of it looks like a wheelchair to me, but it's not 100%. But it would make sense. It would be about the right time if he were in the wheelchair and he were at the barracks.
Why was he in a wheelchair a couple days ago? Is this supposed to be post his operation?
Yeah. Yeah,
well,
he had complications
after Jack's surgery.
Yeah.
Oh, when he wasn't healing.
Yeah, Jack had surgery. He wasn't healing, and he was getting infected, and he made the deal with Jack to put him on the submarine home if Jack would tend to his.
I forgot about that.
Wounds. And so he was in a wheelchair. I don't know. I guess until they left, which I guess they didn't need to be in it all the time, but. It was sort of I don't know.
That seems weird to me. I got to go back one of these days.
His legs were weird. I know a man behind the curtain, they had him walking with a cane.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure they tied it together as much as they could. Yeah, I mean, that should be pretty close, right? When does, yeah, because Naomi comes on, what episode? You said 17 she
17.
gets there?
Yeah.
So, but isn't Ben out of the wheelchair by the time? So you say he's just walking with a cane? Maybe that's what okay. He was caning it for a while. Because by the time it's the looking glass and he goes to, like, stop him, he's totally fine, right? He didn't have a cane then.
No, he pretty much says to Locke that, like, he's making him better, and he's by the time the finale rolls around, he's fine.
Mhm.
So that's, a few episodes later.
Yeah, the timeline's weird. I guess I expected this to be sooner than that far. This scene with Ben, but because it should basically be a couple days.
I mean, it
If
pretty
it
much
took 3 days to get there.
It pretty much has to be before Left Behind.
Mhm.
I don't know where else he would go. It looks to me like he's still there in the barracks. And all we saw of them after Left Behind was camping, and the.
Well, when did they get back to the? They got back to the barracks in what episode?
Well, we don't actually know exactly when they arrived. They left the Hydra to go to the barracks in 9.
No, I'm sorry. I meant in this season when Ben goes back to the barracks with Locke.
Oh, well that would be I don't know, when did they arrive there? I guess
There was some episode.
That was
I guess
that was 3, the one where Saeed goes to make the trade of Miles for Charlotte.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
That was when it was revealed that they were there, and that episode they had still been walking there, because that was when Jacob's cabin wasn't there.
Yeah, I was thinking. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Ben was captured. Never mind. I don't know. I guess I was thinking this call was a lot sooner than.
A lot more recent.
A lot more recent.
Yeah.
But if he's in a wheelchair, then maybe that's supposed to pinpoint when this was. But all right. Anyway, it's not a huge deal.
It's I would put this call probably, the last possible second before Left Behind.
Mhm.
Because
which is pretty early.
Which is that was 15. So Naomi shows up in 17. So
Well, but that's the thing. Like, when I guess I'm also trying to piece together when Michael cut the engines. Because I think that's some sort of marker of how things go down. Because by the time Naomi leaves the boat, the engines are fine, I'm assuming. Because they sort of stop, I think, so they can leave. Do we know how long ago the engines were cut? Did they say when they talked about it in that episode?
I don't remember.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's not a huge deal. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. All right. But I figure that's your assessment is right. Where are we?
It's the best I can do. I mean, it seems from what we saw, and they did fill in some of that hole in the brig when we see what they did after Left Behind. Ben was in no place during that where he could have been in the kind of place we see him in here.
Mhm.
Oh,
say it again. Ben wasn't where?
He was always they were always camping, outside.
Mm-hmm,
like this is not, they're not, I can at least tell they're not camping.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and this looks like Ben's house.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. The other thing that occurred to me is, aren't the communications supposed to be blocked?
Oh, I guess you can just call Bonnie and Greta and tell them.
Is that the idea?
Well, and I don't know about the radio tower, if that really did anything. Well, that was blocking the sat signal.
Yeah. That only blocks satellite signals.
Yeah.
If it's a radio signal, it's fine.
Well, maybe Bonnie and Greta cut off the looking glass so he could use the radio signal.
Okay, so he calls them first and is like, cut it off. I'm gonna use it and then turn it back on when he's done.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay. Well, yeah, he could do that. He has been. He could do that.
Yeah.
I guess he shouldn't have the problem with the fact that he's blocked communications.
He shouldn't have the problem. No. The only problem is if the radio tower was a factor, because that's still on.
Yeah, that radio tower. I don't know what that was all about.
All right, let's see here. So he gets on. So he's talking. Okay, so what am I? Okay, I'm lost. I'm lost. Okay, here we go. So it's not Walt, it's Ben. and Ben says, "I'm sorry, but Michael, but Walt's still in New York." And he says, "So I'm afraid you're stuck with me." Michael doesn't say anything, and I love that voice he has when he says that. It's almost like you're listening to the Night Hour with Benjamin Liggett.
Mm-hmm.
Just like he turns on this like radio voice, and like it's very like the night listener. It's very.
I'm afraid you're stuck with me for the evening.
Yeah.
Stay tuned for Kenny G.
Exactly.
Sounds of the Sea. After that, we'll be playing a little Sade.
Yeah, we've got an extended mix of a little Spyro Gyra and a little it's just like, what are you talking about, man? All right, so
he does his serious, grave, low tone is very like smooth jazz DJ.
Yeah,
it's really
in fact,
weird.
He was on like a radio thing, like.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, you're stuck with me tonight, but I've got some classic hits that'll,
Yeah.
All right, he says, you put me on this boat. Michael says, you put me on this boat, you talk me into blowing it up, and then when I push the damn button, the flag pops up. And then Ben's like, you actually activated the bomb? Let's think about Ben. You never know when he's being facetious, or if he's really surprised, or he plays it like he's really surprised, but you never really know.
Yeah.
Michael says it's not a bomb; it's a joke. So Ben says there are people on your boat who are innocent. They have no idea that the man they took, that they work for, is a monster, a killer without conscience, or a greater purpose. He says, I had to show you the difference between him and me, which is a weird way to show the difference when you didn't even expect him to press it. When I'm at war, I'll do what I need to do to win, but I will not kill innocent people. But I guess the idea that the bomb was fake is the point in general. That I guess the idea is he wouldn't blow up a whole boatload of people just to get what he wants. And see, here's that thing, we were saying earlier about, would Widmore's orders really be just to blindly kill everybody? Well, This is Ben saying yes. Here's another, Ben is saying, I wouldn't just I wouldn't kill innocent people, but he would. And see, Ben is saying it, and I just don't buy it. The more he says it, the more I'm thinking it's a lie.
I know. This is Ben's like little lesson to Michael about how he's the good guy and all that. Like, I just whatever. I don't think he planted the thing, but this guy whatever. You can't pull that off. You killed everyone in Dharma.
Dude,
you killed your own dad in a car. I don't buy there wasn't a single innocent person among those people, including, kids. I mean, I don't really this is ridiculous, this idea. I mean, he sent the others on those missions. He knew were dangerous. The episode before insinuate that he got Goodwin killed. Maybe he says he's not innocent, but whatever. I mean, if that's all you got to do to not be innocent, it's, it barely matters. Ben I don't kill innocent people.
Well,
you know.
mean, it's obviously the morality he tries to make is cut and dry, and it's really not. I mean, even before when Tom was saying, telling Michael, this is a way to redeem yourself to your kid, you're going to go to Walt and say, I killed a boatload of people to save an island load of people? Like, that shouldn't gel. Like, that doesn't make any sense. You know, how are you going to say, well, I protected these people, but I had to kill these other people to do it? Like, great, Dad, you're awesome. Like, what? No. Like, that's not going to make – that's what I don't get. It's like, why does Michael think that this is going – you know, if he's doing it to make Walt think better of him, this really isn't going to do it. Like, great, Dad, you killed more people to save these people. Like, you know, that just – if it's better, it's not that much better, you know? So it's a weird thing. So anyway, and then Michael says, Anna Lucia and Libby were innocent, and Ben says, well, you killed them, Michael. No one asked you to. And he says, I don't blame you. We had your boy, and, you know, what wouldn't a man do for his son? You know, I thought it would have been very poignant if Ben would have said, what wouldn't a man do for his child? And then, you know, with what happens later with Alex, you know. I thought that would have been. I mean, this isn't the same time frame, but I thought that would have been interesting if he would have kind of just phrased it like that.
I see.
Or if they both had a son or something.
Yeah. It would. That would make it.
Make it get an extra something to the line.
Yeah.
Michael says, well, what do you want from me? And Ben says, I want you to compile a list of names because it's all about lists. Every person on your boat, when I call you again, you'll give me that list. Then you will disable the radio room you're sitting in. When the crew is disoriented by our lack of communication, you'll take out the engines too. That way the boat can never get to this island, and your friends will be safe. Will you do that for me, Michael? Michael says, yeah. Then Ben goes, congratulations. Consider yourself one of the good guys. I feel like he's like, you know, and you'll get your honorary membership pin in 4 to 6 weeks. It's a big.
It does seem like it's a club or a pyramid scheme or something.
Exactly. Now, if you just get 5 more good guys to sign up, and each get $10 from them, and they get 5 good guys. One of the things I wanted to point out was he says when the crew is disoriented by their lack of communication. I feel like what he really means is when the crew is disoriented about, you know, the effects of the island, you know. I think that might be also what he means.
Yeah.
Because they definitely get disoriented by that.
Yeah. Now, this idea that you make a list of the people, like, I don't want to beat this too much because it's an endless topic on this podcast, but you know, can I maybe assume that this is all he meant when he told Goodwin and Ethan to make a list? They're just supposed to make a list of the people who are there.
Yep.
And then there's this other list of like people to take, and that's like a different thing.
It seems like they have to cross-reference who's where. You know, who's in the tail section, who's in the fuselage section, who's on the freighter. They have to take these names and then cross-reference them with presumably Jacob's list to see who's important, who's valuable, who's whatever. You know, to me that's weird. Obviously. Yeah,
that's the thing. I don't want there to be like different kinds of lists. It just seems better if it's unified. You know, when they talk about lists, they're talking about the same kind of thing, and it just seems like that's not true. Like a list could be very mundane, or it could be this like kind of supernatural list of the chosen.
We've seen so many iterations of lists, you know, and most of them have been mundane. We've heard references to supernatural lists or something, but all the lists we've seen are just regular people's names on a piece of paper. And it seems like, you know, that's it's weird. It's weird that Ben is all about making lists and names and why, you know, if these people's names are on Jacob's list, why and how? How does Jacob know that these people are coming to the island? You know, like, you know, Cindy, her name is on a list. Like, how does Jacob know? And if Ben knows this, I feel like if the list is, what's the word? there's a great word I can't think of for it, but if the list doesn't change, if once it's written it's done, or maybe it could be added to at some point, but it's not sort of like constantly changing, it should be that Ben could go look at the list and he could see maybe Cindy's name or, certain names, but he doesn't know who these people are. So he would hopefully naturally assume these people are someone I would come in contact with if they're on Jacob's list. So when the plane crashes and when things happen, it's like he really shouldn't be surprised by some of those things if this list sort of, by virtue of what it is, predicts people, coming to the island or coming in contact or, you know what I mean? So to me, that's weird. If there's any freighter people who is on the list, I mean, it seems like you could just, take the list of names, Jacob's list, and then go research those people, and obviously some names are really common. You might not come across anything in particular, but, maybe with Dan's name or something, if Dan was on the list, maybe, you might come across something with him. He's sort of prominent. He's a scientist. He's put things out there with his name on it, stuff like that. It's just weird to me that there's this idea of a list, because if there's people you haven't met yet on this list, then you're going to meet them if the list is accurate. And to me, that's kind of like this weird, almost future-telling device, I mean, it doesn't tell you much about the future other than you're going to, these people are on the list. And if Ben is who he seems to be, kind of the organizer of those lists or whatever, if his duty is to get all the people on the list when he can, then that's going to help him figure out what to do because he kind of knows certain things.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, that's interesting. I don't know what to do with the whole list stuff. Until they come back up and talk about Jacob's list, I'm just going to, file all the references to list in a little box and stuff it there because you don't get much out of processing what we know about the lists,
Yeah, I agree. It's a weird thing, but I had to say it just once.
Oh, yeah. The other thing I was going to say is, Ben tells Michael exactly what to do, but he doesn't give Michael an exit plan. He doesn't tell him, he basically just says the boat will never get to the island. He doesn't say you're going to kill everybody. He just says the boat will never get to the island. And, obviously he can give him the rest of the orders later, but it seems like this was the end of the plan, to not get the boat to the island. This is how you accomplish not getting the boat to the island. But it doesn't accomplish, how everyone is going to die if that's what's going to happen, and it doesn't accomplish what's going to happen to Michael, because this bomb isn't the answer. Originally I thought that maybe later, if Michael put in the code, the bomb would go off, but the bomb is not even real. I mean, that's kind of what they're saying, basically.
Yeah.
So I thought, we'll use the bomb later, but no, it's just not even real at all. So that whole thing is weird to me. I don't really know what to make of that.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't know.
It's just weird that it's like, Michael, what do you he says he's here to die, but how and through what? Because we don't even know how the boat crew is going to die now, It's not the bomb, it's something else.
They sort of have been set up stuff that we know happens.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he doesn't really give him an end game plan. It's really just like, I don't know. Here's what you do for now.
Part one.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to finish off the deal. And it's very good for the show, I guess, that he doesn't just blow up the whole boat. I mean, that would be pretty much the end of the boat right there.
Yeah.
What seems to be happening with everybody going crazy is nice and slow and possibly reversible, and it lets everybody just kind of hang out there for a while.
Yeah, for the ones who don't kill themselves.
Yeah.
I was going to say, can Michael not get sick? Is he somehow impervious?
I know.
Is that not a concern?
Yeah, it seems like the captain isn't sick. I don't know if it's I don't know. I don't know what the rules are.
There seems like a lot of people who aren't sick.
Yeah.
I don't think Kimi and Omar are sick. I don't think Frank is sick. I don't think the doctor is sick. Yeah,
Yeah.
It seems like, if it wasn't for what the captain said and it wasn't for, Rochelle, what's her name?
There was
Rachel?
Regina.
Regina. Yeah,
There
if it
was
wasn't for
the bloodstain in the room and Minkowski.
Well, Minkowski's a separate thing because he went close to the island. My point was, if it wasn't for the stuff that we've seen about the crew going crazy, I would say, well, they're not close enough. Like they're in a distance to where it's not really affecting them. That's why most of them are unaffected. But there are some people who are affected. Minkowski's kind of different because he and Brandon got closer to the island, but effects sort of still the same, and obviously sort of more prominent, it seems like. Because it seems like the crew is just sort of getting, like you said, cabin fever. Minkowski, what he had wasn't really cabin fever, and I don't even think he would, like, what was going on would drive him to kill himself, So I feel like there's some other sort of phenomenon going on. Maybe, the distance to the barrier, there's some sort of proportional value to the effect it gives off, and so if you're this far away, then you just kind of go mildly crazy until if you're here long enough, you'll kill yourself, versus if you go through the barrier, into the barrier, your mind can time travel given the right circumstances, So that's what's weird,
Yeah.
Why exactly are they going crazy, and why not everybody? It's a very strange thing.
Yeah, it seems like
the captain. It seems
like
most
some of
people
them are
aren't.
like kind of immune to it.
Mhm.
Or temporarily able to suppress it or something.
Mhm.
But because most characters haven't killed themselves.
Yeah.
So, that's a good reason why Michael doesn't have to be affected, but it doesn't really explain, like, what's going on, how it affects people, if that's really the plan, or if it's just, a side effect, unintentional.
Yeah, I feel like Ben has to know about what's going to happen, right? In terms of, he's got to know that it's a possibility, right? Even if he didn't, I feel like he planned it. He tells them when to sort of disable the engines, I feel like he's got to know that that's the outcome. That might not be what the main outcome is. It might not be how they really defeat everybody, but I feel like he's got to know about the effects, right?
Yeah, I think he should, yeah.
Hopefully. If he's surprised, I'll be surprised.
Yeah, me too. I feel like you should know what Smokey is, too.
Yeah, me too. Or at least have a guess.
Yeah.
So, where are we? Okay, so the next scene, Saeed and Desmond, this is cutting back from Michael's story, I guess. We're back to, where we left off.
Presumably he just told Saeed all of this.
Yeah. Which is a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and that guy is still getting that, whatever it was.
he can't find it. I think Michael knew what he was doing when he told him to go look for it. All right. So
I hope so.
And now that I think about it, why is Michael working on the engines?
I don't know. Because he broke them, I guess. Or do you just mean, why do they have Michael doing it and not somebody else?
Yeah. If he's the deckhand, why is he working on
Why is he working on the engines? Yeah, I thought that was kind of weird at the time.
Here's something that might be the answer that's weird to me. I thought it was very strange when Minkowski says, are you our new engineer? And he goes, no, I'm the deckhand. And I thought, well, why didn't they just make him the engineer? Like, if they needed an engineer? And I thought, because at the time I thought Michael had an engineering background, but he was a construction worker. But remember, he did all that kind of engineering stuff.
Yeah, it was. He had a certain amount of engineering knowledge from his construction experience.
Yeah, and I thought, wow, this would have been a great opportunity to get him aboard the ship with like a sort of valuable function of, an engineer, and maybe he doesn't know enough to really pull that off, especially maybe engineering on a boat or something. But
yeah.
But it seems like, okay, now that the engines are broken, which he apparently did. He's working on these engines, and are they going to make him like the guy or something who sort of is in charge of the engines now or something? Like, I don't know if that line about being an engineer is set up or not.
Yeah.
Because it's so close to what he can do, it just seems weird that they would say that. Why not just say, "Are you our new chef?" And then that would be something totally different.
Right. Yeah, I agree. It makes it seem like I feel like they have that in mind, but I don't really know what they're trying to do.
Yeah, I feel like they wouldn't have said that without knowing that, but it's like, well, what are they going to do with that?
Yeah.
And the fact that Michael's working on the engine is weird because he is just a deckhand, so that at the very least displays the level, I think, of what's going on, you know what I mean? Like the fact that they've got the deckhand helping with the engines.
Yeah.
That's how bad it is. Maybe the engineer killed himself, Maybe that's whose blood that was on the wall.
Yeah. That's definitely possible.
We're like nearing the end, huh?
Oh yeah.
Wow, this is weird.
Michael's flashback was a big part of the episode.
Apparently. Well, this will probably go longer than our season 2 finale.
Really?
Yeah. We're already at 5:40.
Oh.
Another hour would do it. Maybe. I feel like
we might get in under that.
But the rest of this and all the crap we're going to just make up afterwards. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll push it. We're getting close. We'll see.
All right.
Because I think we only. Oh yeah, we only have 2 more scenes. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we pretty much have the endings of the story of this episode and of the actual episode.
Of the story of the episode and of the actual episode?
Mhm.
Huh? How are the last 2 things not the same?
Well, because I feel like the story of this episode, the thing that's really what it's about is Michael's thing, and that story really ends with Saeed taking him to the captain. But the end of the episode is about Alex and Carl and Danielle.
Yeah, but you said 3 different things, so that confused me. You said the end of Didn't you say the end of Michael's thing, the end of the episode, and then the end of the episode or something?
No. I said the end of. What did I say? I meant to say 2 things.
Oh, okay.
The end of
I agree with you.
The story of the episode. I think that's what I said. It was probably a poor choice of words, but yeah, that's all I mean.
Okay, yeah. There's 2 storylines here, and one ends. The big one is Michael's, and that ends now, and then the next one is the end of the episode, basically.
Yeah. I think that they barely hastily set up at the beginning.
Barely, yeah. It's almost a bookend.
Oh shit! I forgot something. Don't you think it's a little weird that on the map there was a
let's continue on.
Okay.
Yeah. Keep going, and the answer is yes.
Did you think it's a little weird that on the map there was a Dharma symbol next to where the temple was supposed to be, like sort of suggesting that the temple is a Dharma building, station, whatever?
Yeah,
like,
I definitely
that's
agree.
not what I thought the temple was.
Well, I think we might find out that maybe the temple, they reappropriated a Dharma building for it. Because it could be the temple was built on, should be, in any sort of case, a sort of special place. And I don't know what to say about that, except for they could have said, hey, this is a good place for a temple. Glad Dharma built it here. Now that they're dead, let's take it over for ourselves. But I thought it was very strange. It could be a production error.
Because you're right. Oh, fuck, there's always that. Because I always thought that, when they say temple, I assume it's like, this like temple, like an old ruin kind of place.
Like the obelisk that we saw that Locke's dad was chained to, like something harking back to pre-Dharma time.
In that vein, definitely, yeah. Not a Dharma station, but yeah, you bring a good point. There's, my favorite prop error, the looking glass hatch diagram.
Oh man, even the Dharma people called it a hatch.
I know. Like they just knew. That's my favorite because I wrote Greg Nations about it. He confirmed that was the prop people messing up, and he would have fixed it if he had caught it. And that made Lostpedia, his response there. I went on there and I saw it, and I was like, that's my contribution to, continuity catching. So anyway, whatever.
Yeah, it seems like it could be a very easy production problem because there wasn't much else on the map, and I feel like it made sense to give it a logo, I felt. It made sense. It looked good with a logo, and I feel like, if the others don't have their own logo, then maybe they just like, oh, we'll just put this on. Because
maybe they need a graphic designer to work up a good others logo to compete with the Dharma one.
Yeah, because I feel like, all the other places, all the other sort of locations that we've seen, a lot of them have been Dharma stations.
Except for that place you mentioned, which I thought was going to be the difference. But you're right. Their MO seems to be taking over Dharma stations.
Yeah, and I feel like and that's what's weird. I feel like for the temple to be non-Dharma, it should be pre-Dharma, basically.
See, and that's weird, too. If the temple and the Tempest are both Dharma, like, I just have a problem that they named things that. Like,
well, maybe, I bet the temple isn't called the temple. I bet the temple has maybe a Dharma station name that is fitting in with, fitting in with their sort of see, that map didn't look like a schematic. That map didn't look like what we saw of how they found like the looking glass, blah blah blah. That to me looked like something that Ben drew up so they could find where the thing was. Now obviously the weird part about that is why is there a Dharma logo if Ben drew it? But I feel like the reason it says Tempest and not the Dharma name was because
Temple.
It was sorry. I feel like Tempest is a good name for a temple.
See, that's where we differ. I don't want to do that.
I just think it. Tempest has such a strong connotation. I feel like it means that temple would have some power, but they do sound alike. But anyway, so I feel like that's what's weird is that Ben drew the map, and that's why it says temple. I feel. But I feel like it has a Dharma logo on the production error side of it because it's a Dharma station. And like I said, I feel like we might find out that it does have a Dharma name. Like all the other stations have very sort of, I don't know what you call the kind of names they have, but very Dharma names, which seems to be safe to say. And so I feel like that's what it's going to be. I would be very shocked if the Dharma station was called the temple, unless we find out, shockingly in accordance, that, I was trying to figure out a way to say that, shockingly in accordance, I think it was, that they had some involvement in this temple, that this was their temple and they were doing something there that was valuable to their cause, which, I feel like they may have been doing something there, but not under the moniker that it's a temple. I feel like that would be a surprise. At least for what temple connotates. Now, if temple is an acronym for like time, experiment, multifold, whatever, I hope it's nothing like that. But I feel like, long story longer, that it is a Dharma station, or it could be a Dharma station. But if it is a Dharma station, it has a Dharma name, and it's not called a temple.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's not a Dharma station, then obviously it's a production error.
Okay.
If we ever see it.
Right. Which I think we will someday, maybe.
Yeah. All right. Let's get back to the scene.
We gotta get Richard back.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Saeed and Desmond Oh, yeah, so Saeed and Desmond have been listening to Michael's story, so we're back from that long away. Saeed says, so you're telling me that you're working for Benjamin Linus? And Michael says, yeah, that's what I'm telling you. And so Michael grabs him and pins him and then takes him up to the captain and explains. Captain says, what the hell is this? And he says, this is a man not who you think he is. He's a passenger on A-15. I spent 2 months with him on the island before he betrayed us. This is the man who sabotaged the radio room, who destroyed the ship's engines, and his name isn't Kevin Johnson. It's Michael Dawson. Oh, now I remember what I was going to give you points for. And he's a traitor. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw that in there. He didn't say that line about points.
What?
Sorry, I threw in my own 2 cents when I was quoting what Saeed said.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. Saeed basically says his name isn't Kevin Johnson. His name is Michael Dawson, and he's a traitor. That's the end of that scene. But I was just saying, I realized what I was going to give you points for earlier. And you can't go look this up. 10 points if you tell me what Walt's last name is.
Oh, God.
You got 10 seconds for 10 points.
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck.
Here's the hint. It's not Johnson or Dawson. You got like 5 seconds because I'm being generous.
Oh, my God. I can't remember. It's the name of the guy, but I can't remember the name. Fuck.
Yeah. I only know what it is because I looked it up, and when I saw it, I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot that, which made me think to ask you if you knew. Do you want me to tell you now?
Oh, I feel like I would think of it if I tried not to. But, yeah, go ahead.
Let's just say he shares the last name of your favorite crazy mad scientist in a movie.
In a movie?
Okay, this hint makes no sense. All right, his last name is Lloyd.
I was going to say, man.
I was trying to get you to guess Christopher Lloyd, and I'm thinking, okay, he's Back to the Future, and and it's just like trying to get you to guess Christopher Lloyd was not going to be easy. So
no, if you say my favorite mad scientist from a movie, I will never think the guy Christopher Lloyd.
I wouldn't think that either. That's why I gave it up.
I was thinking of all kinds of other. Yeah, Lloyd. Okay, that's right. I read it many times, but it didn't. His last name doesn't get used much. Neither does Michael. So
no. Are you ready for? I mean, do you want to talk about this scene at all?
Do I lose? Yeah. I mean, briefly, what do you think? What do you think Saeed's trying to do here? What's the end game for him? Like, if I turn in Michael, this will win me points, or like, what do you think he's doing here?
Well, I first have to say, I think it's definitely along the lines of everything we've seen thus far about them being about sort of having secrets and telling secrets and giving up answers and stuff. I feel like there's nothing for the writers to lose at this point for Saeed to turn Michael in. Michael has done everything he's needed to do, and for Ben's plan at this point, you know what I mean? Because we've seen it. We've got to this point. I mean, in a general way, I feel like Ben's plan was never to have Saeed and Desmond on the boat. Obviously the writers are going to write it where Ben's plan works out, up until this point. So for his plan to work out and his plan not to include Desmond and Saeed, then that must mean his plan is done. I feel like he is. What Michael was supposed to do, he has done. And I feel like if he really can't die, then there's no real repercussions for him to be ousted, because what is the captain going to do? He can't kill him. Was he going to lock him in his cell? I mean,
I'm assuming that if Michael's mission were completed, he would be able to die. So if you're really saying like he's done,
well, that's the whole point. But that's the thing. His mission isn't. I feel like his mission isn't 100% done yet. I feel like the first part of the plan was to basically get the engine stopped. Because I think once Saeed and Desmond come aboard, like the game changes. And they basically, you know, and I think if the, like, that's what I'm saying is, if the show needed Michael to still be undercover, Saeed wouldn't have turned him in. I feel like there's really nothing to lose by because once Saeed and Desmond figure out who's on that Michael's on the ship, he's no longer sort of undercover. He can't continue things as normal, so they wouldn't sort of write the story that way, you know. Especially with Saeed confronting him. So I feel like first and foremost, they can just, you know, they can turn him in just for the drama of it, because he doesn't really have anything left to do in terms of being undercover as Kevin Johnson. And if he can't die, then it's like, well, he's not. The captain isn't just going to shoot him, you know.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean that's a good, you know, meta reason. But I'm curious about, you know,
about Saeed's motivations.
Yeah.
That's a different thing. Yeah, Saeed's motivations. Now, I feel like Saeed is doing this because I feel like he trusts the captain to a certain extent. I feel like he believes the captain has been forthright, and I think he's anti-Michael and anti-Ben at this point. I thought it was very funny that he was astounded that Ben would work for Michael, and the other way around too, that Michael would work for Ben, because it's a partnership, really, folks. No. That Michael would work for Ben, you know, obviously because Saeed eventually works for Ben. So, yeah,
that's one of those things that they used to not be able to do.
Yeah.
Which is make reference to future events.
Mhm. Yeah, it would have been if they didn't have flash forwards, and it's sometime in season 5 or 6 where we see Saeed working for Ben. We could go back and say, remember that time he said he'd never work for Ben? Remember that time he said he told Michael he could? We would have to, like, you know, it would be so far apart in our minds, we might not even remember that.
Yeah.
Until we went back and watched this or something. But the fact that it's so, you know, it's in the same season because it did it on flash forwards and stuff. Yeah, it's pretty weird.
Yeah, and it wouldn't have the same way because we just already know that it happens before he even says that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, you know, for us before he even says that. So it's a weird way to tell a story. I
Definitely a weird way to tell a story. I don't recommend it, kids.
I don't either. Oh God.
Okay, but in terms of his motivations, I mean, I feel like he's really. I mean, he saw Michael kill, or he knows that Michael killed 2 women who were fairly, you know, innocent. Who I think he, at the very least, I mean, I think he liked them. You know, that there was no big problems. I don't think. Maybe he had. Well, Ana Lucia killed Shannon. So maybe he didn't really care too much about that. Ana Lucia, you know, Saeed didn't care too much about her, but I think
they did have their differences over that, I guess.
I
forgot about that.
Yeah, but I feel like in principle it's the same because, you know, she didn't mean to kill Ana Lucia. I mean, we
wow,
get a podcast.
You're having a name reversal issue.
I think my brain is like, whatever name comes up when you want it is what you get, buddy. You know, it's not trying that hard. I think that what was I trying to say? That on principle, the fact that he killed those 2 people he doesn't like, and I was thinking he didn't try to kill, and Lucia didn't try to kill. And Lucia didn't try to kill.
Wow.
Hey, at least I got a blonde one this time.
Yeah, okay.
I was going for a blonde, and I got a blonde. So.
Yeah, you're right. It was a total accident, unlike his things.
Yeah, and then so he killed those 2 people to let, you know, Ben out, who is, you know, the devil basically at this point, and so I think that's largely why he turned him in. Now I gotta say, I thought it was very, you know, foolhardy for him to, you know, I don't mean to use harsh language.
Yeah, please warn me next time.
Did I just say foolhardy? Is this 1967? Why did I say that?
Pardon my language, sir, but you're full of malarkey.
Exactly. And I'm not going to take it any gosh darn more. What was my point? I'm really losing it here. What was my point?
Your point was something about.
Oh, I thought it was foolhardy
Saeed.
for him to turn him in without finding the answers. And I guess the idea is he got the backstory and he knows why Ben wants him there. And maybe, I mean, now that I think about it, I guess he knows everything Michael knows. Because I was thinking maybe he should wait to ask Michael more questions. But I guess if he knows everything Michael knows, then and if that doesn't, lead Saeed to some other action, then it's fine to turn Michael in. Because maybe, Saeed is thinking he's going to get some more help from the captain, some leeway from the captain.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
What I want to know is how much of this is Saeed playing the captain and playing Michael. I mean, does he really not care about Michael? Would he not care if the captain shot Michael dead right then? Or contrast that with, is he just trying to see what he can get out of the captain? Does he try to believe Michael and sympathize with him, but still need to sort of play things out this way? Does he really believe that Michael can't die? Does he's not concerned if the captain tries to kill him? Because, we saw the captain beat up a guy on the, if we didn't see that scene, we might say, well, who knows what the captain might do?
Mm-hmm.
But we saw the captain, beat a man for trying to desert the ship. What would he do to a man who sabotaged his ship and the lives of his crew and stranded his crew? He would obviously kill this guy, I think that's a safe assumption. So I don't really know where Saeed is coming from, because I don't know how you can really tell, because it was such a quick decision.
It was, yeah. I think what's messing me up is that enough time has gone by for me that I've totally forgiven Michael. I don't have any animosity towards him anymore. So I kind of root for him, and I don't want Saeed to expose him. Like, because to me, Michael shot Anna Lucy and Libby 2 years ago. I'm not holding it against him anymore. I was like mad at him back then, but like I'm way over it now, and I just, I feel, I don't know, I don't want him to be sort of subject to this captain, and so I'm sort of like bothered by Saeed doing this. But
it's weird. It's weird how when stuff like that comes back up, it's like, okay, well now we got to be concerned about this again. It's like it's hard to judge up those feelings because it's weird when we see Saeed. And Saeed is looking at this as if this just happened recently, because to him it did.
Yeah.
So he's got a different perspective than we do, and it's like, it's hard to, all we can really do is just sort of like, intellectually understand where Saeed is coming from, because we don't really have those emotions anymore.
Yeah.
But so it's weird when they put us in that position of like, well, this happened a long time ago in like real world time, but but it's relevant now to the island, so we got to talk about it.
Mhm. Because people aren't like that. I mean, years go by and you don't just, feel the same way.
If this had been the same amount of time later in like real years and Saeed sees Michael aboard a boat like this, it would have been a lot different.
Yeah.
I think it would have been a lot different. And part of why he was upset was the fact that the like, not only did you escape, but now you're back.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're back working for Ben. Like, you did all that to escape, and now you're back. And I think that kind of presents a problem, because he's not really back to help per se. He's doing some weird stuff, and I think Saeed is under the assumption that Ben says he wants to save the people on the island, but I think Saeed knows not to trust Ben until later when he decides to trust Ben.
Right. He should know.
But even then, I feel like he should know not to trust him. So I guess my point still stands.
Yeah.
Unless Ben just becomes trustworthy.
He doesn't trust him. He just works for him.
There you go. I can totally see Saeed saying that. Like Ben is like, well, now that you trust me, Saeed, I don't trust you. I just work for you.
Yeah, that sounds like Saeed.
Yeah. All right, you ready for the next scene? The last scene?
Yes.
And then we can. There's some other points, bigger stuff we can talk about once we get through with this.
Okay.
I just got a few more things. So the next scene, sort of bookending the first scene, I guess, or close to the first scene.
It was kind of the second scene.
Yeah, it's the first grouping of scenes.
Yeah.
So Rousseau and Alex and Carl are on their way to the temple. And Rousseau decides to stop. They decide to stop and drink 2 minutes. Then we keep moving. Little does she know, 2 minutes is all she has.
Oh, no.
So Carl kind of gets the sense something's going on, and Alex is probing him about it. And he's like, I don't know. I have a bad feeling about this. What if your dad is playing us? Which is a very slang thing to say, and I thought it was appropriate for his age, but not necessarily appropriate for where I think he grew up. I'm like, why are you saying playing us? I don't know. Like,
I didn't think
just a weird. Maybe it makes sense.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he said, "What if your dad is playing us?"
Why are you playing us, yo?
Exactly. Like, you know what? This scene, they kind of showed Carl a lot, obviously, because he's going to die. And I'm like, you know what? I like Carl. I'm like, he's been around, obviously, but he's never really done anything. Stuff has happened to him and about him, but he's never kind of like really been a character, I don't think.
The big thing he did, I guess, was when he took the outrigger and went over to
and
tell
warned them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true, but that was so long ago. Who remembers that? What has he done for us lately? But anyway, I was really it was just odd, I think, that I said, wow, okay, cool, Carl. Carl's going to be around. I feel like because they're showing him in this episode. And it's like, well, I know Alex is going to be around, and I feel like, well, Carl's going to be around. And here's Carl, like, getting a chance to talk and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, cool, Carl. I'm warming up to the idea of Carl being on the show more. And then you know what happens.
Yeah.
And so anyway, let me continue with the scene. So he says, look, I don't like taking orders from my dad any more than you do, but I know he doesn't want to get me hurt. And Carl says, well, at least we have something in common. So they kind of chuckle. And all of a sudden they start hearing this sort of sound, and it hits something. Sounds like it hits a tree. Then something goes through Carl's water bottle, and then a third one goes through Carl. And it was like, I'm off the mark, and then I'm closer to the mark, and I hit the mark. And then he sort of falls down and seems to be pretty much dead instantly. And then Russo comes over and grabs Alex. Alex is kind of crying about Carl, and Russo says, tries to focus her and says, we got to get out of here. We're going to run on the count of 3. And she gets up, and as soon as she gets up, Russo gets shot, and Alex just kind of stands there, and they have this pretty nice shot of, sort of overhead shot of Alex between the dead bodies of the 2 people she loved the most, pretty much on the island. And I gotta say, also very sad that Rousseau never got any time to spend with Alex. Really, all the time she had was being bogged down with all the plot that's been going on the last while. So it's just kind of sad. After 16 years of wanting her baby back, she's finally reunited, but never really gets to spend any kind of like real quality time. That's just kind of tragic.
I get the sense that, they haven't been involved in some of the later parts of the barracks plot. I got the sense that maybe they did hang out some, over the last few days.
Yeah, I feel like they have definitely been together, but I just don't feel like, even if it's a couple days, that's still not
It's pretty
enough.
crappy compared to the 16 years of, not knowing anything.
Yeah, it's just, even if it was a month, that's still like, it's just bad. But anyway, so she dies, and that's it, basically. Oh, sorry, no, it's not. So Alex then stands up, and she says, wait, don't shoot. I'm Ben's daughter. I'm his daughter. And then we have the end, Lost. So,
sit on this for a month.
Yeah, exactly. Chew on this for 4 weeks. I think we talked before a little bit about did Ben set this up or not, and if he did set it up, who's the shooter? That's sort of a second question.
Yeah, I know. Since he seemingly can set up other people to kill people if he wants.
So what's your take on this?
I really, God, these Ben and Widmore are like competitions. I never know who to go with.
Yeah.
I can totally see with Alex saying I'm Ben's daughter. It seems like she thinks it's the boat people.
Yeah.
Because like the others know she's Ben's daughter. Like they don't need to be told
what?
that.
Yeah.
So she could say it's Alex. Like they know her. So if it were the others, it's weird. Like she seems to think it's the boat people. Maybe it isn't. I don't know what kind of weapon they're using. It's very weird. Like
Well, it's just like a sniper rifle.
silent whistle weapon.
Well, it has a silencer on it. It's probably a sniper rifle with a silencer.
I see.
Or some sort of gun with a silencer.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seemed crazy. But yeah, okay.
Dude, yeah, you should play more video games.
I guess so. Yes, because I've seen silencers and I don't know, I've never seen so whistly.
And don't forget, a lot of this is, that's sound design. Those they can sort of go. They don't have to necessarily use. A lot of times the sound that the guns make on set is not the sounds that they.
I've totally seen that. Like them filming
that.
it and the guns like
bang bang.
Yeah. Kapow, kapow, and it's like wow, that's not what it sounded like.
Exactly. So I think you can partially chalk it up to sound design, but I've heard in movies and stuff like that where it pretty much sounds like that, But at the very least, it's sound design. So they can sort of tweak it.
I feel like they kind of set you up. That Ben set it up. I guess I'm gonna believe that he did, or that he thought this might happen, or something like that. I'm kind of
ambivalent because I don't really know. I feel like what they're trying to tell us is that Ben really wanted them to get to safety, and then they got intercepted by. The way it plays out is they got intercepted by the freighter people. That's the way Alex basically ends the show, and I feel like that's what they're trying to tell us. I'm a little confused. Okay, so like we talked about before, the sort of options is either Ben knew that someone was going to be waiting for them or not, or he and if he did either one, who killed them, the freighter people or the others. I feel like it makes a little more sense that it's. You can go either way. I feel like if it's the others, why would they kill Alex and Carl? Did Ben give them
Carl and Rousseau?
Carl and Rousseau. Did Ben give them orders to do that? It's a really strange. There's a lot of little details here. So, why did they just kill them outright? If they just wanted Alex, and maybe it's because Danielle saw where the temple was, because I was going to say if they just wanted Alex and no one else knew how to find the temple, then maybe Rousseau would leave her alone. But now that Rousseau has her daughter back, I guess she wouldn't give her up for anything. So you might just have to kill her. Like if Rousseau can't come to the temple, then you'd have to kill her, because she wouldn't just let Alex go, and she wouldn't stop trying to look for her. Not at this point. Now that she just had her back. So, that's if it's the others. I feel like, to me, it works if it's the freighter people. We already know that Frank choppered something or went to the island recently. He could have just and I don't think we've seen Keamy and Omar since he left. So I feel like he could have easily dropped them off there, because I feel like I keep saying because I feel like, but I do. I feel like Widmore wants this done. And I feel like even if the captain says his orders are to fix the engines and get to safer waters, I feel like he would find it prudent, now that they're this close to the island, a chopper distance away, to get Ben and get this done. He wants to. The captain sees his crew falling apart at the seams. He wants to, and I think he wants to, get the mission accomplished. So I feel like he would be wise into saying, hey, Frank, you know what? I know we're in the middle of a jackpot here, but why don't you just go take the crew and go try to find Ben? Because they've already got, the science people who've been on there for a little bit. just kind of, they don't really know what they're doing. They haven't, the captain hasn't specifically been in contact with them. So there's a lot of factors going on. I don't really know. I feel like, to me, the biggest question is whether or not Ben set them up, because if you look at how he says it, it seems like he could have easily placed this idea in her head that you are really important and they will use you to get to me. And it seems like I would buy that Ben would know that if Alex ever got into trouble, she would use that. She's smart. She's sort of resourceful enough to kind of do that. She wouldn't just sort of run and get shot and die if it's the Freighter people who are around. So I feel like he could have either, when he tells her this, he could have, A, just being a dad and just telling the truth. B, he could have been planting it in her head so that in the off chance they get caught, that she's got a bargaining chip, that at least, she won't just get shot instantly. She can at least, maybe get captured long enough for him to rescue her, if that's the case. Or it could be, B part 2, which is that he set her up, he knew she was going to do that, and he knew that the Freighter people were out there, and he maybe even put them in that direction because he wants to use Alex as a bargaining chip because basically it's maybe like he gives them Alex, they get Alex basically, and they think they have an upper hand, but really it may just be he may just be stalling, maybe to get the $3.2 million, who knows? And I think that last scenario, you have to ask yourself, does Ben really care about Alex and how much? If he sets her up to be a hostage, basically, to buy time or whatever, for whatever other reason.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really know. There's a lot going on in this sort of little thing. But if I had to guess, and see, we don't know if Ben knows that the Freighter people are on the island, the second wave of people on the island. If somehow we knew that Michael told him that, then I would say that's a likely idea. But we don't really know what Ben knows about, Frank and all that stuff. That third run, I should say, to the island. So if I had to guess, I would say that Ben. I think I want to believe that Ben knew that Alex would use this if she got into trouble, and that the people who shot, the people who were out there in the bushes are Kimi and the gang.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the others.
I agree.
I think the others
are
staying put at the temple.
Go.
Yeah.
I
think they're staying put at the temple. I think, and I don't know if Ben. And see, that's what's weird is. There's a problem, I think, with Lost in that, obviously it's a TV show, so the writers trying to write things to, so that pieces line up, because that's what you want on the show. So, the things that Ben that he says in the beginning kind of line up to what happens at the end. Alex says the thing he says that's important, and, Ben says your mother will protect you, and she kind of did. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I feel like, I don't really know. I feel like there's two levels of the writers wanting to, cross their T's and dot their I's and make things feel right. And then there's this thing along the same lines of Ben sort of being able to predict what's going to happen because he's just got this mastermind.
Right.
And I feel like I don't really know which one is the right way to go. I don't know if he says that stuff because he knows that's kind of how it's going to play out, or he even maybe just thinks it could, or it's just the writers just being, writerly. And kind of saying, oh, your mother will, having been say your mother will protect you, and she kind of, in a way protects Alex, So I don't really know how to take that. And I think that sort of muddles my position on, because I don't know how to read Ben when he sets this whole thing up.
Yeah, I agree. I have no idea what's going on with Ben, but I do have to vote for both people being the shooters. That sounds right to me.
Yeah, the others, I don't think we ever saw them with, sniper rifles. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like the weaponry that the guys in the boat have is more intense than what the others had.
Yeah, I agree. The others, yeah, they've never used
rifles,
anything terribly sophisticated.
Yeah, they might have guns and rifles, but they're not going to have really sophisticated stuff.
I've never seen him use anything with a silencer.
Exactly. And, I feel like if they really wanted to, and obviously this could be how they wrote this scene, but if it was the others, I feel like it would have played out differently. The way it played out, the people who shot them were people who don't care, you know what I mean, who have, to me, no involvement in what's going on. And it still could be the others who did that, but I don't feel like the others are that cold-blooded to where they would kill Carl and Alex. And Carl used to be one of them. I said Alex again. Carl and Rousseau, to kill them like that out of the blue, and just as, from the shadows, it's almost like killing someone, shooting them in the back or something, it's like, if you got to kill someone, you don't want to, make it that crappy, you know what I mean? And I feel like the boat people would do that. They don't care about these people. They're on a mission. They're getting paid to do this stuff. They're basically mercenaries for hire.
But what's the idea here? I mean, Ben, sent Alex out there. What did they just run into these people and they're just like, well, let's just shoot them? Well,
it could be a coincidence that he was like, you need to get to safety and Ben wasn't planning on them being there. Or it could be that, what I kind of think is that Ben knew that they were kind of out there, and that he's trying to use Alex as a bargaining chip. I really feel like that to me is the most sort of interesting writing wise, plot wise. When Alex realizes, can you imagine the scene when Alex realized her dad sort of put her in this position, but and he's like, wow, he's not necessarily doing it to get her killed, but he's just using her for whatever he needs to do. And I feel like that to me is a more interesting Ben character than just the Ben character who cares about his daughter and sends her off, and she she just whatever else happens, he didn't really plan anything and it just happened.
Mhm.
Because I feel like Ben needs a plan, and I feel like he needs to find some way to, accomplish what he's trying to do. And he was right. He said they would use Alex to get to him, and I feel like if he knows that, say for instance, if I stole your iPod and I know that you've got to come to my house to get your iPod, well, then I've got more information on how to maybe attack you or stop you from getting the iPod, because I know, well, to get to my house, you got to go from this point to this point to this point, and therefore, I could, have this thing here to stop you and this thing here to stop you. If you put someone on a certain course, you can sort of, be in control of things. And I think if he hands over Alex, then he knows that, or at least has a good idea, they're going to use Alex as a bargaining chip, as a hostage, to sort of, get Ben or get information from Ben, and by giving them basically the hand that they're going to use to play this game with, Ben is in control. Because at the very least, they won't do whatever else they're doing if they've got a better plan, which is, hey, let's use Alex.
Mm-hmm.
That's the best thing to do, really. That's how you take, that he took that. If this is what really happened, then he took back control of the situation, which is what Ben does. Because he's no longer just waiting there for whatever team to come to find him, or whatever else he's going to do. He's being proactive, and he's saying, well, I'm gonna make them think they have a way to get me, but in reality, I got this set up and this set up, and I'll do this, blah blah blah. So that's what I want to think is going on.
But from the boat people's perspective,
let's visit with the boat people.
I don't think they collaborated with Ben on this, So if
it
was,
no, well, see, that's the thing, and that's the genius of it. They don't even know that they're walking into a trap.
Well, yeah, I know. I find it weird that, they run into these people and they're like, we're just going to shoot them. They haven't operated that way yet.
Well, but don't forget, this is Keeney's team. This
That's
is the
true.
Team they set up.
Maybe.
I feel like Naomi's team was the one who was supposed to get Ben, and if it's true that they're supposed to kill everybody, then Keeney's team is the team that was going to do that. I don't see Naomi walking around with a gun just shooting people blindly. I see Keeney doing that.
Yeah, okay.
And I feel like that's the difference is Keeney's team is there, and I feel like they would have shot Alex too. if she didn't say what she said.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I was thinking. That she was in jeopardy too. It wasn't just targeting Carl and
she got lucky. She got lucky, and see, to me, that's the crimp in the plan of Ben's, is that what if she didn't get lucky? What if they would have shot her first before she could have gotten the opportunity to stop them?
Yeah.
And I don't know if you can chalk it up to Ben, sort of knowing better, or maybe he's read their file and he knows what they're gonna do. Like,
oh no, I know who you're gonna shoot first.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I guess if you want to make a hybrid version of my theory versus what also could happen, is that Ben didn't know what was going to happen, but he wanted Alex to be safe. But on the off chance that Alex gets caught, he's got a way not only for her to stay alive, but a bargaining chip that a sort of a new plan that he can be in control of. So it could have been one of those things where he really didn't know how it was going to plan out. He's going to try to get Alex to safety. If she gets killed on the way, well, that sucks, but I was trying to get her to safety. He didn't necessarily set her up. He was trying to get her to safety.
Mm-hmm.
But he's also given her the knowledge of something to say if she does get captured. So it could be one of those things where he's not really at fault. He didn't really set it up, and he was just trying to get her to safety, and he really didn't know what was going on. But I feel like he knew more. He knows more about what's going on than that. Than just, well, I don't really know, but maybe if this happens, then this,
Mm-hmm.
That's sort of a pragmatic approach, and Ben's different than that.
Yeah. I thought it was weird how it played out. Like, it really caught me by surprise because when Carl's water bottle gets shot, and the water leaks out, like that's the kind of thing that happens before you move out of the way so you don't get shot.
Yeah.
Like, not like something you see right before you die.
Yep.
And that's why it really surprised me when Carl got shot. And then I'm like, okay, Danielle and Alex, I was about to say Rousseau, Danielle and Alex, I was like, okay, they're gonna, make a run for it. Like, I never entered my mind that Danielle's gonna get shot here. Like,
never
to me, she's got to be there for a long time. I never thought of her as a killable character.
Never crossed my mind that they would ever kill her.
Yeah, that really surprised me. Which makes me bring up, what do you think there's any chance that one or the other or both are not dead?
I really want to hope. I feel like Carl is dead. Danielle said it. I feel like if anyone is dead, Carl is dead.
Yeah.
I kind of hope Danielle isn't dead. I feel like we need her backstory. I feel like we maybe could get her backstory, some other way. Maybe Danielle told Alex some shit, and maybe Alex will bring it up, and it'll be some weird kind of third person backstory, which doesn't make any sense now that I think about it. My mom told me this about her life, and we flash back to that. And
they could do a flashback to Alex, as a fetus, Yeah,
but that's the thing. If it's from her perspective, then or from her information, then it's like you can't be sure of any details.
Yeah.
Even if it was Danielle. The flashback is what Alex is saying. Danielle told her. You can't be sure of the details because this is a story someone's telling you, not necessarily a flash.
And they don't usually do that.
And they don't do that.
The flashbacks are supposed to be real things, not secondhand anecdotes.
Yeah.
So that's.
It's kind of like that with this one with Michael. Michael is telling this to them, but we also know it's a real flashback.
Yeah.
It really happened.
I think for me, as far as Danielle goes, I don't need to see a flashback if her story is true. I mean, I wouldn't mind, but I don't need it. If what we know about her story is all true, I don't need to actually see people play it out. The only reason I would want to see it is if there's some twist on her story that we don't know about.
Yeah, I don't think that I don't feel, or I should say, I hope that Danielle's story, that there's more to Danielle's story than what she's told us. I feel like there's more, because she doesn't even know everything. Like, she was wrong about things. You know, well, they come when the smoke was here, they come. Well, this time the smoke was here and they didn't come. Like, what does that mean? You know, who put the smoke there? You know, there's a lot of, like, questions, not just, you know, in terms of what happened, but why things happened. You know, how was her baby taken? You know, I feel like that's important, too. I mean, yeah, she said the baby was taken, but who took him? Did Ben take, you know, like, I feel like I want to see what happened, because I feel like there's a lot of details that she does that she never told us, you know, and there's things that she doesn't know, and I think some of the things she thinks she knows could be wrong. You know, the whole thing about the sickness, I want to go back there to that time and see what she calls the sickness. Is it just, you know, this sort of being close to the barrier and you're kind of going crazy, or is it something else where you're coughing and you got the, you know, like, I want them to show it, you know, because I feel like there is some interesting stuff there, because I just don't think that she got it right. Because I don't think the sickness is cut and dry. So when she says she killed her crew because of the sickness, it's like, well, I want to see what that's like. I want to see Montan getting his arm chopped off. I want to see this thing coming at them, and it's, whatever she said on the thing is going to kill them all, and her leaving the radio tower. I mean, those are huge. You know, that's all season one lost, and I feel like those are pivotal moments. And I really want to see them. I want to see her pregnant on the ship when it like comes, and because I think that's interesting. It's, you know, they don't have to go to it, and if they don't, I won't cry. But I really want to see that stuff. So I hope she's not dead. I really hope she's not dead. I think it's unfair to Alex and her if she's dead. I think that's a horrible way to kill Rousseau. You know, she hasn't done a lot on the show, you know, for being one of the main characters. Obviously, you know, she's not in every episode, but I feel like she's a respectable character. I like her a lot. She's an interesting person, and I feel like for her to just get shot out of the bushes, you know, it's just like she deserves way better than that.
Yeah, she definitely deserves better.
She deserves to go down fighting. She deserves to go down. I mean, I feel like one of the few, I think, or at least that I can think of, few satisfying deaths for Rousseau is her dying to protect Alex, which, if she's dead now, I feel like it needs to be more than that. I want to see her get a gun or, like, you know, kill some people with her feet, you know what I mean? Like, you know, break some necks with her legs like Saeed or something, to really, like, go out with a bang. I feel like this is so lackluster and so, like, she deserves a lot more than this. If she's dead, I'm kind of upset if she's dead. I really hope she's not.
Yeah.
It made it seem like she is. I feel like she is dead.
I do too, and it definitely seemed like she's dead.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like they could take Alex, whoever it is. I feel like it's Keenan and the boys, but I feel like, you know, they can take Alex and leave, and they assume Danielle and Carl are dead. And then, you know, later Danielle kind of was woozy and hurt or something, or maybe somebody else finds her or something like that, you know, and she's not dead anymore. And let's not forget the island does have healing properties, and depending on, I guess, if the island wants to / how injured she is, she could just kind of get healed.
Mhm.
You know, she's been there for 16 years, and I feel like if the island wanted her dead, she'd be, you know, like, you know, I feel like the island either wants her around or doesn't care if she's around, you know. So, but if the island wants her around, then I feel like it would protect her and maybe heal her, you know. So I don't think she's. I hope she's not dead.
Yeah. Carl, I mean, I like him. He's okay in my book, but
yeah,
he can, as far as I'm concerned, he can die. It doesn't affect me greatly.
Yeah, me either.
You know, it's hard for me to mourn for a character who's just not, you know, not a big character. We don't really know him that well. But but Russo definitely reaches back, and like I said, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that, but I like basically just if, you know, yeah, it would be good to know more about the sickness, but in general, like the basic events, killing the team, you know, Alex getting kidnapped. Like I don't need to see that. I can live without that. But
don't forget. if they showed us that, there would be, it's almost like you're kind of saying, if that's all there is, I don't want to see it. But I feel like if they showed it, there would be more.
Yeah, I would hope so.
It's a weird thing where I feel like, I agree. If that's all there is the plot of it, then there's no. I agree with you on that point. If it's just about the plot, yeah, what's the point? But I feel like it's not just about the plot, because I feel like part of the plot, I don't think she knows. I think there's questions even with just the plot that she's telling us. But besides that, if they actually did show it, they would obviously have more there than just the plot of it. We wouldn't just see people acting that out. But that just wouldn't happen. That would just be boring.
Yeah.
There would be some revelation, there would be, how they are. There'd be some big mystery resolved, and
I guess I worry that it would be more like the Jack tattoo episode or whatever, a long wanted flashback that just peters out because there isn't anything to know there,
Yeah, but that was kind of that was one of those things where they took nothing. Well, they took something really small that no one ever really talked about, on the show, and then they made a whole thing about that. Whereas this is like, a huge deal compared to that, and I hope that they would do the same, and that is give it an episode. They went through all the trouble to give Jack's tattoo an episode, which was not really relevant to the show. I mean, until his character, obviously, but not to like sort of the plotting of what's going on or the island history or anything like that. They took that and made an episode of it. So I feel like, we deserve a Rousseau flashback. And I thought they said we were gonna get one.
They did say that, and
I feel like with her dead, like I don't want one if she's not around, because I don't know how that's gonna come about.
Now Naomi managed to get a flashback after she was dead, which was weird.
Oh, you mean the Abaddon scene?
Yeah.
Oh, and like this thing too?
Yeah.
I feel like she's been in people's flashbacks, but she hasn't gotten her own flashback. I think there's a difference. Because I feel like it'd be okay if we went back 16 years on the island, it's a Ben flashback, and like Rousseau's around, that's okay to me. But if it's a Rousseau flashback, it's all about her, and she's dead, I feel like that's weird.
Yeah. I agree.
Because the flashbacks are usually predicated on what people are doing and saying at the time. And if she's not there to say, well, remember this time, whoosh, flashback. Like, she's not there to do that. So
that's why the Naomi one was weird. I think that's the first time they ever did that. In Expose, they try to trick you to think they were doing that, but they were actually alive and, paralyzed.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But that happens with people. That's going to happen anyway. Eventually, with so many people who have connected pasts and stuff, that's kind of going to happen when people start dying. Basically, like if they did, like now that if they do a Jen episode, well, we know Jen dies.
Yeah. But I agree, like a whole flashback for a dead character, someone who's been, because I don't think, whenever this flashback is, I don't think it's this season. They barely got any time to do anything. I really don't think they're going to fill in Danielle's story.
Unless it's relevant, unless somehow it's relevant, I agree.
Yeah,
I don't see.
Unless it's relevant, which I don't think that it is.
No, I don't think so.
So, yeah, I feel like, it would be next. By the time they got to this, she'll be, long dead, if she's dead.
Yeah.
So, Naomi did at least, like, recently die when she got a flashback.
Yeah.
So,
and it's all related, too. This whole thing was about, Naomi's part of this whole season, the sort of clockwork of this whole season.
Very much.
And Rousseau isn't really, so it's definitely different if Rousseau got a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Unless the whole thing is about, Rousseau's integral to what's going on. And I feel like, if next season they spend talking about the more history of the island or something like that, or more on the others, or the hostiles or something, then I feel like Rousseau's story can come into place because she's been there for so long.
Yeah.
But,
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, Carl, it's sad, whatever. I don't really care that much. But I really hope that that Danielle's not dead.
Yeah.
That's she just really deserves more than that. She really
Yeah, it
deserves more than
really
that.
is such a like pathetic little like
Yeah.
death.
I mean, Libby and Ana Lucia kind of got killed, and I mean, they were, at least the reason they got killed was sort of big, but I mean, Libby was just an accident, kind of, but that was shitty. But she wasn't Rousseau, you know what I mean? She is not in season 1, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, she didn't die heroic death, but it was like, you know, it was really like dramatic because it was Michael doing it, you know, and
Oh yeah,
and it was part of a big reveal, and so like there was a lot of drama in her kill. This killing is very like
it's not about the
sterile.
killing. That's the thing. This killing is not about the killing. This killing is about Alex saying what she says, and I feel like that's important to note.
Yeah.
When the killing is about the killing, they make it about the killing, and that's it. But you know, at least scene wise, what the scene's about. And this scene wasn't really about the killing so much as about Alex giving herself up.
Yeah.
But I feel like they're, you know, Mikhail survived, you know, a couple times when everyone kind of thought he was dead when he should have been dead.
Yeah.
And not that I think Danielle has whatever he had, if it was just luck, but I feel like, you know, worse things have people have been in worse situations and come back, you know.
Mhm.
And let's not forget, Locke was just shot and got back too.
It's
so.
true, and I totally thought Naomi was dead. She woke back up for a while.
Her ass just crawled around and she climbed.
She made a
trees
fake trail.
Yeah, she made a fake trail, and you know I think in a different lifetime, her and Saeed would have got along.
Yeah.
They're both really, really industrious and like really something.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird how much we've seen of her this season. I don't know.
She just keeps coming back. You think, okay, this scene is the last time we'll see Naomi.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, I really thought that the scene where with her and Abaddon was the end for her. It was like, you know, here's where it started.
Exactly. No. Now this episode's where it started. This is gonna be no. This is where it started.
I had no idea that she just keep popping up. It's so weird.
She's a popper.
But I feel the same way about Tom. Like Tom's been in a couple episodes, and like, I mean, I know they can be in flashbacks, and that's what this is. But it's just like Tom had more lines, I think, in this episode, you know, than he.
And you know,
yeah,
I agree. But and the only caveat there, I think, is the fact that Tom and Michael have a history, and I think it works well. That if they didn't have that, I would be like, yeah, that's weird. He's had more, you know, much more lines than he's kind of had in any other episode. But the fact that it's Tom and Michael, you know what I mean? I think there's some sort of thing there.
Yeah.
That makes it seem more plausible that Tom's around. But it's just weird when a character's sort of dead because, you know, it's just like, well, you know, why are you here? Aren't you dead?
Mhm.
I know it's a flashback, but, like, don't you know you're dead?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. That's how I feel about it. It's you know, because I mean, you know, real world time wise, it's after he's been killed, and it just doesn't feel right, regardless of where it is within the, you know, context of the story.
Yeah.
So that's yeah. He but you're right. It's a Michael Tom thing because Tom was really you know, probably the you know, the focus of his anger about Walt being taken.
Yeah. And, you know, Tom used to be the bad guy, you know, like I forget this, but he was the head of the others, you know, in our eyes.
As far as we know,
and that's a big thing, you know. He's obviously the perspective has changed and we see where he really fits, but you know, and that line that he says about some of us can come and go, I thought that was interesting. Is it some of you who are like killers and murderers and are like plotting to do things? Is that the ones who can leave? I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Because it's just crazy.
Totally.
I wanted to check something.
I got this thing to talk about, but man, this podcast, I don't want to like make it run too much longer.
Well, we've already passed the season 2 finale. That's what I wanted to verify.
Yeah.
We are 10 minutes past it at this point, and we thank you, season 2 finale, for being interesting and long, and I don't know what else to say about that. It feels like a nice milestone.
I think that makes this the second longest podcast. Yeah,
and at the least I'm glad it's a somewhat of a finale. It's a break finale.
Yeah, it was a real, episode.
Yeah.
So.
It looks like Ji-yeon. What is it?
I think it's Ji-yeon.
Ji-yeon. I never want to put a U in there. I want to say that E.
Yeah.
Ji-yeon.
That was the way they sort of said it in the show.
Yeah. That was 6 hours and 23 minutes. The Economist was 6 hours and 21 minutes. Confirmed Dead was 6 hours and 29 minutes. Looking Glass Part 1 was 6 hours 28 minutes. Part 2 was 6 hours and 29 minutes. That was a big 13-hour podcast. But yeah, so we got some contenders for third, fourth, and fifth. Longest podcasts are kind of all in the same time frame.
Yeah, it was kind of bunched up around that 6:30 mark.
Yeah, but we'll see what happens. I think I had one other thing I wanted to say. This episode did have a lot going on.
Yeah.
I didn't think it did, but it did. Oh, well, we didn't talk about the 2 choppers. That was an issue that...
Oh! How could we have not mentioned the 2 choppers?
Our original fan, Vicky H., she gets dubbed that title because she was there before pretty much anyone else.
Totally.
And back in the day, and she specifically wanted to know why there aren't 2 choppers in the flashback. When I think it's the scene when Michael is on the atop on deck. You see 1 chopper in the background. At this point, there should be 2. It's before they get anywhere near the island. My answer is just a production contrivance, because basically, in the writer's mind, there's only 1 helicopter. This is just my assumption. In their mind, there's only 1 helicopter. They need the first helicopter, was the one that Naomi came in. We never really saw it. We saw, the sort of shot of it in the sky, and it kind of crashes in the water or something. I think that was all CG. I don't think they ever had a helicopter for that. I think when they were working on these episodes and the ones concerning the helicopter, they knew they only needed 1, so they only got 1. And I think the only problem when they need 2 is when they have a flashback. In this one scene, I don't think they really, they either didn't think about it or they were like, well, we're not going to rent another helicopter for 1 shot. Which I would think it'd be crazier to rent a helicopter for 1 shot than to not rent a helicopter for 1 shot.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing, yeah, it's a TV show and they've got money, but they like any show is always working against their budget. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I was listening to a podcast, the BSG podcast, and he talked about doing episodes with low cost to save up, for later ones, with the idea that they have a fixed budget and.
Yeah, I mean they usually get sort of like a per episode budget, but I'm sure any money that they save from that can go to something else. So you don't want to spend, I don't know, $2,000 maybe for a helicopter. That might even be low because I think they would get a day rate unless they work something. Because when you rent production stuff, the idea is you don't know how long you're necessarily going to need it because you don't know what's going to arise in a production. And so usually you do day rates with certain things, and so the day rate for a helicopter, I don't even want to guess what it is. And then you actually you kind of have to have insurance for that stuff too. And they were on a boat. You know what I mean? It wasn't just a shot in a studio or a shot on location. They were on a boat, and I think it would have been too crowded for that shot for 2 helicopters because they weren't that far away from the helicopter that was there, and that one looked like it was sort of at the end of the sort of deck there. And if they had another helicopter, it would have been really crowded.
Yeah. That's true.
So for all those reasons and more, I think that's why we only see one helicopter in the flashback when there should be two.
There didn't seem to be two pads, but it seemed like they were close together, and if there were both helicopters there, like the deck would be,
Yeah, they would have to arrange the helicopter. Yeah, the pads are next to each other, and it's like, okay, they would have to arrange them in a certain way for them to fit on the pads that close.
Yeah.
So I think that's part of that's just part of it. They never really had any intention to have really two helicopters. They had two in effect, but production-wise, they just had one. Because it's a helicopter. If it was like a book or a car, I'd be like, okay, you guys can get another book, or something, or some sort of smaller prop. But it's a helicopter, and they're on a boat.
Yeah, that is a big thing.
It is a big thing. And you can't just say, yeah, we have this one shot, and it's going to take us at the most 4 hours or 6 hours or 10 hours for this shot. You don't know what's going to happen. And I don't think they want to go spend their money just for one shot if they could use that money later for something else.
Right.
Like giving Naomi a new wig.
It's all in the wig.
It's all in the wig, guys.
Was that the last thing?
No. Well, I'm looking through my notes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I wrote, isn't Saeed a traitor? Because that's his whole thing, right?
Yeah, technically.
His like backstory thing.
Yeah.
Which is maybe why he doesn't like them, because he doesn't like it in himself.
Yeah.
Okay, my other idea was that Ben must have some plan to get rid of Widmore once and for all, because this freighter doesn't get to the island doesn't mean Widmore's going to stop trying to get to the island.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to bring up the idea that Ben's problems aren't over once this freighter's taken care of, and I wonder what Ben's real overall bigger plan is to get Widmore to stop trying to look for him, because this is only going to make Widmore want to find him more if the freighter never gets to the island. Well, I mean, their men have landed, but I mean, if they don't succeed in their mission, that's just going to make Widmore want to go even more.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to bring that up, that Ben should have sort of another plan to deal with Widmore in general. Specifically, he's dealing with this freighter problem, but that's not his only problem.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to mention is how Desmond has been really quiet since The Constant.
Mhm.
And I feel like, and I don't know why, I mean, did I say that earlier?
Yeah, we talked about that a long time ago.
Oh, so we did? I didn't know if that was off podcast.
Oh. No, I think it was on the podcast.
Well, I just wanted to say he's been really weird since The Constant. To me, it seems like he's gone through some mental trauma, and maybe he's trying to recoup. And you did say that he doesn't really know Michael, so he doesn't know how, what's really going on there, and he's just kind of seeing how it plays out. But,
that was on the podcast.
Yeah, Desmond just seems really almost like he's having a hard time processing everything. He just gives these weird looks no matter what scene he's in. He's just looking weird. And so I don't know what's going on with him. I think that might be it. Are we just waiting for me to pull out things?
Yeah, I mean, I've got one more thing I want to talk about, but
Okay, you can go.
Okay, all right. So this is this little thing from the last official podcast.
Oh yeah. Did you got that list of the stuff? The summary of the things?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so this is, barely relevant to this episode. I guess this is really about the issue of, when we see these people appear, who are dead or whatever, what are they? When can we attribute them to? Should we attribute them to Smokey or whatever? And so someone asked basically that question. Wanted them to sort of specify.
Conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
Wow.
Pressed it, and then it made the noise, and then he said it anyway. I wonder if he just says it regardless of whether or not I press the noise. Because it made the doo-doo-doo twice.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe, did I do it for 2 hours? I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't think
I don't
so.
know.
I don't think so.
Maybe every time you press it, it extends it by an hour from the moment you press it. So if I press it from now, it'll extend another hour. Like, let me see. Yeah. Maybe I just extend another hour then?
Yeah.
Or did I cancel the podcast?
I don't know what you did.
Delete all. I just pressed star 8 and it made the noise, so I'm assuming whenever you press star 8, it resumes at another hour. We don't have to wait for him to say it.
Yeah.
Just a guess. So what's your point?
Right. So basically, he provides them a list of various things of this type and asks them to say what it is, basically. And the path they chose to go down here, I think a couple times they don't know what he's referring to, and they kind of forget that a couple things happen. But I just wanted to read this list just because, I don't know, it lets you know what they think about this stuff.
Okay.
So I guess this is like sort of a spoiler, maybe. I don't know what it is, but it's from the podcast, so feel free to beware if you don't want to know about that stuff.
Non-episode information.
Yeah. Like I don't know if this is going to come into play in a serious way later, which would make it more of a spoiler, but whatever. It might, I guess. Okay, so here basically it came down to monster or apparition. And I don't really know what they mean by apparition. But that's whatever. That's okay. So here we go. Ben's mother, apparition. Sawyer's boar, animal. The spider that killed Nikki, monster. Hurley's bird, no comment. Dave, figment of imagination / apparition. Yimmy, monster. Walt, person off the island. An apparition that may not be Walt on the island, and also monster related. The horse that Kate saw, they called undead, which is a category that they have Christian and Yimmy in also, although earlier they said that Yimmy was the monster. So
he's an undead monster.
I don't know what to do with this. I mean, maybe they weren't even being serious. It's hard to know, but they do attribute these things, and actually there's one missing here. So they asked about Boone, and they said dream, but I think they forgot. I think they weren't thinking of the same Boone that the person was asking about. They were thinking of the dream Locke has in season 1 with Boone, and yeah, that was a dream. But I think the person was actually asking about the Boone who appears in the Sweat Lodge and further instructions.
Well, I think they're just saying Boone in general is a dream. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, that's weird. I guess they weren't thinking about.
I think they just forgot about that, and.
Oh wait, what's the other one? The one in the Sweat Lodge, you said? Yeah. I don't remember that. Is that when Locke lost his voice?
Yeah.
Is that but that's not the dream. He Oh, he's like in the thing with him or something.
Yeah, he's
that was a while ago.
He's in the little thing with him, telling him stuff, and
But
Locke was using drugs, I guess. And
yeah, I mean maybe that's what they mean though.
Yeah, it's possible, but it sounded like they meant the thing that was like really a dream.
Yeah.
That's what they were thinking. Because the first thing they said was like Boone. Like I got the sense at first they had no idea. Then they were like, oh, the dream, and I really feel like they forgot about the Sweat Lodge thing.
Yeah.
But maybe they mean that to be a dream. I mean that's entirely possible.
It could just I don't remember that scene that well. I forget what Boone was all about, but what he was trying to get done. But I feel like it could be a situation with Michael seeing Libby, where she's kind of in his head. It's got something to do with his guilt, that he sees Boone at that point, / whatever, I don't know. I'd have to go back and think about that.
The big thing that Boone does is tell Locke to go save Echo from the polar bear.
Mhm.
That's really, I mean, they go through a lot of bullshit, but that's what it comes down to.
Now, and is there any way, and I guess the question is, how does Boone know about the polar bear?
Yeah, and I mean, he didn't actually say that. It's like, he's sort of, it's a weird vision dreamy thing, and it becomes clear that he's supposed to save Echo, and when he exits the Sweat Lodge, like a polar bear, jumps out at him from the fire or whatever. I mean, Boone doesn't actually say.
That's right. He doesn't say that. Yeah.
You got to go rescue Echo from a polar bear. I mean, he doesn't even say you have to go rescue Echo. He says clean up your mess. But they show the Jesus stick and it's clear, what he means. But Locke just sort of knows where to go. I don't know. I have the impression he, I don't know. There was something not just in Locke's head going on there.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, anyway, just the idea that Ben's mother is an apparition, but Yemi was Smokey. It's just weird because they do similar things. Then they have Christian in this undead category. Yemi's in there too, but he's also in this other category. It's very weird. But I guess the main thing I'll take away from this, assuming that they're serious, is that they aren't all the same thing.
I think that's the big thing, is that they're not all the same thing, and we've talked about this before, and I feel like there are certain you can I think almost group them by what they're trying to do. I think the apparitions, or largely Ben's mom, I feel like are just kind of helpful kind of things. They don't really mean any harm. I think Smokey usually has an agenda and usually is mean about it. I think the undead category kind of has an agenda. I don't think they're necessarily mean about it. I feel like the undead might be. I feel like it could be, the difference could be that there's times when Smokey is in the guise of these people. I mean, they attribute Smokey to the spider. We're supposed to believe Smokey became a spider just so he could kill, so he could bite. That's weird.
It is weird. They did play the smoke monster, sound when that happened.
Oh yeah.
But I don't know. I always thought that was a weird thing.
Could it be that that wasn't Smokey, and Smokey? I guess it's supposed to be that is Smokey, not that he just was responsible for it being there or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird. But yeah, see, that's the thing. The whole undead thing / apparition, what did they call Dave? They said apparition / in his head.
Dave was a figment of the imagination / apparition, and I assume they're distinguishing between in the flashback and on the island. Because I think in the flashback he was definitely a figment of Hurley's imagination, but maybe on the island he was an apparition. I don't really know what that means, if Dave was never a real person.
That it means if he's not a... Does that mean if he was a real person he'd be undead? Or does that mean if he's an apparition on the island, Does that mean he's not a figment of Hurley's imagination on the island?
I guess so.
Wow, because that's interesting.
It is.
Because that just
weird.
means he was really there, but I guess I don't know if apparitions are really there or not.
It's they have some kind of existence that is independent of the mind of the person who's seeing them.
Yeah,
they may not be visible to other people, but they're not just a hallucination or something.
Mhm. That's some weirdness.
It's definitely some weirdness when they talk about walls. Like again, like I'm not sure if they thought about everything. They give several answers for Walt and or 3 answers for Walt, and I guess like I wasn't sure if they meant the Walt, the wet Walt that Shannon was seeing, or if they meant like the Walt who comes up to Locke, at the end of season 3. Are those different? Are they same thing? Like they give multiple answers.
They say off the island he's a person. On the island, we've seen Walt as an apparition that might not be the real Walt, I guess is what this means. And then it says also monster related. So that means when we saw Walt, it was really Smokey or related to Smokey.
Mhm.
So Walt being a person off the island, I'm fine with. That should be right. An apparition that might not be Walt on the island. I mean, if it's not Walt, does that mean it's Smokey? Like, that's a weird kind of thing. They seem to be making a distinction between Smokey and something that's not Walt. But if it's not Walt, then isn't it Smokey? Is there a third thing it could be? Because I feel like, and maybe what they mean is when Walt has appeared to help people, maybe that's when he's an apparition, and when he's, maybe the season 3 ender was Smokey. We've never seen Walt behave like Yimmy, or any of those other people that have been kind of like, okay, that's Smokey. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't really see any clear-cut evidence of a win, of this third category of Walt's also monster-related.
Mhm.
The only thing I can think is the season 3 finale when he appears to Locke, because he should be in New York, unless he can project himself.
Yeah, I mean the weird visions in season 2. I don't know what to do with those.
I'll buy that those could be apparitions, and I don't know. There's something about apparition that might not be Walt, like something appearing as Walt, but it's not Walt, but it's not necessarily the monster. That's odd.
Yeah, that's.
And then they say, like you said, they say the horse that Kate saw is undead, similar to Christian and Yimmy. Yet they say Christian and so they say Yimmy is the monster. Did they say that?
Yeah, earlier they say Yimmy's the monster.
So what does that mean? Does that mean there's times when we saw Yimmy and he's just undead, and there's times when we saw Yimmy and he was a monster?
That's the thing, and they didn't. Yeah, that's why this whole thing's very muddled. And I guess when I thought, it was all Smokey or whatever, the Walt who appears to Locke and tells him to not shoot himself and go do stuff, like, that seemed to me like that could be Smokey, I guess. I don't know. That's sort of how Yimmy was. I mean, he came up to like make Echo go do something.
Yeah, I could buy that that's Smokey if somehow Smokey is kind of in line with Jacob and Jacob wants Locke to do certain. I don't see Smokey wanting Locke to do anything. I don't know why Smokey would care. But if maybe Jacob wants Locke to help him or do something, then I can see that sort of being a thing. What if? God, that'd be weird. I don't even want to say it. What if Jacob? What if the undead categories are kind of attributed to Jacob? Not that he necessarily is those people, but they're like connected to him. And then the smoky stuff is separate.
Okay.
I don't know where that gets you.
I don't either. It's definitely possible. I mean, they didn't really bring up Jacob at all here. Which I thought was interesting. I mean, maybe they wouldn't, if that were true. They do a certain amount of strategizing, but
I'm trying to, that's basically what I'm trying to do is put Jacob in the equation and say, well, when they say undead, maybe that's what they mean.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's connected to Jacob, The apparition, still, it's an apparition, but that doesn't explain how it's there. Ben's mother, like that isn't. If that's not in his head, and she's really there and as an apparition, then what does that mean? How is that possible? If it's not the island or Jacob or Smokey, how is it possible that she's there?
Now, Christian Shepherd and Yemi had in common that their dead body was on the island.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they both died off the island and were transported to the island by a plane that crashed there, and their bodies ended up there, and then eventually their bodies disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
So they do share a lot of stuff.
It seems like they, if their bodies are gone and they're walking around and they want to call that undead, then okay, that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
That somehow their bodies have been reanimated.
Yeah.
Although I don't get the sense, I don't get the sense that they are really like zombie.
Yeah.
Like I feel like they can like disappear if they wanted to. You know what I mean? Like they still seem even more supernatural than that.
They're not just like regular zombies who
who are just reanimated dead bodies. They're like they've got something else going on too.
And if they're somewhere, they have to be there. They can't just like disappear or whatever.
Yeah. And I wonder if they're maybe reanimated because their bodies are there and like other people who like Ben's mother like somehow, I'm trying to make the distinction between, an apparition or something that you can see on the island, and if the body's there, then it can be undead and maybe it can do other things or have other motives. But if the body's not there, but there's still the central thing that makes it possible for these dead people to be around, like the island somehow reaches out or something to the dead body wherever it is in the world and connects it, and it just presents itself as an apparition, but it can't do certain things or whatever. I don't know what the case would be. Or I feel like there should be some connection between the apparitions and the undead stuff. I want it to come from the same place, even if they're different. Or be sort of part of the same idea of why undead things have, life on the island.
Yeah. And
you know what it could be? What if it's analogous to the island's effects? Like the barrier and this idea of presumably maybe it would be easier for Jacob to effect some change on the island than it would be outside the island. So what if it's that kind of idea where if you've got a dead body on the island, in the epicenter of this energy, then it can sort of be undead and do whatever. But if you don't have the body there, then the sort of that effect of bringing this dead person to the island and having it affect change in the island, it's sort of diminished, say, in wherever Ben's mother was her body is. So when she shows up on the island, it's not the same kind of thing because the effect that's letting her do that is not as strong. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, say, for instance, the reason, like, certain people are, like, here's a question. Was Yimi's ghost around before Echo showed up on the island? You know what I mean?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking. I don't think you have an answer. There shouldn't be an answer for that.
Okay.
It's a philosophical question because I think my point is.
I see.
If the idea is that when these people need, either they need it because they, like Ben was about to get hurt when he was a kid and that's when he saw his mom, or Echo really needed to repent because, maybe just because Smokey wanted him to, or whatever the reason is, whenever these people kind of need someone, there's some sort of pull, maybe they sort of pull with their mind, something to do with the island and its power sort of pulls some person that is relevant to whatever they need them for. But that pull is predicated on, I don't know why it has to do with dead people, but it's got something to do with dead people. And so my point is, if Ben's mother was, her body was on the island, she might be in the undead category. Whereas the fact that she's not on the island, she's in the apparition category.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like maybe it has something to do with that, where the problem here isn't that we've got sort of 3 different things. I think we might have 2 different things. One is Smokey doing stuff, and then one is okay, you got apparitions and you have undead, but they might just be predicated on where their bodies are.
Yeah.
I feel like there's no need for Yimi to be on the island, even though his body's there. There's no need for undead Yimi to be around without Echo being there. I feel like Echo being there is why he's there at undead. The same way I feel like when Ben's mother shows up, like he, in order for him not to potentially get hurt, he needed someone to show up. So this sort of force is called out. And since he presumably doesn't have any dead relatives on the island who could fulfill this role to convince him not to do this thing, the island kind of reaches out and grabs his mother. And maybe if she was, her body was on the island, probably the 5th time I've said this, if her body was on the island, she'd be undead and be able to maybe walk around or hang out in Jacob's cabin or whatever undead people do on the island.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
I was going to add one other thing is that if you die, like Echo, when he's dead, I'm presuming that we won't see undead Yimi anymore.
Yeah, I mean, people do almost always see, actually with only one exception I can think of, they always see people who are, closely connected to them.
Mm-hmm.
The only exception I can think of is Hurley seeing Jack's dad in the first episode. I mean, it's a little different because he just kind of glimpsed him and he didn't really, come up and talk to him, but it was an example of someone, Hurley's got nothing to do with.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's the reason that Christian is there, though, is really because of Jack. And if he's undead, then, I don't have a problem with someone else seeing an undead character. That's fine, because I feel like if they're really undead, then they sort of conform to sort of the physical aspects of, the world that they're on. So if you're there and, you see him, then fine. But it's not like I don't think Hurley called him into, existence.
I don't either, but just, normally they don't see people that they have no connection to.
True.
I think it should happen, or could happen, theoretically, but they never really show that happening.
Yeah. Well, I think the undead are careful about where they appear.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. We really don't know how it really works. If someone was around when Ben saw his mother, would they have seen his mother or not?
Yeah.
Didn't Sawyer see Kate's horse?
Yes.
And that was I feel like the horse is there because of Kate, but the fact that the horse is undead or something makes it where, okay, it's there because of Kate, but Tim Sawyer's there, he can see it. You know, he's not really a part of why it's there, but he can still see it. So that's why I feel like the same reason with Hurley. Like, yeah, he saw Jack's dad, but it was there because of Jack.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, I know what you mean. It's just that, yeah. I guess that's another example of someone else actually seeing it.
Yeah. Well, it seems like the undead people can be seen by.
Although Kate was actually there, so.
Mhm. Well, I mean, you know, Vincent saw Jack's dad too. So that's the thing. I feel like the undead people can you know, they have some sort of physical effect. I mean, he petted Vincent, he did all that stuff. You know, I feel like they're essentially alive, and if you are essentially alive, you will be seen by somebody else in the room. You know, I think that's fair. You know, if they were calling them apparitions, I would say that would make me confused. But they're saying undead, you know, which is kind of a different thing.
Yeah.
But I feel like the apparitions can't be seen by other people.
Okay.
Because Hurley, nobody else saw Dave, right?
No.
Okay.
No.
So, I mean, if we go through all of these, and everyone that's an apparition, no one should have been able to see. And maybe that's part of how you can classify them.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds right. I don't think anyone else saw the other stuff.
And in general, it seems like the apparitions have a much shorter or much less involved reason for being there. I guess I would say with the exception of Dave, because that was a whole episode about what he was trying to do with Hurley. You know, get him to wake up or whatever. But usually, you know, with Ben's mom, a few times we saw Walt when he appeared to Shannon, if those were apparitions, you know, it was always these sort of quick little things. And it seems like when it's something more, they're either undead or they're smoky.
Yeah. They made it a point to make it seem like Yumi like set Echo's tent on fire, you know, which is something that I don't know, maybe the apparitions couldn't do that.
Mhm. Yeah, I feel like they couldn't.
It made him seem, you know, realer than I thought he was. You know,
yeah.
if he can like set stuff on fire.
Yeah, and, you know, I feel like the apparitions might not have that physical property, and you know, be able to like do things. Because, you know, when Ben's mother tried to stop him, I keep talking about Ben's mother, but when she tried to stop him, she didn't, like, grab him, you know. She just was sort of at a distance trying to stop him with her words, pretty much.
She was on the other side of the fence, so she couldn't really grab him, but...
Well, I feel like if she was real and could have grabbed him, like, if she could have appeared anywhere, I feel like she could have appeared and grabbed him and stopped him from going and gave him a hug or something, you know, like...
Yeah.
You know, she specifically didn't touch him, and she specifically didn't let herself get close, because I felt like she couldn't touch him if she tried.
Yeah. It was better that way too, because she got to like walk back into the jungle. You know, it's kind of creepy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. That whole thing is a little weird. So what else do you want to talk about from the last?
That's it. I mean, that was the only thing I really planned to talk about. I'm sure there's more, but whatever. That's enough for me.
Well, that's a lot enough for me too. Way more than enough. It's 7 hours and 20 minutes, so that's more than enough than I will ever need.
That'll do. That'll hold him for a while.
So guys, thanks for listening this long. I'm sure we sound like two undead people ourselves at this point. I know I'm tired of talking. I want to say that we will... What are we going to do over the break?
I don't know. We talked about possibly doing some kind of... what did you call it?
Like a recap of the
Was it a recap?
8.
Yeah. Some kind of review recap type thing about... I guess about season 4. Was that the idea?
Yeah, about these first 8 episodes of season 4.
Yeah. So we could do that. We could talk about other stuff. There might be other stuff to talk about. There's always that Lost All Access thing. We could go over that someday.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, you do, because we've talked about it. It's
I know what that is.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to tell the fans what it is for anyone who forgot?
Oh, it's a special feature on the Blu-ray Season 3 DVD, and it's Damon and Carlton answering some basic kind of questions from pretty much Season 2 that have been kind of lingering in the air, just giving definitive explanations for things that, are ready to have them.
Yeah.
So stuff like why the plane crashed and what the Swan Station did, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that.
Stuff that they're not going to, go over in the future.
Go back and, really.
It's okay to give the answers now.
Exactly. Because some of it's interesting. Some of it, really surprised me, and so it seemed like, you could get maybe not a whole podcast out of it, but at least, an hour or so.
The other thing they said on the podcast was that, and this is just a really small thing, is that, some people may have noticed that Frank's last name is Lapidus, and there was a Rick Lapidus on the script who wrote Expose, and the answer for that is just that the writer was it this episode? The writer Eddie Kitsis, who wrote Expose, loves the name and wanted to use the name again. So that's why there's two characters, or two sort of references with people with Lapidus as the last name. It's just because some writer likes the name.
Mm-hmm.
You would think, well, guys, if we use the name again, some astute fans are going to think that they're related. And you would think, well, let's not do that then. We don't want to confuse people. But no, they don't care.
No, that's not what happens in the locker room.
When it's a little thing, they're like, no.
Just put it in. No one cares. It'll do. Oh dear. Okay. I think sorry, it's just me now. Ooh.
Did you have anything for this one?
I didn't even realize you were gone until a few seconds ago. So then I was like, wow, it's a drop call, and I was just completely frozen by that. So no, nothing happened. Yeah. I was just talking. I don't know what I was talking about.
Well, I realize, if we go long enough, there will be multiple drop calls,
Yeah.
I wasn't planning on a second one, but we went long enough for there to be a second one.
I wasn't either. I didn't even think about it. I wasn't ready.
But we're done. I think that's all we need to say.
We are
Everybody,
done.
I actually want to say one thing. I'd love to sort of, I don't want to make this a deal, but I would love it if our loyal fans would, I don't know, I had this idea to challenge fans to get one of their friends to listen to the Lost Lowdown. If everyone got one of their friends to listen to the Lost Lowdown, I thought that'd be interesting. But I don't want to make it an official challenge, but I'd like to, I feel like Lost is getting really interesting, and of course the problem is this is season 4. If you're not already watching Lost now,
yeah, there's a lot of work.
There's a lot of work to catch up, but so everybody knows the forum, tlld.net. Tell your friends about it, and
please.
And until then, I guess I would say look for us. I don't know. I would say a good time for a recap would be towards the end of the break or something like that. I'm sure we'll do a Mr. Podcast or two between now and the break, but not the end of the break, I should say. But we'll have our little, whatever podcast we do over the break, we'll have it soon. So stay tuned to the site for more info.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Way to nail it home, Justin.
Thank you.
Now what I said is really true. I really mean it now. Now that you confirmed it, I really mean it.
It was just, I was like, well, I don't know. It's maybe he means it.
Mm-hmm.
And I just came in and
yeah. You got it. That's it. All right. There's nothing else I want to say about this episode, so.
We've said a lot. What can you say?
Thank you and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.